sun is out, there's lots of blue sky around, but it is chilly. And if you're coming down to Hove today, best to bring a coat and a hat. And the guys on the gate today were wearing their gloves as well. So it's a chilly day down here. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined by Ed Seaborn, and Izzy Duncan will be joining us at 11:30. But first of all, very good morning to you, Ed.
Morning, Adrian. I didn't know whether we were doing our full-on roll call this morning, like yesterday morning. It was quite enjoyable.
Yeah, we will do a roll call, and we need... my friend Julian isn't here today. But we have got waving from the back of the stand. I'm not sure who's up there today, sitting behind where Julian would normally be. I don't know if he's got a seat.
If you could just do sort of like some hand motions or something, and just spell out the name.
But the great thing is that we are going out loud and clear, certainly around the ground. We imagine on the stream as well, on the Sussex Cricket Club stream. If you're listening and think, oh, I'd like to watch pictures of the game, then please go to the Sussex Cricket Club stream, operated by Jack, who's next door. So good luck today, Jack. And if you're listening via the BBC website or app, a very good morning to you as well. Sussex resuming on 267 for 5. Cheshire were Pujara on 75. John Simpson on 1. And the new ball is available this morning. And I think the umpire has signalled, Mark Newell, that the new ball has been taken. I saw him sort of waving something in the air. Or was he just waving to say they're ready?
He was just waving for the scorers, but the new ball was taken last night.
Oh, of course it was. What am I talking about? We did have one over, didn't we? Yeah.
Well, you were busy writing your report, so
that's right.
You had quite a lot else on your plate.
No excuse, really. Anyway, it's going to be Ajit Dale who's running in down the hill, bowls to Pujara, who immediately picks up a single through point. And he's on his way. He goes to 76, 268 for 5. I spoke to Tom Alsop at the close of play last night, who said what a nice guy Ajit Dale is. He knows him from his Hampshire days, and he said actually he thought that Gloucestershire bowled really well yesterday. And I think we would all concur with that, really.
Yeah, I think that the general feeling seemed to be, I overheard a little bit of the Alsop interview, and the feeling did seem to be they felt that the pitch had become a little more placid since the first day, but that it might be beginning to take a little bit of turn.
Yes, a little bit of spin. 2 slips and a gully. Sussex have added 1 to their overnight score as in comes Dale bowls, and Simpson is behind it, plays into the offside, and there is no run. There was some conversation around the Sussex Museum where I've been this morning about players who have captained their side on their debut for their counties, and we're watching one now.
We are we? Yes. Okay, for debut for the county, yes.
Their debut for the county is skippered the side as well.
And we had a test debutant in the winter captaining their side on their test debut.
Wow, that's a really good one. In comes Dale running in down the hill, bowls to John Simpson, who is the person in question for Sussex, who came down in the winter and is skippering the side. It's very noticeable with John Simpson. After every ball, he wanders away to square leg and sort of adjusts his gloves or whatever, and then wanders back to the crease. And his parents have been in touch over the first couple of matches, and I think they're coming back. They've been over in Spain, so it's very nice of them to get in touch if you're listening. If you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet us at edcricket6, that's the digit 6, or at Fine Glances Izzy Duncan, or at BBC Sussex Sport, as in comes Dale bowls and Simpson plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. That's a great question. Perhaps we could leave that hanging for a while and get people emailing in.
Well, I think
or is it easy?
It's probably more, I don't know. It's one of those things, isn't it? You either know it or you don't, I suppose. More recent questions.
So is this
has it in their current account?
So is this winter?
Yes.
Right, and somebody skippered their country on their debut?
Yes.
In a test match?
In a test match.
Right. Okay. I don't know who it is. Ajit Dale is running in down the slope to bowl to John Simpson. 268 for 5. He's in and bowls, and Simpson drives into the offside, and there is no run. I was looking, and you should never look at weather forecast should you around cricket, but I think the forecast for tomorrow is not great.
Isn't it?
No, I think there's talk about a little bit of rain around. Today is,
kill it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, today is good. I don't think it's a washout, but I think there was just sort of some dribs and drabs around.
You just get the feeling that they can't really afford to lose any time from this game now.
I agree. No, I agree. I mean, it could still go either way. I mean,
Yes.
all three results are possible as we start this third day. And Dale is in bowl. Simpson lets that go through to keeper Bracey. It is the end of the over. Sussex have added 1 run to their overnight score. That run to Cheshire Pujara, who's, if anyone looked like he was going to get 100 from the first ball he received, it was probably Cheshire Pujara.
I would say I felt like he was going to get 100 from probably the moment that he emerged from the dressing room, even.
Yes, and we were saying that his bat looks probably like it's a mile wide to the Gloucestershire bowlers, but we shall see. He'll probably get out now.
And he's also got kind of fly vision in that everything seems to happen about 10 times slower than everybody else. He's got so much more time. So it's going to be Tom Price to take the new ball from the C end. And I was watching a little compilation of Ajit Singh Dale. His first new ball spell last night at the county championships, Twitter feed had put together, and he was bowling with some serious gas. And it felt quick when we were sitting here, and we've got a great view of it, but it just, I mean, looking at it again, you think, good grief, you'd love to know how fast that was, because it looks seriously quick. 2 slips in place. Tom Price running into bowl to Pujara. It's full, it's straight, it's kept out by Pujara, and Tom Price has leaned over the pitch to pick the ball up and rather extravagantly flicks it off to the mid-wicket fielder. I think we've got Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft in the slip cordon, with Ben Charlesworth fielding at mid-wicket. So Charlesworth not at first slip as he has been at times. Full and straight from Tom Price and defended out into the covers.
Terrific figures, Tom Price. I mean, I know he hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's in his 13th over, 0 for 21. Does he play T20 cricket?
Little bit.
Right.
He's not had a kind of complete run at the T20 side yet. He has struggled a little bit at times in white ball cricket because he is such a metronomic bowler, and you know how it is in white ball cricket. Sometimes accuracy can be most a downfall as Pujara comes forward, defends back to him. But yes, he's certainly somebody that you would think he'll develop those variations. He's a crafty bowler. He'll use the crease, get tight to the stumps, that sort of thing. You know, he'll figure it out. And he can hit a long ball with the bat as well. So he's one of those all-rounders that you need in T20 cricket to help balance a side. Price runs in, bowls. Pujara forward defensively to mid-on. This is a really good line and length so far from Tom Price. He's done this in his previous spells as well, just given so little away. There's not a huge amount for him, and he just dearly loves this ball to be swinging a bit, because then it would be a different proposition. But I just don't think the conditions are particularly conducive to swing bowling at the moment, even with this new ball. Tom Price in, bowls Pujara once again. A very correct defence. It doesn't look like you're going to get past it, but you have to keep bowling there, I think, in order to challenge it. And 5 dot deliveries, very full, and forcing Pujara to play. But yeah, I think it's, you know, it's cold, it's windy. I just don't think you tend to see the ball swing very much in these conditions. Price in, bowls, and Pujara's glanced this one away. A sort of thick outer half of the bat, and he'll take a single to deep backward point. So Tom Price just the one off his first over. Pujara's pinched the strike on 77, 269 for 5. You're talking about that walk that Simpson does.
Yes.
I've not noticed that before, but then this is because this is the first time I've commentated on John Simpson in the Championship. Done it an awful lot of times in T20 cricket.
But not in Championship.
No.
We've had an email already. James Marshall has been in touch. Hello, James. He says, hi, Adrian, Ed and Izzy. He says, after emailing on Friday about my upcoming curry and naan, I'd like to thank everybody for their recommendations. I had a Peshwari naan for all those wondering. I went for a curry last night.
Did you?
I had a chicken balti, which came with a naan.
Came with it?
Yes, it did. Yeah, It came with a plain naan. but it was really nice. I had a starter as well, and actually I couldn't eat all the naan. But anyway, so it was I probably should have asked if I could have had a Peshwari. In comes Dale, running in down the hill, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Pujara, no run. He says, I'm listening for the first hour today before heading out for Sunday lunch at the historical village of Pucklechurch in South Gloucestershire. King Edward was killed there AD 946. I very much hope to have a more pleasant afternoon. The match feels evenly poised at the moment, but if Gloucestershire can get Pujara and Simpson out early with the new ball, then it would have a very different feel about it. In any event, it's nice to see Gloucestershire picking up batting bonus points. I believe I'm writing saying we had to wait until mid-May. In comes Dale Bowles, Pujara up on his toes, plays it down the track, there is no run, and our 5th match last season before we picked up any batting points. I'm looking at Ed. I shall rejoin you after lunch, provided I manage to avoid any Kingslayers who mistake me for royalty. What a lovely email, James. Thank you. If you were going out for Sunday lunch today, what would your sort of favourite roast be?
I don't think I would have a roast.
Wouldn't you?
No.
Are you a vegetarian?
No.
Right, okay.
No, but I just don't think I would have a roast.
Right.
I don't really do
but it's
Sunday
but it's
roast
Sunday.
out.
Oh, right, okay. Well, say you were. In comes Dale and bowls, and Pujara's hit on the pad. The ball runs down to fine leg and picks up a single. Is it going to be a leg by? Yes, indeed, it is a leg by. Total goes up by 1 to 269.
I mean, if I were going for a Sunday pub lunch, I would probably do more sort of burger and chips, something like that.
You?
You know, yeah, sort of chunky chips and burger with various fillings. I just wouldn't go out for a roast. Yeah, Izzy's agreeing. That's the thing. You can do it. You can do it better at home, I think.
So if you were having a Sunday roast at home, as in comes Dale in the sunshine, in and bowls, Simpson defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. What would you have though? What would you have? Beef or chicken or lamb?
Lamb. Oh.
Right. Do you? Right, there we are. If you were at home, what would you have, Ed?
I wouldn't have lamb because I wouldn't have the budget for it.
Well,
so
you
I'd probably
did.
have to go chicken. Well, no, you can't. But I still don't think really you can beat a proper roast chicken, crispy skin,
right?
Potatoes, as you say, you know, and some duck fat, goose fat, something like that. If you can have that.
Well, you'll have to let us know, James, when you come back, what your roast was down in Pucklechurch. As in comes Dale Bowles to Simpson, who drives firmly into the offside. There is no run. Teddy's been in touch. He says, hi, gents. Stream and commentary working well. Great. Game poised. All results possible. Important session for Sussex. Need Pujara and Simpson to stay in as long as possible as key partnership with this one. John Simpson on the back of his career best 205 at Leicester last week. We've had an email in from Jacqueline Forsyth. Hello, Jacqueline. Thank you for getting in touch. Just 3 runs added this morning as in comes Dale Bowles to Simpson, who's up on his toes, steers to the onside. And there is no run. Jacqueline says, greetings from the beautiful Forest of Dean. Gloucestershire.
Lovely.
I'm enjoying watching and listening to what is shaping up to be a really good day's cricket. It's great to see the Shire performing so well this season and showing all the enthusiasm and the team spirit that used to be there. There can be no doubt this is due to the appointment of the splendid Mark Lane as coach. Long may it last. You can pass that message on to Mark when you see him, Ed. Does Ed remember our brief meeting in the Bristol Pavilion last season when he was commentating with the wonderful Martin Emerson from Durham, and I gifted them some rum baba? I'm not sure whether he liked them, but Martin did.
I did. I loved them.
There you go.
They were fantastic. I mean, it was incredibly kind of her to send them in.
Well, there you go. And now there's something for Izzy. Commentate on the next delivery, and then we'll bring Izzy in as well.
Here's Tom Price into his 14th over. Price is in, bowls. This is driven through the offside. Big gap out there for Pujara to find, and it's a single to deep point, and Hammond flings the throw in. It's 271 for 5. Pujara ticks one closer to the inevitable 100.
Well, we were talking yesterday about vinyl records, and actually there was an item on the radio today about vinyl records. I'm a bit of a bore on a Sunday. I like listening to Broadcasting House. I don't know if you listen to it on Radio 4. It's between 9 and 10 on a Sunday morning. Anyway, they were talking about vinyl records and saying that sales of vinyl records are up 10%, which is neither here nor there. However, Izzy was talking yesterday about the Everly Brothers, And Jacqueline says, please tell Izzy that I saw the Everly brothers at the then Colston Hall in Bristol in 1960. I was just 17. They were brilliant.
Yeah, their prime.
Yeah.
Price bowls. Sorry, that's my ball. I was too busy thinking about Rumbaba. This is clipped through mid-wicket by Simpson, and that will go for 4. So he picks up his first boundary, and Price, just that little adjustment maybe he had to make bowling to the left-hander for the first time. Just straying onto the hip of Simpson, who flicks it away with really pleasant timing. 275 for 5.
She goes on to say they were brilliant then. Cathy's Clown was number 1, and they were great favourites. I also met the Beatles backstage at Taunton in November 1963, my claim to fame. Wow, what an interesting lady. Isn't that amazing?
Price in over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Simpson again. It's on leg stump. His first 2 deliveries would have been decent balls to Pujara, but Simpson, the left-hander, that was again a little leg stumpish, but he got away with it as Simpson found mid-wicket.
Isn't it lovely to hear from these people? Enjoying the commentary. Come on the Shire, says Jacqueline. Jacqueline Forsyth from the Forest of Dean. Thank you so much for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. I never saw the Everly brothers. Don't know why, but...
Here's Price. In now, he bowls, and once again it's on leg stump. He's looking for a second leg by here as Simpson, and they will not go for it. That is probably about the only way that you might get Pujara, it feels at the moment, is by forcing there to be a mix-up in the running between the wickets. Just the one leg by then, 276 for 5. Yes, we had a bit of a to and fro, because we were in a position, well, you were there in that position. We're in a position in a floor below where we've often been at Bristol last year, with a balcony and a hospitality box next to us. Pujara punches off the back foot, picks up another single to deep cover point, 277 for 5. This is probably Tom Price's most expensive over of the innings so far. I mean, 6 off the bat plus another leg by with 1 ball to come. And I think Martin Emerson and I were looking quite jealously at the menu next door. So clearly Jacqueline took pity on us and sent us over the Rumbaba, which were absolutely delicious.
There we are. So I did like them, Jacqueline, which is nice.
We've got just the 1 slip now and 2 catches in short on the leg side. Price bowls and keeps it on that middle and leg line. Just an on push from Simpson, who's careful to avoid those 2 fielders prowling, hoping for some sort of a catch. And there's no run as the mid-on fielder picks it up. 277 for 5. It's good to see Graham van Buren out on the field. He was being put through his paces this morning. This may have just been a kind of a routine physio test, something that he's just got to do because of some ongoing thing or whatever, but I was just a little bit concerned at one stage. There was a lot of stretching going on, I think sort of a hip issue or lower back, something like that. That was the area that seemed to be being targeted, but clearly he's pretty much fine. He was out there doing some batting after that as well, so just precautionary, I'm sure.
I think Dale's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. It's really windy here. And it's chilly as well. You need to get out of the wind and sit in the sun. As in comes Dale running in down the hill, bowls to Pujara, who, eases that one down to deep backward point, picks up another single. Pujara goes to 80, total to 278 for 5. Colston Hall was obviously the place to be back in the day, because on April the 25th, 1967, I know that Jacqueline went there in 1960. There was a live performance from Jimi Hendrix. 2 shows at the Colston Hall in Bristol as part of the package tour alongside the Walker Brothers, Cat Stevens, Engelbert Humperdinck, the Californians, the Quotations, and MC Nick Jones. So there we go. It all happens down in the Colston Hall.
Oh, it all happens in Bristol.
In comes Dale, bowls to Simpson, who plays into the offside. There is no run. And it was named after a gentleman called Edward Colston. So I'd never heard of a Colston.
Yes, I think we probably better steer clear.
Did he have
that, Otherwise, yes. We don't want to be toppled from our perches.
Okay, well, we didn't say who it was named up. But anyway, it was the place to go for music. We'll leave it there. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in comes Dale, racing down the hill. Comes in and bowls, and Simpson is forward, a ball of good length that would have hit the leg stump. He plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Michael has been in touch. Hello, Michael, from North London. He says, really looking forward to today's coverage, and we're coming through loud and clear. So thank you, Michael, for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Now, Ed asked the question earlier about who made their debut in Test cricket this winter and skippered their side. I haven't got the name of this person who's been in touch, but they've emailed Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Dale, bowls to Simpson, who punches that into the covers. There is no run. He says, hi, Adrian and Ed. Is the person in question South African? Because they had a very depleted team in New Zealand.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, well done. So we need to know who the person in question is. Your email address is, well, perhaps you can let us know. Now, Adam Thomas has been in touch. He says, hello, I'm listening from Moreton in the Marsh. Is that
in Marsh.
Is that in the Cotswolds?
Yes.
Oh, it sounds lovely.
Yes, it is. Well, there's not too many not lovely places in the Cotswolds.
No. Changing the field, and Dale is putting a deep mid-wicket back for the left-handed Simpson until the 2 slips and gully in place. As in comes Dale bowls. Simpson defends into the offside. No run. Good, accurate, tight spell this by Dale in his 18th over. 1 for 53. The sun momentarily disappears. I'm listening until 12 as well, as we're meeting some friends in the village for an all-you-can-eat carvery. In Morton in the Marsh. Morton in Marsh. Hope to be back by 2 when I hope Gloucestershire will be batting. I'm forbidden for checking the scores during lunch. That's from Adam. Yeah, that's because you've got to concentrate on your lunch, and you're probably meeting friends or something, and you can't be sort of. Well, actually, you could check.
You just go to the bathroom, don't you?
Yes, you do. Go to the loo or something. Yeah, the trouble is, if you go to the loo about sort of 4 times, people might think it's a bit odd.
Yeah, well, it's a price worth paying.
Yes. In comes Dale bowls, and up on his toes is Simpson, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. Just the 1 run off of the over. 278 for 5, 80 to Pujara, 5 to Simpson. A good day for drying washing, and one of the flats on the far side of the ground looks like they've got, what do you reckon they have, some pillowcases up there?
Some bloomers.
Do you?
Possibly, yes. I don't know. I think the only issue on a day like this is you've got to make sure it's well tethered.
Yes.
Because otherwise somebody else is going to be picking up some free laundered washing somewhere down on the seafront, I think.
So we need to know who this South African is who skippered against New Zealand. We're also doing a list of countries where people are listening, and we have another country to add. Dear Adrian, Izzy and Ed, I'm currently listening to your commentary from sunny Nailsea, but I did visit Canada last year. Does this count?
Is it Nailsea?
Yeah, this is from Seymour Butts, so presumably Nailsea is somewhere on the Bristol Channel, is it? But if you went to Canada, I wonder where in Canada you went. Be good to hear.
I think we'd better leave that one. Here comes Tom Price in over the wicket to Pujara, who drives elegantly through backward point and picks up a single. 278 for 5. Pujara's got 81, he says.
Yes.
The scoreboard, yes, it will go. I'm sure it will.
Is that clear to you?
No, it's just the fact that it hasn't moved yet, and right. I'm sure it will.
Oh,
I'm confident that it's going to move any second now.
Yeah, it's clearer on the left, isn't it, on the scoreboard over the Spencama Pavilion. But it still hasn't changed.
No. There we go. I've decided. Pujara's got 81.
Okay.
So that's what he's
got. We'll believe you.
In comes Price. He switched around the wicket now to bowl to Simpson. Simpson comes forward, plays a defensive shot to short extra cover. This new ball is doing about as much as I thought it would so far, I must say, which is almost nothing. Yes, we're still... Well, I mean, to be honest, now you'd expect it to be getting towards the stage where the lacquer's very much off it, and it would be doing a bit, but I think it's just really pretty much everything is wrong with the conditions for it to do a huge amount. Price bowls to Simpson, who plays defensively towards short mid-wicket. A sprawling effort from Ollie Price. A totally pointless one, because they were never going to get a single anyway, but it looked good. I think he's probably regretting that now, because he's stretching out his leg. There's no run. He's fine, but it was going to be fielded by Graham van Buren anyway, but there we go. There's patron saint of lost causes, isn't there? Who's that? Price bowls forward defence to cover, no run. Whoever it is would be very proud of that. I'm going to look that up because I've forgotten. St Jude.
Oh.
There we go. St Jude, the patron saint of desperate cases and lost causes. Well, I think we have a few of those in here.
Yeah. A bit of a Beatle thing, isn't it, with Jude and Jacqueline who'd seen the Beatles.
Here comes Price in bowls, left alone, skips through to Bracey, but this time he's managed to pick it up cleanly, unlike yesterday where he got a nasty rap on the fingertips as the ball stayed down a bit on him. Picked that one up very nicely, just riding the bounce of it, and no run. So Price back to his economical self this over with just a single from it. Deep point back, deep square leg back, long leg back. Just the one short mid-wicket now as Price is into Simpson, who defends with an angled bat into the onside. And there is no run. 279 for 5. Pujara has 81 and Simpson has 5. I think I'd probably better reveal the name because it's not.
No. Actually, no. Roger has been in touch. Roger Gibbons says Neil Brand is the name of the man in question.
Yes, and they wanted to play a really positive brand of cricket in South Africa. And David Beddingham scored his first Test 100 in that brief 2-match series. Was so pleased for him. Somebody that you feel should have played for South Africa long before he finally got his chance. Not in that series, but in I think it was in the India series he made his debut in South Africa in their home summer. But it was a cracking innings, that, and he's such a good player to watch, as I said yesterday.
In comes Dale, short. Pujara ducks underneath that through to Bracey, and there is no run. If you just tuned in this morning, a very good morning. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC Radio, Sussex, Bristol and Gloucestershire. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team today on a chilly but bright day in Hove. And Sussex have made a cautious start this morning. The new ball was taken with 1 over to go last night. But as Ed was saying, not an awful lot of movement with the new ball, but Gloucestershire will feel here, having picked up those 2 late wickets yesterday. James Cole's out and Jack Carson's successive deliveries. Sussex still best part of 150 behind as in comes Dale Bowles, and Pujara eases that down to backward square, picks up a single. He's played that shot a number of occasions, Pujara, hasn't he? He's picked up no end of... If you have one of those diagrams where it shows where the ball has gone, there'll be an awful lot have gone down to sort of deep backward point.
That one off the seamers, and then the clip through mid-wicket to that sweeper that they had off the spinners. Just risk-free cricket, rotating the strike and causing annoyance for the bowler. And there was some annoyance there from Singh Dale, because he had the field set for the short ball, but it was well wide outside off stump. Just one other thing on Beddingham, by the way, we say this about a lot of people, but he is such a nice guy, and you can just tell he's so full of the joys of playing Test cricket.
In comes Dale Bowles, and Simpson has wrapped on the 5 pad. The ball bounces out on the onside. There is no room. That sort of rustling, I think it might be something going down by our Frex mic. I'm not sure if someone's down there or it's just the wind buffeting the mic. So apologies for that. I've had another message from Roger. He says the Colston Hall is now known as the Bristol Beacon, in presumably in the middle of Bristol. 2 slips, gully, cover point, cover. The mid-off is relatively close in at a very straightish mid-off, and the same for mid-ons. There's 2 fielders who are close enough so they're not walking in with the bowler, but not so close as they have to put a helmet on. Dale is in bowls and played by Simpson, backward or square on the leg side. He picks up a single and goes to 6, and Sussex to 281 for 5. Is that Pujara 82 Simpson on 6. They're just sometimes here at home where when the sun is shining, well, or it might just be me, or the angle we look at the scoreboard from, it's a little difficult to pick out some of the numbers. Well, that's my excuse anyway. Dale, who's in his 19th over, I can see that. Figures are 1 for 55 with 1 maiden. He's on his way from the Cromwell Road end. Just the one slip and a gully in place. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is solidly forward to a ball that would have hit middle and off. Good, tight, accurate bowling here by Gloucestershire this morning. They haven't picked up any wickets, but they've carried on the theme from yesterday when Tom Alsop, who made 84 yesterday, said he felt Gloucestershire bowled really well, and I think they've carried on that theme today.
Yes, yeah. I was kind of thinking last night, what criticism would you level at them? And to be honest, I don't know that I could really say that they did very much wrong. I mean, I think they stayed patient. They did try to change the tactics a little bit when things got stagnant, but they didn't go too hard so that he started conceding runs.
Dale in bowls to Pujara. It's a nice looking shot by Pujara, clipping away through mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Is Pujara? He goes to 84, and Sussex to 283 for 5 at the end of the over. David Sharp's been in touch. He says, "Good morning, Adrian. I hope you're well." Yeah, thank you, David. Greetings from sunny Twyford near Reading. Next month I'll be listening from my balcony in sunny and warm Marbella. That sounds nice, doesn't it?
Well, Twyford does, doesn't it?
I was talking to Randy Baldwin this morning. He's sitting in our usual spot on the pavilion balcony in front of the scorers, and he was saying how bitterly cold it is despite the sun. Hope to catch up soon. Yes, good to see you, David. It is really cold. If you're out of the wind, it's not too bad, but if you're sitting in the wind, and I was amazed yesterday, we went to do the interviews post-match, and it was really cold, so, people who were hanging around watching all day.
Well, I think I can't remember one of you or I said it, I can't believe anybody could be sitting out there in that at the end of the day's play. I don't think many people were, but I don't know how you manage that. You need a sort of, one of those ski jackets and trousers, something like that might do the trick. Here's Dom Goodman for the first time today, replacing Tom Price, and he's round the wicket to Simpson, who plays defensively into the offside. Dom Goodman was my interviewee last night, and understandably he was saying they've remained optimistic overnight, trying not to get too far ahead of themselves, but thinking at the same time that old cliche, as he admitted himself, about adding 2 wickets on. Goodman into Simpson, clipped through the leg side. 1 run is taken to deep forward square to 84 for 5. Simpson has 7. But a lot of hopes, I think, would have been pinned on this second new ball, but it has done absolutely nothing. So it does look as though, even though Sussex do still trail by 133 runs, as though there's potential for them to bat for quite a long time today, unless they start giving wickets away. Slip in a gully in place. Goodman to Pujara, who drives through the covers. That'll be at least a couple of runs. Chase round the boundary for the substitute fielder Jack Taylor. And it will be... Oh, they come back for a third now. There are 2 batters in the middle of the wicket, and there's a run out. Pujara is run out. It seemed like the only way that Gloucestershire were going to get his wicket. They turned for the third. There wasn't really one there. The throw came into the keeper. James Bracey takes the stumps, and Pujara has gone. Sussex have lost their 6th wicket in a calamitous run out.
Well, beautifully described, Ed. I mean, it's difficult to know where to apportion blame there. I mean, he turned for the third, Pujara. I was quite surprised when he turned for the third, because the fielder had the ball pretty much in hand, and then there was a lot of yes-knowing, and the 2 most experienced players in the Sussex side between them have conspired to run Pujara out. Pujara just couldn't believe... I mean, he looked nailed on for 100, didn't he? And he gets a sympathetic round of applause as he makes his way off. Difficult to know there, wasn't it? I mean, I did. He did. I mean, he turned for the third. He was looking out, so it wasn't as if he was turning blind. He clearly thought he could get there, and I think John Simpson, maybe seeing that the fielder had ball in. I mean, it was a terrific bit of fielding, by the way. Had the ball in hand, realised that perhaps there wasn't a third there, but Pujara was already committed. That's terrific, and what a way to get yourself back in the match.
Extraordinary. And again, it was a bit like last night, wasn't it, when we had that
86 he made. Sorry, I thought it was 84.
That other kind of total. I mean, it wasn't last night, was it? It was the evening of day one when everything was just kind of drifting along, and then we had that delivery where there were nearly 2 run-outs on the same ball. Or it might have. I can't remember which evening it was. Anyway, it was late on in an evening. I think it must have been the evening of day one. Nothing going on. Everything just drifting along. And then something like that happens just out of nowhere. And again, the beauty of 4-day cricket. Exactly whose fault that was. We always kind of like to...
It was just a total, I think you have to say it was just a very, very good bit of fielding, but Pujara will be desperately disappointed.
There was never a third.
No, I don't think there
was there?
And the fielder had the ball in his hand. Kind of emails have come in. Susie Griffiths has been in touch. She's been in contact throughout the match. She says, I'm listening to the commentary driving from Strasbourg to St Leonard's. St Leonard's in Sussex, presumably. It was 3 degrees when I left. Had hail and even some snow.
Hudson-Prentice is taking strike, and it is Goodman bowling to him. It's let go through to the keeper. So 2 runs added to the scoreboard,
Yes.
but 1 wicket. So the score now 2-8-6 for 6.
Yeah, that's why I thought Pujara had 84, which he did before those 2 runs, but 2 of the runs were allowed, and clearly 2 of them weren't. I was waiting for an update, which hasn't happened, so I'm not quite sure why.
Goodman running in, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who's driving into the offside. A little away from his body, which interested Gloucestershire. Goodman's got his hands clasped behind his head, but fielded by Hammond. And actually, if he'd not fielded it, then that would probably have been another 2 runs, probably not 3. So, I mean, you could see the delight on Gloucestershire's faces, partly, I'm sure, because it was Jack Taylor on as the substitute fielder. I mean, how often do you see run-out sub?
I think we're just going to do an update in a couple of moments' time. Do you mind if I take over?
Sure.
Goodman in bowls to Hudson-Prentice is off the mark with a delightful shot through the covers. Picks up 1. They're going to come back for a second. On this occasion, there is a second run. And Hudson-Prentice is picking up 2 runs. Just looking up the scores from the other games, which I need to give out to our listeners in Sussex and Kent. Ed is going to make way for Izzy Duncan, who's going to come in on commentary. And Goodman is back to his mark. Slip gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Yes, it's a gorgeous day here, but chilly if you're coming along to Hove today. And Sussex have just lost a wicket, the wicket of Cheshire Pujara, who looked almost nailed on to get to 100. He got to 84, but he's since been run out. A brilliant bit of fielding by Gloucestershire, complete misunderstanding between Cheshire Pujara and John Simpson. And Pujara eventually run out for 86. So Sussex now 291 for 6. Gloucestershire yesterday making 417. Surrey are piling on the runs down at Canterbury. Kent yesterday making 244 in reply. Surrey 213 for 1. Dominic Sibley is 99 not out. So that's our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Kent and Surrey. Izzy, good morning to you.
Good morning. That was exciting, wasn't it?
Was.
A comedy of errors out there.
It was. That was a great way of describing it.
Yeah, and I thought Ed called it well, because he felt this morning the only way to get Pujara out was to run him out, because the newish ball's not doing an awful lot out there.
Dale is coming in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, racing towards us. Bowls away, beats Hudson-Prentice outside the off stump. That was a good delivery. Rattles into the gloves of Bracey. And there is no run. Neil's been back in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian and Ed, sorry it's Neil, I left the name off. The player is Neil Brand. And can you ask Ed if Hessen, the Gloss stream for matches at Bristol, the Gloucestershire stream for matches at Bristol, because he wasn't last year." So I don't quite understand that. I'll put that. But anyway, Neil Brand.
Convoluted.
Yeah, it was. But thank you for getting in touch. Ian Shin's been in touch. Hello, Ian. In comes Adele Bowles to Pujara. That came to Hudson-Prentice. That got a little low, but Hudson-Prentice managed to work it away onto the onside for 2 more runs. Hi Adrian, Izzy and Ed, enjoying the commentary as ever, watching the game on YouTube in Maidenhead. I'm hoping Sussex are still batting after lunch and the Pujara ton will be brilliant. Sadly Pujara is now out for 86. If you're in a good mood, could you give a plug to Minoa, a book I've written which could do a bit of support, says Ian. That's interesting. We've done it now.
Minoa.
I don't know what that's about. In comes Dale Bowles, and well, he gets a fortunate edge down towards third man as Hudson-Prentice. He's going to pick up another couple of runs, but this looks a little uncomfortable here. Hudson-Prentice goes to 5, and the total to 2. I'm really struggling seeing this scoreboard to 295 for 6. Is that right, Izzy?
Well, you did talk about your trip to the optician the other day.
Can you see that clearly?
They've got your glasses.
Can you see
I
that
can see
clearly?
clearly now the rain has gone.
And can you see that score clearly?
My eyesight's not great either. I'm going to the optician this week coming up.
Right.
So it's in the diary.
295 for 6. I'm fairly. Yeah, I'm going back on Tuesday, and it's probably a good job. I'm sorry to
Well, I might see you there in Guildford.
It's probably immensely frustrating.
I've got a 5 o'clock appointment in the same optician on
Right.
Tuesday.
Right. Mine is at 10 past 10, I think. In comes Dale Bowles, short, and Hudson-Prentice looks to pull. Oh, there could be another run out here. What is going on here with Sussex? It was pulled onto the leg side by Hudson-Prentice. I think he got the ball on the glove. The ball bounced onto the leg side. The ball was behind square, so it was John Simpson's call at the non-striker's end. But then he was sent back. Then there was a load of yes and knowing, and I thought there was going to be a second run out. Fortunately for Sussex, there wasn't.
Yes, all sorts of communication problems going on. I mean, the new boy in the side is Simpson, isn't it? Signed for for this year. You just wonder that he hasn't batted many times with any of these players. You wonder if that's a problem. I don't know, but there's certain confusion out there, isn't there?
There is. 295 for 6. Izzy Duncan and Adrian Harms on commentary here at Hove, with Ed Seaborn will be back after 12 o'clock. Ollie Furnival has been in touch from Shropshire. In comes Dale and Bowles. Hudson, that's a much better shot, driving into the offside, but often a good shot is well fielded. I think that's Zafar in there who fields, and there is no run. Listening to the coverage from a wet and windy Shropshire.
Oh dear. Probably means they're not playing much cricket up in Shropshire. Possibly Worcestershire. It's raining then. I'm just trying to think. What's the closest ground to Shropshire? It's probably Worcestershire, isn't it? Worcester.
Or sort of Edgbaston.
Maybe Edgbaston,
Or somewhere around the Midlands there. Dale runs in again over the wicket. Bowles. Short Hudson-Prentice pulls down towards fine leg. It's going to go for 4. It's completely... Oh, what a brilliant bit of fielding. I don't know who the Gloucestershire fielding coach is. That was a quite brilliant bit of fielding down at fine leg, and it's prevented a boundary. Just the 2 to Hudson-Prentice. He goes to 9. And the total to 297 for 6. Thank you. Miles Hammond. I'm currently using you as a distraction from working. It's extremely tiring, but the Sussex coverage is putting me in the cricketing mood. I wonder what he's doing working on a Sunday, Ollie.
Maybe he's a vicar.
Good one, yeah. He says, as for the counties, I visited the Gambia last year wearing my Sussex One Day shirt. Nobody had a clue where it was from. Come on, Pujara, let's have a century. Sorry, Ollie, but he's out and enjoying the coverage. So he wants to know, Ollie, what you're doing on a Sunday to be working. And why you're a Sussex fan in Shropshire, even.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be? I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't be, but perhaps you hail from this neck of the woods.
To sneak his iPad into the pulpit, if you're a vicar, if you're keen on cricket. Here is Goodman, steaming in, and Bowles has a drive, but not timed by Simpson, the left-hander, the skipper. Good to see Goodman bowling again. Nice figures for him, 2 for 45 currently off 16 overs. And I thought he bowled well yesterday. He was consistent.
He was.
He nibbled away. He got a little bit of movement. He probably got more movement than any of the other bowlers. Was able to manipulate the ball a bit and picked up a couple of wickets. Here he is again. Right arm around to Simpson. Whoa. Oof. Nearly breaks through. Manages to get some bat on it. Little inside edge as the ball just trickles into the leg side. Simpson on 7 off 46. Very circumspect innings. Difficult to score runs. Hard to come by at the moment. 297 for 6, Sussex.
Mike in North London said, I've just heard Ed's description of the runner of Pujara. He said it's up there with Ian Dennis and John Murray, who are football commentators on 5 Live. I know that Ed takes all the plaudits in his stride, but that commentary was phenomenal. So there you go. Well done, Ed.
Good intonation, Ed. As Goodman bowls, comes forward there, Simpson. Watches it carefully, and then he takes his little walk off to square leg, has a good think about things. That's his sort of nervous twitch, is to have a walk. Is it every ball he does that, do you think, Adrian?
Yeah, pretty much. I was watching him a lot at Leicester last week, and we did watch him a lot because he made a double century.
That's right, not out. 205 not out against Leicester.
Probably
Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Goodman, 83 on his back, the hulk of the man is in and bowls. It's very full, almost Yorker length. Digs it out, Simpson, and drives, but just finds the fielder there at mid-off for no run. Yeah, they're quite chirpy in the field this morning, Gloucestershire. And so they should be, having taken the wicket of Pujara, the much prized wicket of the Indian maestro.
Yeah.
I just don't think they were going to get him out with the ball, bowling at him. So they ran him out instead. Here's Goodman, bowling wide of the crease, and that's defended again by Simpson. Not giving anything away, there's no width, there's nothing to play with here. It's a good angle, I think he's coming in with, Goodman, and just cramping up Simpson somewhat. 297 for 6. Let's have a look at the field. There's one slip. Now, point is coming in. I think is that Gohar out there? Zafar Gohar, who's coming in from deep point. He's now coming in on the single, and we've got a mid-off and an extra cover mid-on, and we've got a close-in mid-wicket in a stationary position. Once again, Goodman hurtles in, bowls, and it's left alone outside the off-stump by Simpson. That, I think, was yes, it was a maiden. All those little green dots up there on the scoreboard from Goodman. Very tidy stuff from him, just building up a little bit of pressure. You can feel it bubbling out there for Sussex in a spot of bother with 6 down.
Yes, live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, Bristol and Gloucestershire. Adrian Harms, Izzy Duncan and Ed Seaborn with you today on a lovely sunny day, but chilly at home. People really wrapped up sitting in the deck chairs at the far end of the ground. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk is our email address if you'd like to send things through. I was saying yesterday, Izzy, how flat it is at Derby. Leicestershire making 574 for 7. Well, Derbyshire in reply are 84 for 6. So maybe not as flat as I thought. Dale running in down the hill, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays firm. That's a lovely looking shot through the offside, but just a single to the cover boundary. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was the leading run scorer for Sussex last season in the county championship, he goes to 9, the total to 10. The total to 298 for 6. Looks like there's going to be a result at Lord's one way or t'other today. Yorkshire bowled out for 244. Middlesex needing 158 to win. That could be a really good game, which almost certainly, if the weather stays dry, is going to finish today. Northamptonshire still piling on the runs against Glamorgan at Wantage Road. 344 for 3. Ricardo Vasconcelos out for 182. So there are the scores in the second division, which we're really interested in. For the record in Division 1, Ed was saying yesterday that Essex already won a game in the Championship, and they look like they're going to win another as well. As in comes down, bowls to Simpson, who gets the batting gloves high out of the way, and the ball goes down the leg side. There is no run. Because Lancashire are 39 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing by 192. Luke Wells, formerly of this parish, is holding things together for Lancashire. He's 21 not out.
He's an obdurate batsman, isn't he? Batter Luke Wells. Very difficult to get him out. He likes to occupy the crease.
Ali Orr, another former Sussex player, playing for Hampshire. He was out for just 4 yesterday for Hampshire, but Hampshire won 63 for 1 down at the Aegeus. Bowler's Dale is in. Good delivery, which would hit the stumps, and played by Simpson to mid-off. There is no run. Hampshire still trailing by 292 down at the Aegeus. A century for Dominic Sibley for Surrey. He's 106 not out. Surrey 228 for 1, trailing Kent by just 16. At Canterbury, Notts in trouble. They've not had a great start to the season, Nottinghamshire. They're 60 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing Somerset by 201. And Durham piling on the runs at Kidderminster. They're 377 for 5, leading by 450. Ollie Robinson, not Ollie Robinson from here, of course. Dale is in the bowls, short, and ducks underneath that to Simpson. There is no run. He's on 64. I've said it before, I watched Ollie Robinson keep down here last year for Durham and also up at the Riverside, and he was the best wicket keeper I saw. I thought he was brilliant.
Wow.
I'm quite surprised that he actually left Kent, because he's a fine player, and a lot of talk in the press about Ollie Robinson, and England. I know we've got Ben Foakes, who's also a very fine keeper, but I think there's not a lot between their keeping. But Robinson is a fine batter as well. As is Foakes. We're quite lucky to have those two.
Yeah.
Comes Dale, bowls, and Simpson lets that go by outside of the off stump. But again, there is no run. So that's up to date with the scores around the country. I saw you this morning, Izzy. I was over in the Sussex Museum. We were recording a podcast all about Ted Dexter.
Absolutely. That's why I turned up to listen in, to eavesdrop. And I was pulled into some of it, wasn't I? And had a little chat with Roger,
He's
who's the
font of
historian
all knowledge,
here.
isn't he, Roger Packham? You were in the photo as well.
Well, I know. I mean, I didn't invite myself. I felt like a right gate crasher. I was pulled into the photo.
Yes. Well, it was good to see you there, and an exhibition all about Ted Dexter. And what an interesting life Lord Ted had. As in comes Dale, final ball of his 21st over. He's in and bowls, and Simpson plays it off the hip down to deep square leg, picks up a single to Simpson. He goes to 8, and the total to 297 for 6.
Well, 299.
I'm sorry, this is really poor by me.
Get
You're right.
down to the
I
optician.
can see it, 299
I'll see you there
for
on
6.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I will.
No, it's not your fault.
Simpson goes to 8. So it's a really good exhibition, and the museum is open today. If you're at Hove and you've never been before, or you're coming down later today to watch some cricket, and I can see the guys are sitting out at their trestle tables with their books and old photographs for sale. So please go and have a look. They said they were absolutely perished there yesterday.
Oh, I bet they were. There's quite a wind, isn't there, across the ground? But they're doing a marvellous job there, and they raise a lot of money.
They do.
Like all the things that they sell, the books, the photographs, it's pumped back into the museum. It's beautifully presented in there. More of that later. Goodman, here he is, storming in, bowling. All 6'6" of him, and that's just defended there by Simpson.
I found out that one thing I didn't know was that Ted Dexter stood to be an MP
Yes,
in
that's
Cardiff.
right.
I don't know why in Cardiff. And I wouldn't have thought that he stood for the Tories. I wouldn't have thought, I don't know, I wouldn't have thought Cardiff would be a Tory stronghold. But he lost to Jim Callaghan. Who,
A bit of stiff competition down there then
Yeah.
for old Ted.
yeah.
One slip in place here as Goodman comes in, bowling around the wicket with his right arm and defended again by Simpson. He's been quite solid. I don't want to tempt fate here, but he is looking quite solid, Simpson. He's not letting anything through. The skipper, he's a reassuring presence, Simpson.
Oh, he
Enormous
is.
amount of experience. He was roughly about 10 years at Middlesex, wasn't he? And he was always first choice keeper.
I think he was about 16.
Was it 16?
I think it was, yeah.
Wow. Goodman again. Bowls and gets his head right over the ball. It's in the MCC handbook, that forward offensive from Simpson. 299 for 6. Runs again, very hard to come by, particularly following the wicket of Pujara. I think had they not got Pujara out, it could have been a long staycation at the crease.
No, I agree.
For Pujara, and that's what it was feeling like. He wasn't giving anything away. It wasn't beating the bat. Great judgment, shot selection from Pujara, but again, a comedy of errors, and he was run out. I think it was a substitute, wasn't it? Jack Taylor who ran him out as Goodman's in, and that's defended once more, keeping it out. Simpson well. He's on 8, the score 299 for 6. At the other end, we've got Hudson-Prentice on 10. Yes, the museum. I thought it is an impressive place. So anybody in the ground today or was thinking of coming possibly tomorrow, do pop in there. Quite a good place to shelter as well. If you're a bit cold and you want to warm up, you know, spend your lunch break or possibly tea time in there. There's a rather good photograph exhibition by Arthur Smallwood as well. As Goodman pounds in and bowls. He must come down from about, I'm guessing, what do you think? 8'7" by the time he's released the ball. There's a very high point.
Yeah.
That's defended by Simpson once again.
Peter has sent me a photograph. He says, I'm enjoying the coverage here in occasionally sunny but chilly Hotwells. And he sent a photograph in. Come on, Gloucestershire, says Peter. I think Hotwells is somewhere in the middle of Bristol, isn't it? An area of Bristol.
Oh, okay. Don't know it. Hotwells.
Hotwells.
A good name for Luke Wells. Good nickname, anyway. As Goodman comes in and bowls and... Oh, it goes through the legs of Goodman, but it's tidied up by mid-off, and there is no run. I think we're going to join the dots again. Yes, we are. The green dot's on the board. The big M is up. And drying up here, Sussex, on the precipice of 300. They want that batting point.
Well, they do, and 93 overs gone, so there's only another 17 to pick up bonus points. Ollie's back in touch. Ollie Furnival, and he says, hi, Adrian and Izzy. Sadly, I'm not a vicar. He says, "You're very good in touch."
That's ruined. That's ruined our whole story.
We wondered why he was working. Yeah. Sadly, I'm not a vicar. I have my A-level exams in 4 weeks, and I'm practicing and I'm writing practice essays for my politics A-level. Wish me luck. I wonder whether that might be useful then that Ted Dexter stood in as an MP. That's something you could maybe
somehow
put in your...
slip that in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. As an example maybe of a seat where you are unlikely to win.
Yes. And hope the examiner is a cricket lover.
Yes, that'd be great.
Definitely get extra points grades or whatever it is.
That could be that could be the difference between an A and a B, couldn't it?
It could well be.
Or in my case, sort of an E and a fail.
Rubbish.
He says, amazingly, it's brightened up in Shropshire. This weather has no idea what it wants to do. Ollie goes on to say, and we've got a change in bowling, and it is going to be Zaman Akhtar who's running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Hudson-Prentice. Was that slightly in the air? He's played it through the offside, and he's going to pick up a boundary, Finn Hudson-Prentice. That was too wide from Akhtar, who I think might have hurt his foot as he delivered that ball.
Oh dear.
He's feeling his...
Was that on the follow-through?
Well, I think so.
Let's have a look.
He's okay. No, he's okay. Maybe, well, I don't know, he's hopping a little bit, isn't he? He's a bit like a footballer who's sort of been in a bad tackle and sort of they get up and hop away. Yeah, he's definitely hurt his foot.
I'm just watching the follow-through here on the screen. He doesn't do anything dramatic. He doesn't fall over or anything.
No.
Perhaps he just rolls his ankle slightly. We all do that sometimes. It's a horrible feeling.
Yeah. Well, he's running in again. Let's see what happens now. He's in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is forward, plays to extra cover. There is no... He's still hopping. Doesn't he? As you walk back, he just looks a little uncomfortable. One of the fielders there's just lost their sun hat. Ollie goes on to say, I'm originally from Burgess Hill, but I moved up to Shropshire when I was a lot younger and have closely followed Sussex for a few years. I get plenty of stick at the moment being an Albion and a Sussex supporter. Shouldn't get any stick being an Albion fan. They're having a decent season. In comes Akhtar again. Bowls clipped away by Hudson-Prentice down to fine leg. Picks up a single, 303 for 6. Hudson-Prentice goes to 15. Hope all is well with you. Hope I'm going to make it down for a match after my exam's over. Be lovely to see you. And coming from Burgess Hill, we heard yesterday from Kaz, who came in, and her partner or husband was running the London Marathon today.
Perhaps is still running the
Could
London
well
Marathon.
be.
What time? What time do they start? At 9 o'clock?
Yeah, they have all sorts of staggered starts, don't they, for the marathon? But yes, I mean...
You may well
but
still be running.
I think they start at 9, so you'd be...
a quick time.
Yeah, it would be. Here comes Akhtar, bowls to Simpson, shot through the extra cover region. It's racing up towards the players' balcony at the far end, and it's going to be pick up 3 runs is John Simpson. He goes to 11. He's faced 61 balls, John Simpson, for those 11, but that doesn't matter. He's adding some solidity to the Sussex middle order.
Now, is Kaz here watching the cricket, or is she supporting her husband?
No, she's waving.
She waving.
Yeah, she's waving.
No, she's here.
She's waving, so she isn't.
She's left her husband to it. Yeah.
Yeah. He's running with the Burgess Hill Runners. I made a note of that yesterday. Yeah.
Is he running for charity?
No, he has run it for charity, but this year he's just running with the Burgess Hill Runners. Jay Wadey, that's right. As in comes Akhtar bowls to Hudson-Prentice, turns onto the onside, and there is no run. Kaz came and got one of your books autographed yesterday, is it?
She did. She was very kind, and I personalised it to her. I said that it worth less. It wouldn't be worth as much with me scribbling all over it, but she was still happy to have some handwriting in there.
Adam Thomas has been in touch. He says, talking of cricket and politics, probably need to be careful with this one, don't we? Elections are due. In comes Akhtar bowls. Hudson-Prentice is forward, plays back-to-back two fields on the bounce. There is no run. He goes on to say, who is the only UK Prime Minister to have played first-class cricket? Who is the only UK Prime Minister to have played first-class cricket? That's a great question, isn't it?
Well, it's definitely not Boris.
No.
Let's think of the most uncoordinated Prime Minister.
I don't think it's Liz Truss.
It's not Liz Truss. Yes, the 5 minutes cameo. Out for a golden Liz Truss. Yeah.
Steady. Well, it's a great question. Who's the only UK Prime Minister?
I think we've got to go back a long way.
I mean, John Major's a very, very keen cricket fan, wasn't he?
Very keen and a good player until he had a very bad car accident in Africa.
Wow.
He's working for a bank in Africa, and I think he broke both his legs, and he was in hospital. It was the most appalling accident.
You are the font of all knowledge.
I am, aren't I? Useless information. Goodman, here he is, steaming in, bowling, left alone there by Simpson, who again goes off on his little walkabout.
I never knew that. So, was he quite a young man when that happened?
He was a young man, that's right, and sort of curtailed a lot of his sporting endeavours.
Right.
I think he played a lot of cricket, but yeah, he's a huge fan. Well, he probably had more time to run the country if he wasn't playing sport. Goodman again, one slip in place. Bowls and defended once more. Simpson firmly and solidly keeping that out. 3:07 for 6. Here's Sussex in their first innings.
I think of sort of recent prime ministers. You know, I don't know who we got. David Cameron, Tony Blair, Gordon Brown.
He's played first-class cricket.
Yeah.
But that could mean at university.
That's a very good point. That's a great thought. Yeah.
It probably is that, isn't it? If it's going to be anything.
Yes.
Goodman. Bowls. Oh, bends his back there, and that is pulled. It's gone aerial to start with, but has gone over the head of a shortish mid-wicket. He's really got hold of that, Simpson, having blocked and blocked for England. That was just a little bit too short, wasn't it? Just short of a length. And Simpson's got hold of it. He goes on to 15 with out of 65 deliveries, and the score 311 for 6 now, Sussex.
Marathon update from Kaz. She says, yes, I am here, but I'm meeting Jay in the pub later. I'm tracking him on the app. He started at 10:50 and passed 6 miles in 1 hour, 2 minutes. He's taking it steady. I'm enjoying listening to you.
Good.
Sounds pretty good. 6 miles in an hour. That sounds pretty good. So 20, so he's going to be about 4 hours for the marathon. That sounds really good. Respectable.
Yeah, you just got to finish, haven't you? That's the thing. Goodman wide of the crease, bowls, pops in the bouncer. It's an angry bouncer from Goodman, but Simpson just bobs out the way.
Now, Bruce Talbot, been a cricket journalist for years and years down here at Sussex, has been in touch. He's sitting next door, and Bruce has said that the answer to that question is Alex Douglas Hume.
Ah, Alex Douglas Hume. So what era are we talking about here? Goodman, again, bowls, and that's kept low this time, but is outside the off stump in that channel of uncertainty. Simpson is not tempted.
And James joins the club who've got it right. Alex Douglas Hume, who, and now I'm going to show my ignorance here, when would he have been Prime Minister? And who did he play for?
Douglas Hume. Is that between the wars? Oh, it's the 60s. It's the 60s. Okay. And what other information do we have? Oxford, Cambridge. Nice. Goodman. Here he is. Pumping those arms up to the crease, and bowls left alone again by Simpson, not forcing a shot. Simpson on 15, Hudson-Prentice on 15, nice symmetry. Sussex on 311 for 6, picking up their second batting point.
Yes, he was Prime Minister from 1963 to 1964. He's also notable for being the last Prime Minister to hold office while being a member of the House of Lords, which is interesting. Nothing about his... Let's see if I can find about his cricket, early life and education. He was a talented sportsman. He represented Eton at fives. I'll get there. Oh, at first class level, he represented the Oxford University Cricket Club, Middlesex County Cricket Club, and Marylebone Cricket Club.
Oh, there we go.
I better make way. And Eddie's going to come back into the commentary.
Actor is in and bowls, and that's flicked away down the leg side. It will go for 4. No, it won't. It's a beautiful stop there. I think that might well be... Is that Hammond again? I think it is. He's 2 heroic stops in full flight. A full skid from Hammond and cuts that off, and they come back 4-2. So Prentice on to 17, 313 for 6. A little bit wayward there from Actor. That's going down the leg side. 2 slips in place here. Hudson-Prentice facing. He's cantering along at 17, and he's going to get a quick single here. That's just played into the gap. There's no cover point because point is backward and on the boundary, so nobody in on the single. It's an easy single for Hudson-Prentice. Knows where the gaps are, just pushing it into the gaps. He goes on to 18. Simpson now facing. The field just readjusting for the right-hand, left-hand combination. Simpson on 15. So, Actor to continues. Ed Seaborn has joined me to my left in the bowling attack here in the commentary box.
Struggling to press a button.
Coming around the wicket, and that's driven crisply, but cut off in the ring there. Just finds the fielder, Simpson. Follows up with a bit of gardening. 314 for 6 now.
I'm cross because I actually did know that. Douglas Hughes.
Oh, you knew that.
One,
You know
and I
everything.
wasn't-
You're an
no, I
egghead. You should go on
don't.
egghead.
No,
Have you
it's
considered
just it's quite rare that I know the answer to a question like that. So I'm disappointed.
Once again, Actor bowls. Oh, that lifted off a length. Wow, that's a trampoline effect there from Actor. It's a little bit worrying for Simpson, who takes an extra long walkabout into the bush out there at square leg. 314 for 6. That reared up.
That was
reared
lively,
up.
wasn't it? We haven't seen him really very much at all do that. That sort of quick bounce off a fairly full length. It looked as if it was anyway. Perhaps it was a bit shorter than I thought it was.
Actor fired up. In he comes. This time on the stumps, forcing a shot from Simpson, just defensive, no run. He's talking of eggheads. I do think, Ed, that you would be perfect.
No.
Hasn't Dan Norcross been on Eggheads?
He's
been on all sorts of quiz
on, well,
shows.
he might have been on Eggheads, but I know he has been on Only Connect.
I don't know that one.
Don't
Is that on the radio?
Victoria Coren.
I don't know that one.
Victoria Coren Mitchell.
I don't watch enough.
Oh, it's great.
Is that telly?
Yes.
Yeah. Actor once again bowls. Oh, I think it's a late withdrawal of the bat there. Just undrawing the curtains from Simpson outside of the off stump. Well bowled. Nice over there from Actor. 3 off it.
Yeah, it's great, Only Connect. I don't tend to get a huge number of the questions, but what I am quite good at is the missing vowels round at the end, especially if you get a good category. It's all about getting a category that you can, really line up. So I don't know. They'll do some absolutely horrible things there, not just kind of missing vowels out of, I don't know, bands, countries, whatever, but they'll kind of squash a couple of things together sometimes, really irritating, like sort of combine the title of a song with the title of a book or something like that. Just kind of.
This is real lateral
it's
thinking.
It's horrid, but
we need some lateral thinking.
It knows it's horrid, and it
well, it's got to test you. It's got to challenge you. If you are an egghead.
No, I don't have. I have no knowledge at all.
No, I think you are an egghead.
No,
and in the nicest possible way, I think you're an
not
egghead.
on music, film, television. I know nothing about that. I just didn't really.
I think you're more
watch
highbrow.
much
You
of
see,
it.
much more highbrow.
I
None of this
don't know if it's
popular
about that.
culture business.
Just didn't really watch much television when I was growing up. I was allowed to watch the cricket, and that was basically my quota of hours of television used up.
Did you have quite austere parents? Or do you have quite austere parents?
I think one of them's probably listening, so I probably better say no to that. Usually does. Zafar Gohar into the attack. So time for some spin. He's not going to bowl this ball. He's running in and made all the motions as if to bowl, but it was quite clear he wasn't going to bowl it. Although I must admit, just some small part of me did wonder whether he'd actually not noticed that Slip hadn't even got himself set yet. He'll bowl this one, I'm sure. Slip, short leg. Zafar round the wicket with his slow left armers, bowling to Hudson-Prentice, who taps into the offside. There won't be a single there, not unless they want to suffer the same fate that they had earlier, giving a wicket away. And that was quite out of the blue, that. Going back for the third run. 3:14 for 6. Zafar in, bowls down the pitch. Hudson-Prentice, he's stumped. There's turn there from Zafar, excuse me. And Hudson-Prentice has been beaten on the outside edge. It's a third wicket for Zafar Gohar. We were mentioning that this pitch might just be taking a bit more turn. He came down, and I don't think he was budgeting for that amount of grip. And Zafar gets his third wicket as he has 3 for 71 now done in the flight, and bang to rights down the pitch. He's gone for 18. It's 314 for 7, I believe.
Correct. Absolutely. Clever piece of bowling. Lures him out. Reels him in. I like that. And Hudson-Prentice is furious.
Yeah, so
Just
am I.
watching the replay here.
Tripping over my words in the cool of it as well. Dreadful. Anyway, never mind. We can't get everything right. So Hudson-Prentice gone for 18 from 20 deliveries. Somebody who can score so quickly as well. That's, I guess, the real worry for Gloucestershire is, I mean, at the moment, Sussex are 103 runs behind, so there's not really a worry. It's just if Hudson-Prentice were to get in, then it only takes, hour or so of Hudson-Prentice, and this game's got a very different complexion to it. 6 wickets down, Sussex could be pretty close to parity, with still a bit of batting left to come. But to get rid of Hudson-Prentice there, with the lead still in 3 figures, is a bit of a psychological milestone, perhaps, important for Gloucestershire. And also, if this pitch does continue to turn more, they might just fancy their chances of taking the second 10 Sussex wickets, which might be even harder than these first 10, just that little bit more. But, it's kind of as I think I mentioned yesterday at one point, when you're batting first in these sorts of games, the onus is always on you to set the game up. So that's especially tricky when you're a side that hasn't as a false start again. It's perhaps he thought, I did it in the start of this spell, and I've taken a wicket, so now I just need to do that again, and I'll get a wicket a couple of balls later. Danny Lamb is facing up to Zafar, plays off the back foot calmly into the offside for no run. But it is, and you're a side that has not won a championship match of any description since the end of 2022.
And hasn't beaten Sussex for 20
beaten
years.
Sussex since 2000, and anywhere since 2004. This is played off the back foot back to the bowler by Lamb. So history's not on their side, recent history especially not, and there is that thing of learning to win again that you hear a lot in sports. Zafar bowls, Lamb leans into a defence, fielded it short extra. It's not as though they couldn't have won games, because they just needed probably about another hour, maybe hour and a half, to polish off Worcestershire at New Road last year. Worcestershire ended up getting promoted, so we were discussing yesterday as Lamb plays off the front foot into the covers. That's a wicket maiden from Zafar Gohar. It's his second maiden of the innings. He was on a hat-trick yesterday evening when he got rid of James Coles and then Jack Carson in back-to-back deliveries. But I think probably that wicket of Hudson-Prentice will be the one that he would say probably enjoyed. Well, I mean, I don't say enjoyed it the most, but it was the most kind of classic bit of left-arm spin bowling, wasn't it? I mean, he got Coles hoying out to deep mid-wicket, and then it was a good piece of bowling to get Carson first ball, but then it was first ball, night watchman, bit of turn, yes, but, he did Hudson-Prentice all ends up.
Absolutely.
There.
Got him to lunge forward. So tempting.
We were talking about, just what I was saying before, talk about last night how the second division, I think Adrian made this point, it was quite quite pertinent. It's almost like the Championship in football, where it's just so competitive.
Here is Actor coming around the wicket to Simpson. He's down on that late. Manages to keep it out. It's fielded at point by Hammond, I think. He's been very involved in the fielding today, Hammond, in cutting this ball off. Athletic in the field. 314 for 7. Simpson on 15. And Sussex having a few problems out there. 2 wickets to fall today. Pujara on 86, run out, followed by Hudson-Prentice, stumped after bowling of Gohar. Clever piece of bowling as Akhtar is in and bowls, and defended from Simpson squares up to it. And there is no run.
A message on Twitter from Phil O'Rourke. Afternoon, in fact, Phil. Did Mastermind in 2014. John Humphreys was my interrogator.
Ooh.
I was given a tour of the BBC Sport offices and studios the following day too. A memorable 24 hours at the BBC, Media City in Salford.
Right, and what was his specialist subjects? I'd like to know. As Akhtar is in and bowls, there's going to be a single here for Simpson. It just strokes that into the offside where it's fielded by a wideish mid-off. And they go on to 315 for 7 now. Lamb will face, Lamb being the new bat out there. Off the back of last week, I think 134 versus Leicestershire for Lamb. So he's in amongst the runs. He's down as a bowling all-rounder, but he's a great asset with bat and ball, and a good signing, I think, for Sussex.
Yeah, he can come up with some punchy runs in the lower order, can Danny Lamb. Actually, even though he didn't make a massive impression in his loan spell with Gloucestershire, he did have, and it was against Leicestershire again, actually. I have to look up exactly how many he scored. It was 70 or an 80 odd, something like that, just to pile on the hurt at the end of that innings, although Gloucestershire ended up giving that game away.
2 slips in a gully as Akhtar hurtles in, defends that under the eyes. Lamb just getting a feel for the pitch out there. It's a little bit slow, the pitch. It's quite placid. Wickets are quite hard to come by. Pujara being run out, I think, was the only hope of getting Pujara out on this pitch. 315 for 7. Let's have a look at the field. We've got a third man, a very wide third man down there. There's Akhtar again, pumping his arms, bowls, and attempted drive, not quite timed. Gohar has got tingly fingers as he cuts that off. That's a little bit painful for him out there in the ring. At extra cover, there's a mid-off and a mid-on, and a deep square leg, also a long leg down there. Umpire Neil Bainton looking a bit lonely at square leg. There's only one man on the single on the leg side as Akhtar is in, and that's steered down towards fine leg off the bat of Lamb. So he's off the mark with a single, and the score goes to 316 for 7. That's the end of another Akhtar over. 0 for 68 off 18 overs. Wicketless so far, Akhtar, but he's throwing everything into it. What's he going at? 3.79 economy. He's not doing too much wrong, really, Akhtar. He's not giving much away, and unlucky not to have got a wicket so far.
Yeah, a game of cricket, isn't it? Pick up a 5 for last week, get one of the best batters on the planet out twice.
Oh, that's right, it was Root, wasn't it?
Yes. I mean, the first innings, I think, is the one that he'll really cherish, because the second innings, that was an absolutely outstanding catch down the leg side from Bracey, one-handed job, but as Zafar starts a new over, Lamb goes for the paddle sweep and executes it rather nicely. He'll pick up a couple at least. Herring back to field is Ollie Price from slip, and he will keep it to 2. 318 for 7. Lamb has 3. But the first innings, it was classic pitch it up, and Root looking to play through the leg side as he often likes to do from the straight, and he missed a straight one and was trapped LBW. And Akhtar said to me after he'd completed that 5 for at the end of the day, he was just praying that finger would go up, because it's Joe Root.
Yeah.
The importance of his first domestic innings of the season. Forward goes. Lamb plays a respectful defence to this one. You just think, any other circumstance. Well, he didn't say this, but you can imagine any other circumstance. You think, yeah, just out, but. And there's Joe Root, and there's the possibility of getting that scalp under your belt as well. It's that extra plea in the appeal. As Lamb leans into another defence, Zafar scuttles to his right to pick up. So into his 21st over, and he's really dragged his economy back as well. In his first sort of 10 to 12 overs, he was going at, well, 4-ish, but a bit more than 4 at times and over, and struggled to keep a lid on the scoring rate. But I think he's warmed to his work. Zaffer bowling now. Lamb in just about in line with that one. In a sort of 3/4 of the bat there. It wasn't right out of the middle, that defensive shot, but only very briefly was short leg at all interested. Zaffer is in and bowls. Lamb edges, but a thick edge past the slip cordon, and this has got enough pace on it to be at least 3, I would suggest. It's just been hauled in front of the boundary, all the way out in the distance at the Cromwell Road end, but 3 it is. Lamb to 6, Sussex 321 for 7, so trailing by 96 runs, with Robinson and Seals to come, and Robinson is no cheap wicket, as we know, so certainly not through even then. I think Jaden Seals, looking at his first class record anyway, you would probably hope he wouldn't be hanging around for too long, but you just never know. Zaffer to Simpson, he sweeps and connects well with it. Backward a square on the leg side, it's away from the fielder Goodman, who dives and cannot stop it. So 4 more runs, and having said Zaffer was going cheaper, of course, the last 2 deliveries of this over have gone for 7 runs. Not really to a great deal of fault from his point of view, though, I don't think. Just and that 3 was off a thick edge, and then a beautifully played sweep shot to bring Simpson a boundary. He is to 20. Not been easy going for him. 20 from 76 deliveries. Sussex 325 for 7.
Well, a sigh of relief, I think, for Sussex. They've broken that 100 barrier in terms of trailing. What are they trailing now by? I think it's 90... Got it on there. Is it 92? I think it is 92. So, Actor to continue. Here he is, 0 for 68, desperate for a wicket. 18 overs, 1 maiden in amongst that. 2 slips and a gully. Right, we're just waiting for Lamb to compose himself. 10 on his back. He's just surveying the scene, seeing where the gaps are. Actor, here he is from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls. Right arm over. That's defended stoically there by Lamb. Comes forward. Bit of chirping going on. You can pick that up on the effects mic. Pleased to say the creaking has ceased today, hasn't it? But it's because it's not quite so windy. There's quite a lot of creaking. That was coming from the effects mic yesterday. Someone described it as a hammock. Made you feel a little bit sleepy, didn't it?
I think, yeah, there was sort of vague maritime feel to the commentary as well.
Shiver me timbers.
Yes.
As once again Actor's in, and that's defended off the back foot by Lamb. No run, Lamb on 6. All sorts of noises yesterday. What was quite fun, when the ball is hit over the boundary at our end, at the C end, it sort of clatters into the boards, it goes over the boards. You can hear that very, very clearly, and then the fielders retrieve it. You can hear their footsteps, and then you can hear them over the gravel. Occasionally the odd expletive, but as once again he's in, Actor bowls and defended by Lamb. Just takes his bottom hand off the ball as it harmlessly trickles into the leg side.
Well, I hope that whatever that, whether it was a minor hip issue or whatever that Van Buren had, he's been on the field all morning, so I don't think it's really much of an issue, but I hope it wasn't from when he did that vaulting move over the fence yesterday, right in front of us. You know, he did it very nicely. He put his foot sort of on the top of the fence and then hopped over it.
It's because he's got a diminutive figure, isn't he, as Actor bowls. Again, that was on leg stump and is helped on its way backward of square. Square leg is on the boundary. That's to come in. That's Goodman. Picks up and they take a single. So Lamb on to 7 now. 326 for 7. Sussex in their first innings here. Day 3 at Hove in the County Championship, Division 2. And it's the 3rd round of matches, isn't it? In the cold. Don't know what the temperature is. I'm guessing it's about sort of 9 or 10 degrees out there. It's been chilly, but we've had plenty of sunshine the last couple of days. Actor coming around to the left-hander who just bobs out of the way there. Simpson Off he goes for his walk again. Quite a few batters do that, don't they? They go off to square leg.
I'm not sure that many of them get as far as Simpson, though. I mean, he's almost picking up a coffee on one of the streets over there. It's that far. Might as well just.
Oh, don't talk about coffee. I'm desperate for one. I'm going to go and buy one from the Tony Gregg Cafe at lunchtime. Goodman pounding in, bowling. Simpson gets the bat down, going for a quick single. It's a pick up and a shy at the stumps, but a miss. I think he was going to be safe anyway. Lamb running to the danger end of the wicket-keeper's end. Makes it home safely. So, Lamb on to 7, Simpson on 21, ended the over 327 for 7. We've had 100 overs. Now, if they want to get this third batting point, they need to get it within the 10 overs, because you have to get them within 110 overs in the first innings to get your batting and bowling points. Sussex are on 5 points, Gloucestershire on 6 currently, having scored 417 in their first innings.
Yes, it could be level pegging, couldn't it? Because Sussex can get to 350 and prevent Gloucestershire from getting full bowling points. But Gloucestershire will have got the extra batting point for reaching 400 in time. They're going to have to go some if they want 400. And I don't think, given the state of the game and the fact that Sussex still trail by 90 runs, I don't think they can really go too hard and try and bash things to all parts and score at that sort of rate. Zaffer bowling and Simpson in behind that one, playing to the onside. And once again, it's Zaffer, who's always a lively figure in whatever he's doing, who's making sure that nobody else touches the ball other than him. In he goes, whirls in, bowls, and this time it's played to short mid-wicket for no run. When I say run out sub, what do you think of? You know, is there a particular instance that comes to mind? Because there's very definitely one that comes to mind.
Australia-England Test match, yes, of course.
Gary Pratt.
Gary Pratt's catch. Was it a run out?
I think it was a run out, wasn't it?
A run out.
He ran at Ricky Ponting.
It was a run out. It was Ricky Ponting, yeah.
This is played off the back foot by Simpson, and Zaffer leans to his left and picks it up.
Poor old Ricky Ponting. It comes up every time there's a Q&A. I saw him in a Q&A over last summer at the Oval. Of course that came up. Gary Pratt. Great name as well.
Hero. Hero to many. Super sub. Zaffer flights that one up, and he's done Simpson in the flight now there as well, and he's managed somehow to get, what's that, pad on it in the end, not even bat. Just really a matter of keeping the ball from the gloves of his, as it were, opposite number, James Bracey, and prevent him from adding another dismissal. I'll take a leg by, 328 for 7. I don't know whether he was, wasn't really hiding his bat, I suppose. And clearly it's been judged that a shot was attempted there, so the leg by has been awarded. Zaffer bowls to Lamb, who's on the back foot, stroking the ball to short extra. Let's see again how close he was. He was almost actually was looking to drive it, really, was Simpson, but yeah, that's very close to sneaking by. Lamb does a little shimmy this time and then drops onto the back foot and cuts it away for a single through the offside. So Lamb will keep the strike. He's on 8. Sussex 329 for 7. Have Essex taken some more wickets? I can't remember actually how many they were down when. Yeah, so they've taken plenty more wickets. Lancashire are 66 for 6. Trailing by 165. That is going to be a massive innings victory for Essex. Jamie Porter 3 wickets, Shane Snater 2 wickets, Sam Cook 1 wicket. Haven't even needed Harmer. Who needs Simon Harmer? So Essex will go 2 wins from 3.
Right, Actor to Simpson. Bowls. Oh, that's rearing up, but it's outside the off stump, and I think left alone by Simpson. An attempted jab at it. 329 for 7. Right, Philip O'Rourke. We talked about Mastermind earlier. He told us he was on Mastermind. U2 is my specialist subject. I'm a U2 geek. I was leading on 11 points after the specialist subject round and got 2/3 of the general knowledge questions correct to finish second on 19 points. Very respectable. With John Humphreys. Actor Leaping into action, bowling, a little bit short, rolls the wrists beautifully over that. Lamb, and he'll get only a single for it because Hammond's out there at the deep square leg, slightly backward of square boundary. And they go through for 1. So Lamb on to 9. Simpson now facing on 21. 330 for 7 is the score. Sussex.
I'm sure for Phil, that was a beautiful day.
Oh, well done, nerve-wracking. 1 slip and a gully as Actor comes over the wicket now. And that is just left alone by the left-handed Simpson. Off he goes. Walkabout time. Bush tucker man into the bush.
There's going to be a trench there by the end of the season.
He has to tap his bat.
Gramsman's not going to be happy about that.
It's a little bit OCD, isn't it? He goes out, it's a little tap, and then back he comes again. It's a routine, very much a routine, and he is doing it every ball.
I mean, it's fine here because there's not going to be a pitch over there. But if that's where the groundsman wants to prepare the next pitch on, oh dear.
Here's Actor lumbering in and bowling, and that squirts into the leg side of the bat of Simpson for no run. 330 for 7, trailing now by 87 runs. Sussex.
I mean, I was thinking, it feels as if it shouldn't be the first time that I've commentated on Simpson in the Championship, but of course, the one time that I would have done was that instance that I might have mentioned on day 1 when Simpson was due to play, but I don't think he actually really did because then he went off and got called up by England.
Actor coming around, bowls, defended by Simpson.
Actually, maybe he did bat in that one day, so it doesn't really feel like a game. But I think actually he didn't. I'm sure he didn't bat. So he started the game, and then it was that COVID series where Ben Stokes wasn't going to play, and then Stokes suddenly did play because everybody else couldn't, and they called up an entirely different squad.
Actor again from that Cromwell Road end. Pops in a bouncer, but left alone there by Simpson outside the off stump. End of another Actor over. Still wicketless on 0 for 71 off 20 overs. Simpson on 21, Lamb on 9. The score for Sussex in their first innings, 330 for 7. Trailing by 87 runs. We're going to have a little Harlem shuffle going on in the commentary box.
We are. I've got to do an update. Sorry about that. So Izzy's going to take a break. We'll be back after lunch. We've got no extra time today because we're up to date with all the relevant overs. So lunch will be at 1 o'clock. And no updates this afternoon, you'll be pleased to know. So what have we got? Another 30 minutes to go until lunch because the digital clock says exactly 12:30. I can see the scoreboard clearly now. 330 for 7. As in comes Zafar, comes in and bowls to Lamb, who takes a step to the leg side and plays that firmly to backward point. And there is no run. Zafar in his 23rd over, figures of 3 for 81. Sussex losing the wickets of Pujara for 86 and Hudson-Prentice for 18 today. A few more emails have come in, which I'll read as we go through, but he does zip through his overs, does Zafar. He's in and bowls, swept by Danny Lamb. More runs here. He's going to get a single out to deep backward square. Zafar's got his hands on his head as if he nearly broached the defences. He goes to 11 as Danny Lamb. I think the score was a little slower today. So I think that should be 332 for 7. Oh no, maybe not.
I think it's too quick for you this time.
I think it is too quick, isn't it? Yeah. So all sorts of questions. I'll try and wade through these. In comes Zafar. Bowls to Simpson, who places to a straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run. We were talking of Burgess Hill earlier on because Kaz was telling us about the Burgess Hill runners a little earlier on.
I always think of the Bow Street runners every time that comes up.
He comes up a bowls. That looks very close. Umpire Bainton keeps his hand in his pocket. He was swinging across the line there, John Simpson. Zafar, I can't believe he hasn't got his man. Simpson survives on 21. She says, talking of Burgess Hill, that's where I was living before I moved out to Austria, says Simon. I played my cricket for St Andrews Burgess Hill, where Finn Hudson-Prentice started his cricket as a young colt. Even as a youngster, he'd most of us look average. There needs to be a cricket boom in Austria as I miss it, but I'm truly thankful for the commentary. In comes Zafar, bowls, played onto the onside by Simpson. There is no run. Thank you, Simon, for getting in touch. David got the question right about Sir Alec Douglas-Hume. Comes Zafar bowls. Simpson works this into the offside. There's a gap on the offside through extra cover. They've taken one. They're going to come back for a second. They need to get a bit of a move on as the throw comes in. But good running by Danny Lamb, who is running to the danger end. And it is the end of another over. 333 for 7. Simpson 23. Lamb is on 10. Live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Radio, Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team. Simon Levinson's been in touch. Hello, Simon. Good to hear from you. He says, good morning, chaps. We were talking about Ted Dexter earlier on because there's an exhibition all about Ted Dexter with bats and books and all sorts of memorabilia in the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is open and a good place to go today to have a look anyway, but it's cold outside, so go and have a wander around. He said, I was lucky enough to see Dexter in his prime, a wonderful player. One thing that was almost impossible to get from him was his autograph. I only managed it once. As he arrived at the ground before play, he parked his car and grudgingly agreed to sign my book. But only on condition I carried his bag up to the dressing room, which in those days was upstairs in the pavilion. That's a great story, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there we are.
Those ones that stay with you all your life.
Yeah. There you go. And Adam's been back in touch. Adam Thomas. He says, Ed was saying how much he enjoys the quiz show, Only Connect. So here's the second round question for him. You go on, Ed.
I brought this on. Here's Goodman starting his 20th over. He's coming in for the first time today, at least from the Cromwell Road end. Very full delivery, which is blocked away by Lamb. So what would come fourth in this sequence? England v Sri Lanka at Lords in 1988. Oh, God. England v Australia at Headingley in 1997. England v Sri Lanka at Trent Bridge in 2006. Goodman runs in, he bowls, and Lamb is defending into the offside. And there's no run as the ball is allowed to pass to Van Buren for some more shining. I'm not sure it's doing any good really, that, but I must say at the moment I've got nothing. Those matches, sadly,
well, there's nine
no
years
sort of a bell.
9 years between each. So you're looking at something, I reckon, in 2015. I'm only guessing.
Goodman bowls, and Lamb has driven that one. Again, there was just that bit of a gap there between bat and pad. He got a decent chunk on it, but it wasn't a particularly convincing stroke to mid-on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I probably should be able to remember that. At least that 2006 one. Goodman in bowls, very full, and Lamb just comes down on that at the last moment and squirts a sort of a drive to mid-off. I mean, he's kind of looking to be very positive, isn't he, with his last couple of deliveries. He's trying to drive them. He's not just content to play a quiet little block. And I wonder if this is just another indication of how things might go a bit later on in terms of stroke play being maybe a bit tougher. Goodman to Lamb, who swings and misses. He thought that one was a short delivery that he could pull away. It stayed down on him, or he just misjudged the length of it, and the swat does not make contact. At some point, somebody's going to drag a ball onto their stumps here, surely. And we've seen so many inside edges through the innings, but it's been kind of a running theme through the first couple
well, though,
of
Gloucestershire
games
this morning, haven't they? I mean, Sussex have only added 66.
Last ball of the over, Goodman runs in and bowls to Lamb, who is looking to drive. He just wants to thump the ball away with maximum force, but again, it's not really a full-blooded shot in the end field. And at mid-off, maiden over from Goodman, his 20th over, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 49. Been very impressive as Goodman, somebody who, if he can make big strides forward particularly in the Championship, where he's been more of a red ball bowler in his career so far, but just adding more depth in terms of the bowling attack and a different dimension in terms of his height.
So we'll let Ed muse on the answer to that question. What's fourth in the sequence? England v Sri Lanka at Lords in 1988, England v Australia at Headingley in 1997, England v Sri Lanka at Trent Bridge in 2006. As Zafar comes in from the C end of the ground, bowls to Simpson, who plays to mid-wicket without timing. There is no run. 3 for 84. He's in his 24th over. Jonathan's been in touch. Jonathan Taylor. Hi, Jonathan. Good to hear from you. Read his email. It's clouding up a bit, you know. In comes Zafar, bowls. Simpson sweeps effectively, gets a single out to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 23 off 91 deliveries. He says, bitterly cold yesterday at Horsham, but a very exciting match with Middleton winning in the last over, having run down 230. That would have been in... I need to get myself up to speed, Jonathan, with the Sussex Leagues. I'm not sure whether it was that Premier Division. Perhaps you could let us know. Club cricket, I'm not sure if that was the first match of the season as well. I think they were last week. In comes Zafar, bowls, played onto the onside. There was some confusion again. The throw comes in. Oh, it just misses the stumps. James Bracey came running from behind the stumps. Again, total confusion between the Sussex players, between Simpson and Lamb. It was played onto the onside by Danny Lamb, but Bracey was from behind the stumps like a shot. He whipped off his glove, and I suspect had he hit, I reckon Lamb was gone.
He may well have been, yeah. I thought he was certainly going to be struggling. Another one where there just wasn't really a single.
No.
I'm not sure. I mean, Simpson seems to be the common denominator here, but I'm not entirely sure whether this is all Simpson's fault.
Yeah. In comes Zafar again. Bowls Simpson, defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, because actually it'd be really good to keep up to date. So thank you, Jonathan, for getting in touch with how the leagues are going. Zafar back to his mark. There is more cloud than blue sky now, sadly. Zafar in, bowls, and Simpson plays this through extra cover, picks up a single. He goes to 25. 356 for 7. I was looking at the weather forecast for next week. It's not the best, you know, in terms of it getting any warmer. I think I said 356. I meant to see 336 for 7. And comes, oh, Zafar was in, but Lamb wasn't ready. There's now 2 slips in place for Danny Lamb. He's 11 not out. Zafar in, bowls, and played slightly in the air by Danny Lamb. And it's been a good spell of bowling this by Zafar this morning. 24 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 87. For those just joining us, Sussex resuming this morning on 266 for 5. Pujara on 74, Simpson on 1. It looked nailed on that Pujara was going to go through to 100. But he was run out. He was on 84. He played the ball into the offside. He took 2, which were legitimate runs. But a brilliant bit of fielding by Jack Taylor. Total confusion between Simpson and Pujara, ended with Pujara being run out for 86. Finn Hudson-Prentice was then stumped. A smart bit of work behind the stumps by James Bracey off the bowling of Zafar. That was his 3rd wicket for 18. And it's been tough going here for Sussex this morning. They've added 36 plus 33, which is, 69 this morning.
So Goodman's got Simpson in his sights. They thought about bringing deep point up, but he's been told to stay there. So deep point, deep square, and fine leg. Goodman in, and not fine enough for that. That's flicked off the pads of Simpson, and down for 4 runs. Puts it away with a leg glance. Moves to 29.
I missed my update. That was silly, wasn't it?
Oh, I didn't hear anything at all.
No, I didn't have a headphone. Did you? Your headphones in?
Yeah, I put mine in. There was nothing.
Right, I wonder why that was. Well, I'm glad you had your headphones in. I didn't, which is...
No, well, I'm always scared of talking at the wrong time, so I thought I'd better put them in when you said it was coming, but I didn't hear anything in my ears at all. 340 for 7. Simpson to 29. Goodman bowls, and Simpson plays that one towards mid-on. So 10 runs to go for the next batting point for Sussex. They draw level at 6 apiece with Gloucestershire in the bonus point stakes. But for Gloucestershire, they're running out of time to pick up this 3rd bowling point. They need 2 wickets in the next 4.4 overs. Slip and gully. Goodman bowls full, and Simpson slams this one down the ground. And Goodman's taking some of the pace off that in his follow through, and that allows Tom Price to slide across from mid-off, and there's no run to be had there. I'm still coming up absolutely blank, I have to say, on those test matches, which, I mean, it's probably poor on my part, but I can't think of what happened in them. I mean, Headingley 97 would have probably been an absolute hammering. As forward goes Goodman, and this is defended by Simpson into the covers, and there's no run. Hammond picks up. Almost everybody's got sweater on now, as Bracey's decided it's time to come up to the stumps again. So Goodman, clearly of a pace that Bracey feels comfortable to be up to the stumps too. He's just taking a little bit of extra time here, as Goodman's done a sort of Morne Morkel-esque turn at the end of his run. Goodman bowls, Simpson plays forward in defence. Obviously decided he was batting outside his crease, so time to keep him at bay and in his ground.
I think we are going to have an update. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but
might just be time for me to do this one.
yes.
Then, the sounds of it, here comes Goodman bowling. Simpson cuts, back at a square on the offside, chase round the boundary, and he's managed to stop it. Ajit Singh Dale, excellent work. I didn't think he was going to get there, but out came the long arm of the law, not getting by. So 2 runs saved there, and Simpson to 31, Sussex 342 for 7, 106 overs gone in the innings.
I'm just chatting away for a moment.
No problem at all. It gives me the opportunity to have a look at some of the other scores. Mentioned that Lancashire score, and they're already 7 down now, 78 for 7. So Shane Snater's got his 3rd wicket of the second innings, 3 for 14 to go with his 4 for 42 in the first innings. Here's Zafar starting a new over, swept powerfully by Lamb. That's hit so hard, and it goes for 4 through mid-wicket. The fielder barely had time to take a couple of steps there. It's a short boundary, but God, he's climbed into that sweep shot. 15 to Lamb, Sussex 346 for 7. Other scores from Division 1, Hampshire still going great guns in reply to Warwickshire's 455. Hampshire 208 for 1, century for Nick Gubbins, Fletcher Middleton's 82 not out. Short and tried to be cut by Lamb, but he's not exactly sure what's happened there. He's got a little bottom edge to it. It's gone down into the ground. Surrey slaughtering Kent's attack to all parts of Canterbury. Zafar bowls, tickled into the onside by Lamb. They'll trot through for just the 1, 347 for 7. Sibley 141 not out. Dan Lawrence has 104. Surrey 325 for 1 in reply to Kent's 244. So just need to make sure they're giving themselves enough time to bowl Kent out again. Zafar over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who punches away just past the onside of the stumps. Goodman fairly deep at mid-on, so allowing the single, 348 for 7. Uh-oh. Sounded a bit dodgy. The effects mic has maybe taken a tumble.
No, I think it's okay. Still here. Yes.
There we go, it's back. Nottinghamshire 115 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Somerset by 146. The Somerset were bowled out for 454. Zafar in, and Lamb respectful forward defence. Nottinghamshire have got a bat for an awfully long time. They're all of today and some of tomorrow.
Yes, Sussex 348 for 7 here. Skipper John Simpson is on 32. Danny Lamb is on 16. A couple of wickets have gone down today. Cheshire Pujara ran out for 86. Finn Hudson out for 18. Smartly stumped by James Bracey off the bowling of Zafar Gohar. So Sussex closing in on the Gloucestershire total, the first innings total of 417. Meanwhile, Surrey really piling on the runs down at Canterbury against Kent. They're 321 for 1. Dominic Sibley not out, 143. Dan Lawrence is on 105. Surrey leading by 84. So there we are. So a few other messages have come in, which I'm going to read. Andrew's been in touch. Hi Adrian, I'm enjoying the commentary from overseas. He's on the Isle of Wight. We probably can't add that to our list of countries. I'll be a lot happier if Sussex can catch up Gloucestershire's score. Well, they're getting there slowly. They're 53 plus 17 short. So what's that? 70 short. One of Alec Douglas-Hume's. We were talking about Alec Douglas-Hume a little earlier on because he's the only Prime Minister to have played first-class cricket. He played for Middlesex. His other claim to fame that was serving as Prime Minister, he served as Foreign Secretary in Edward Heath's government. Of course, David Cameron has now matched that, says Andrew Grand. So, Andrew, thank you for that bit of history. Jonathan's been in touch again about the Sussex Leagues. I'm very grateful to you, Jonathan. Something I need to really get myself across as the season develops. As in comes Ollie Price, bowls to Simpson, who carves that one away on the offside. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. There was a sweeper on the cover boundary. Simpson goes to 34, and the applause around the ground is for the 350 up for Sussex, 350 for 7. And they're going to pick up a third batting bonus point to add to the 3 bowling points they picked up. So on the points front is currently 6-all, as shown on the scoreboard. Price in bowls. Since that turned away from Simpson, there is no run. They are in the Premier League, says Jonathan. This was a pre-season friendly. The league starts on the 11th of May. It's a little late, perhaps. As in comes Price bowls to Simpson, who again works this through the offside. He's just going to get a single this time. He goes to 35, the total to 351 for 7. Another pre-season match next Saturday, then cup matches on May the 4th. Thank you, Jonathan. Very grateful for you getting in touch. And it'd be lovely to hear, throughout the season, when we're on the commentaries. No game next week for Sussex. Sussex have a week off, but then go up to Derbyshire a week on Friday. Then it's full on for 4 weeks. Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Middlesex and Glamorgan, not necessarily in that order. But thank you for getting in touch, Jonathan, much appreciated. Adam's question about the 4th in the sequence, Ed, as in comes Price and Lamb reverse sweeps, and he's going to get 4 runs. Very innovative by Danny Lamb, who made a career best 134 last week, and he's playing well here. These two last week at Leicester put on, and I shall double check the partnership, 255. So they've got history between them, these two. Batted very well at Leicester last week. Lamb's 20. Yeah, that sequence of events, it relates to Test match debuts.
Oh.
Ed.
Right.
And Roger has been in touch. In comes Price bowls. Lamb is forward, plays it to the onside, no run. And Roger has been in touch and he's got the answers to the questions. They are Gloucestershire based. So they are debuts.
Oh, I see.
In comes Price.
Right.
Bowls to Lamb, who's down the track and drives aerially just out of the reach of Ollie Price. No run, 335 for 7, 20 to Lamb, 35 to Simpson.
Should have got that from the last one from John Lewis, yeah. Silly me.
So, 1988, presumably Jack Russell and Sid Lawrence made their debuts for England. In 1997, it was Mike Smith. In 2006, it was John Lewis. And 2021 was...
James Bracey, yeah.
Well done. Great question.
That is a good question, and one that I probably should have got from the last one, certainly. Well,
I was way off. I mean, I was talking about gaps of 9 years between them. So thank you. Brilliant question. Thank you so much. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. 10 minutes to go until lunch. The slightly worrying thing is we haven't got the lunch vouchers yet. Or have you?
Oh, no. No, we haven't.
That is a major crisis in the commentary box. Listen to that wind.
Yeah, it's gusting now, isn't it?
It is ridiculous. It's April the 21st. Lunacy, isn't it?
Yeah, have a good hard look at yourselves.
Zafar, is it me or you?
I think, well, I don't know. Last over was you, wasn't it? So,
Oh, was it? Yeah, I've lost track.
Anyway.
You go, Ed.
It's
It was you.
Blocked away to slip.
Slightly worryingly, the ground staff are coming round. The clouds look quite high, and I think the forecast was largely dry. Let's hope they're just going to get their lunch.
Precautionary,
Yeah.
hopefully. Zafar into his 26th over. As he's bowling to Simpson, long on his back. Simpson plays respectfully, quietly, calmly. He's not going to be rushed, is Simpson, and possibly realises that there's no point giving Gloucestershire a sniff of a point here. They can deny Gloucestershire this extra bowling point. Zafar bowls, worked away through square leg for 1 run by Simpson. He's on to 36.
A message from Jamie Bennett, the excellent Sussex press officer, who says... Oh, the message has gone now. He says...
He deleted it.
He says, very sorry, no lunch today for the press.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
A shame.
No, he doesn't really, actually.
Yeah,
he says vouchers are on the...
You didn't really...
Did you see his face
no,
when we said that?
Jamie is far too nice for that. On the back foot goes Lamb to defend that away. No, there's no way you were getting me on that. If there were no lunch at all, he would be up here apologising profusely. No chance that was the case.
He says vouchers are on the breakfast bar in the press box. 1 out of 10 for observation, he says.
Zafar bowls and sweeping round the corner, Lamb. I'm not sure he's really got a great deal of bat on this because it's not going to go to the boundary. And it will be 2 runs. And yeah, smart fielding to keep it to those 2, and it's 2 leg byes in the end. So in fact, he didn't get any bat on it at all, which is why it didn't go very quickly. 358 for 7. Pesky partnerships down the order. Gloucestershire did it to Sussex, and Sussex are returning the favour. And this lead is now down to 59 for Gloucestershire. Cut away by Lamb. More runs through the offside, should be 2 of them. Singdale round to field from deep cover, and the end of the over. 360 for 7. So the lead of 57, I mean, it's already getting to the stage in a high-scoring, potentially, match here, where a lead of 57, it doesn't really feel like a great deal to me. I mean, it's what is that? It's basically 40 minutes of batting, maybe.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, maybe that's the difference. Who knows? Maybe that 40 minutes would be, but they haven't got these wickets yet. They're still going and looking strong, these 2, with Robinson still to come. And
Jaden Sills
starts to get towards the stage where actually perhaps the one team that can win this is Sussex by rattling through Gloucestershire a second time.
Jaden Sills in his first match here was not out 11 yet, a big 6. In comes Price, bowls to Simpson, who's forward, the ball balloons in the air. And there is no run, 367. Look at the flags, they're really pulling away at the flagpoles over there. The Gloucestershire flags. The washing on the line is also blowing in the wind. In comes Price again, bowls. Simpson is forward, plays to the onside, no run. I think what we're seeing here from Sussex, which will please Paul Farbrace and Sussex supporters, what we've seen a little bit in the last couple of seasons is when wickets have gone down, when the inexperience comes in, there's no one to really steady the ship, and that's exactly what Simpson has done. In comes Price, bowls, played into the offside. And there is no run. He'll have an eye on lunch, will John Simpson. The last wicket going down on 3:14. So these 2 have added 46, is that right? Yes. In comes Price. Simpson plays very late onto the onside and picks up a single. Good call by Danny Lamb, who was backing up and made sure that it was, in the end, a comfortable single. John Simpson goes to 37. He's faced 111 balls for those 37.
So these next 2 deliveries must be wickets for Gloucestershire to claim another bowling point.
And he's batted through the session. Oh, well done, Izzy. She's come in with the lunch pass. Thank you. In comes Price, bowls, and Lamb digs out one out and then sort of stands still and looks as where his feet are and where his bat is. And there is no run. Price again. One more ball in the over to come. He's in and bowls and forward comes Lamb, placed onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 361 4-7. We're going to get another over in. We might even get two in, you know, because Zappa does rattle through his overs. The digital clock is showing 12:57 and Sussex are 361 for 7. So they've added this morning 34 plus 61. Come on, Adrian. 95. Is that right?
Yes. That's right. I mean, to be honest, I'd written down the number at the start of the day. 94. If my number's right, but I might have written down the wrong number. Anyway, Zaffa bowling. Doesn't really matter too much, quibbling over a run. That's well wide of off stump, left alone by Simpson. Rest of those scores I've not got to. Just a quick lunchtime roundup. Durham declared on 397 for 5 in their second innings at Kidderminster. This is turned behind square on the leg side. Lamb with that sort of fencing style hold of the bat to Simpson to say stay there. Never a run there either. Van Buren fielding it backward square. 361 for 7. Worcestershire are 49 for 1. They've just lost their first wicket, requiring a further 409 to win. Forward defence once more from Simpson. And Zaffa will carefully lean over the pitch again to pick the ball up. Yeah, so Durham again doing what they like to do. They've given Worcestershire, you know, they basically said, OK, if you're still batting at the end, then you'll have won the game. So somebody's going to win at Kidderminster, if it's Worcestershire or Durham. A back foot drive from Simpson will gain him a single towards cover. 362 for 7. Paul Coghlan has removed former Gloucestershire man Gareth Roderick for 34.
Gloucestershire are racing around here. They fancy another over, and Simpson and Lamb are doing everything they can. The clock still says 12:58.
So for the instant Lamb is ready, is into bowl.
Look.
Defensive shot to short extra. That won't help because they'll get the ball straight back to him. Hammond sprinting back to extra cover. Zaffa running back to his. Oh no, there's a patch on the pitch there. We'll just need to prod at that. Lamb backing away, moving into line. Oh, he's backed away again. Oh dear, they won't like that, Gloucestershire.
That was very obvious, wasn't it?
They will not like that.
No, that was a bit too obvious.
And it's not going to work anyway. Last ball of the over. Zaffa bowls, turned into the onside. Simpson sprinting for a single. It's not there. And unfortunately, that delaying tactic isn't going to matter because it's 35 seconds to go until 1 o'clock. There's beauty of all these digital clocks.
Yes.
You know exactly when it's going to turn now, these digital clocks around the grounds. And there's still 15 seconds to go. And umpire Newell is now standing at the required end. Division 2 scores, must get to those. Derbyshire 167 for 9 in reply to Leicestershire's 574 for 7 declared. So actually Leicestershire could even decide to give their bowlers, Leicestershire could decide to give their bowlers even a little bit of a rest and then bowl at Derbyshire again. Middlesex 33 for 1. They only need 125 more to beat Yorkshire, so very much favourites there.
In comes Ollie Price round the wicket bowls. So Simpson plays calmly into the offside. There is no run.
And the last score, Northamptonshire building their lead against Glamorgan. 424 for 5. Karun Nayar's just reached 100. Vasconcelos made 182. So they lead Glamorgan by 153.
Price in bold. Well taken down the leg side by Bracey. No run. We had an email in from Simon Goodman. Thank you, Simon. Good to hear from you. He says no relation to Dom. He says, my friend Adam and I had an away day yesterday to Chelmsford to see Nathan Lyon bowling. In comes Price. Forward comes Simpson back. Oh, actually, it beat Simpson outside the up stump. Apologies. Looks like we've got the right day for it, although it was absolutely freezing. Lovely to be back in Sussex, in Lewis, in the sunshine today, and might pop over to Hove later this afternoon, possibly to see Gloucestershire batting. We hope to do a bit more ground hopping throughout the season. I like that idea of ground hopping. It's fun, isn't it?
I really enjoy actually watching games that I have no vested interest in who wins. I actually find that the nicest. I just enjoy the cricket.
In comes Price again, bowls to Simpson, who defends just in front of him, no run. He says, goes on to say, if you could express a big thank you from me to Adam for driving to Essex for a memorable day out. And thank you very much for the commentary. Well, thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That was Simon Goodman, who went to Essex yesterday with his friend Adam. And thank you for Adam for doing the driving. I hope you remember to pay the toll on the bridge. One of the problems going from here into Essex is you need to pay the bridge toll, but you do it afterwards. In the old days, you chucked £1 in the bucket. It was fine, but it's really easy to forget.
It's gone from fine to fine.
Yes. In comes Price Bowles, Simpson forward, and that will be lunch. 362 for 7, Lamb 22, Simpson on 38. 2 wickets going down in the session. Pujara, who was run out, a total misunderstanding between him and John Simpson, and Jack Taylor, who was on the field as a replacement, sent in an arrow-like throw. Bracey whipped off the bails, and that was the end of Cheteshwar Pujara. And then Finn Hudson-Prentice was smartly stumped by James Bracey off the bowling of Zafar for 18. So in terms of the game, what have we got? 5 sessions left in the match. Sussex still trailing by... The score has disappeared now. Was it 362, I said?
Yes.
Okay, 55. So that's 360, yeah. So... Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session. Excuse me. One of the umpires had just come out. I think it was Mark Newell. He got all the way out to the middle. He's just gone running back to the pavilion. What do you think? Izzy Duncan sitting? What do you think he's forgotten?
Oh, Newell. Goodness me. I don't know. One of his pebbles, maybe.
Do you? Yeah.
Has he got? Do you think he's got 6 pebbles, or perhaps he's dropped one somewhere? One of his
Maybe.
Coins.
Yeah. Do you know? It's funny when you count the amount of balls in an over, because at one stage they used to. Our club had sort of some string with some beads on.
Oh.
And so you would sort of push the bead along the piece of string.
Uh-huh.
I never got on with it. I was never very good at it anyway, and then because I was always too distracted.
It's like a sort of rosary.
Yeah, or sometimes
Go into confession while you're there.
Yeah, or you'd pick up 6 stones from someone and stick them in
Yes,
your
always
pocket.
picking up 6 horrible
Yeah.
stones at club cricket.
Yeah.
There's never any coins. Someone's nicked all the money.
No, but then they're still waiting for the umpire. but then there'd be an occasion, and someone would say, "Come on, it's that's over," and you think, "Is it? We don't have any counting balls."
Exactly.
It's so easy to get distracted.
Yes, you've got to communicate with the umpire at square leg if you're behind the stumps.
Yes.
And trust him or her
Yeah,
to be counting, but they're usually daydreaming.
I never. Yeah, do you know when I was at square leg, when I was umpiring, I never counted. Isn't that dreadful?
Didn't you?
No.
You weren't.
No.
It's meant to be a sort of collaboration,
Yeah,
isn't it?
well, yeah. I thought you could always have a bit of a snooze.
Well, it's club cricket, isn't it? It's casual.
Yes, yeah, it's fun.
But this is serious. This is professional.
This is, and Mark Newell has now come out with. I don't know, he got went to get a pair of gloves or something.
Well, maybe sunglasses.
Maybe.
Is it in the afternoon? You get the sun setting eventually in the west, and it's straight across the ground. If you're at square leg, this side by the scoreboard,
Yes.
you've got you're facing the sun.
Well, we had lots of emails this morning, so please keep them coming. It helps our chat. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I'm Adrian Harms. Izzy Duncan is next to me. Ed Seaborn will be back in about half an hour's time. You can get in touch via Twitter at edcricket and the digit 6, or at Fine Glance, or at BBC Sussex Sports. So one way or t'other, your messages will reach us here, and we can talk away on what is an increasingly cold afternoon. We just went out to get our lunchtime sandwich, or whatever it was, pie, and it is bitterly cold. Crazy, really. Zafar is going to get us underway after lunch. He's in his 28th over, figures of 3 for 97. He's in on bowls, and forward comes Danny Lamb, who plays that down to fine leg. And there is no run. If you could hear the wind, that would just tell you how gusty it is, and it is a cold easterly wind as well. One bit of good news, we're looking at the weather forecast for tomorrow, which I thought wasn't very good in terms of possible rain. Zafar in bowls, forward comes, Lamb plays into the offside, there is no run. But actually, it looks like we might get away with the rain tomorrow. It's going to be freezing cold, so...
Yes, I saw a bit of rain predicted in the afternoon, but not a high percentage chance of it.
Zafar in bowls, forward comes, Lamb plays into the onside, and there is no run. Zafar's hurrying between overs here, possibly just to keep himself warm. There's a slip, is the only close fielder, as a seagull swoops in front of our commentary box. Around the wicket comes Zafar, bowls, and Lamb is back, plays the ball down the track, there is no run. As you talk about balls being counted, I saw umpire Bainton there, he sort of raised his hand, doesn't he? They do it after 4 balls, I think, to the square leg umpire.
Yes, they are signalling to each other, those two.
Zafar in bowls. Lamb cuts firmly through the offside. Runs here. The first runs after lunch. Simpson runs the first run very quickly. Danny Lamb halts him. He goes to 23. And this partnership is now
49.
49, yeah.
Absolutely well spotted. 49. Just one short. I'm just doing my umpiring signal of one short here. 49.
yes.
One short of a 50.
Yes. Hand on the shoulder. Yeah. Who on earth thought of that signal?
I mean,
who on earth?
all of the signals.
I mean,
I think the signal for 4 is a bit like being a pianist, isn't it?
Yes. Who used to do that? There was an umpire. Was it David Constant or someone used to do a real sort of, as you say, like a pianist? That's a great description. In comes Zafar bowls. Simpson forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. We shall need to wait for the 50 partnership. The first over after tea. And Sussex are 363 for 7. They're in arrears by 54. 5 sessions to go. A bit of turn in the pitch. If we do get a dry day tomorrow, we can still get a result here.
Yes, I'm just thinking about deterioration. And Adrian, you'll know about this because you practically live on this ground. Do you think there will be much deterioration? Do you think the spinners will get some bite and turn? Because we'll be into day 4 tomorrow, and it could be a little bit more interesting. Because you do worry about this game just sort of drifting into nothing, drifting into the draw. We'd all love a result. It makes life much more exciting.
Well, in the last game here, in the second innings, Northamptonshire were 170 for 9 in their second innings. Sussex were denied by the weather, really. James Coles took 3 wickets, Jack Carson 2. So I think you might say there might be a bit in it for the spinners tomorrow.
So Singdale, we love Singdale. He just flings himself into every ball. Here he is, full exertion, bowls, oh, it's an inside edge, wow, and it's gone for 4. That's off the bat of Lamb, the right-handed Lamb, who rather prods nervously at that one. So 4 more to him. The 50 partnership will go up with that, not in a very auspicious way. So Lamb goes to 27 off 51, 367 for 7 is the score. You can hear the players' voices as they retrieve the ball from under the microphone there, the effects mic. Streaky inside edge.
Moral victory for the bowler. I don't know if you were in the commentary box when I was saying, Tom Alsop was saying last night, what a nice bloke Ajit Dale is. He played with him at Hampshire, or knows him from his days at Hampshire.
So Lamb waiting patiently, very still in his stance. Just a little shuffle forward as they're thinking about a single here. Another miscommunication between Simpson and Lamb. Lamb wanted the run. Sorry, I think Simpson wanted the run.
Agree, yeah.
At the non-striker's end, there wasn't a single in there. It was just poked into the offside. There's plenty of fielders there in the ring. So we've got a slip and a gully and a backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket on the single. There is a fine leg down there. And a deep point. So no third man. Singdale, huge exertion on his body with all the forces as he flings his way through his action. Here he is, right arm over, it's on the stumps, forcing a shot there from Lamb, who squares up nicely to that. No run, 367 for 7.
These two last week, he added 255 for the 7th wicket. John Simpson eventually making 205 not out. Danny Lamb 134. Both of those were career bests, and it was the 3rd highest partnership in Sussex history for the 7th wicket.
Ooh.
They could do with a bit of that today. That'd make it interesting.
Yeah.
Danny Lamb was very aggressive last week and batted very well.
Yeah, he's a little bit more circumspect here, isn't he? Singdale is in, hurtles in and bowls, and that is a play and a miss from Lamb, who sort of hangs his bat out to dry outside the off stump. Just makes contact with fresh air. So no run. They're quite chirpy after lunch. We've had a pie, haven't we? Restricted to the pies today, but they're rather nice. Vegetarian butternut squash. Got some of that stuck in your throat, didn't you, Adrian?
Yeah, I did.
A coughing fit.
Yeah. It was nice. It made me choke.
Luckily you weren't on air at the time.
No,
so it
that
was
was
quite unpleasant. No. Yeah. Singdale, here he is, coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He floats in and bowls. Oh, it's an inside edge again off the bat of Danny Lamb.
Well fielded.
It is cut off down there on the ropes by Goodman. They're not going to come back for the second. Another heroic dive. And he cuts it off because it was hurtling for 4 runs. 368 for 7, and Lamb goes on to 28 from that. And again, another moral victory, wasn't it, for the bowler there. Singdale unlucky not to take the wicket of Lamb. So Simpson facing now. He's busy taking guard again, scratching away in the dust. He's on 38. Singdale just at the top of his mark in his bright whites. He's got a little red streak from polishing the ball. That's usually Graham Van Buren's job as the specialist polisher. The red streak down his... I think he's got clean trousers on today, because I can't see a red streak down Graham Van Buren's trousers. That's on his shirt. I think he's got clean trousers on today.
Perhaps he washed them overnight.
Maybe he did. Singdale. flings in and bowls, and that's defended into the onside for no run off the bat of Simpson. Into the over 368 for 7. Singdale 1 for 70 off 22 overs.
I don't know who the Gloucestershire fielding coach is, but I think their fielding has been absolutely terrific. I mean, that was a really good bit of fielding, but a lot of players managed to sort of giving that up, really. But it was a really good bit of fielding by Goodman. So well done him. Do you think when cricketers, I mean, how many pairs of flannels or trousers do you think they have?
Well, do they get a laundry service? I mean, they're staying in a hotel,
I don't know.
so they will, I'm no doubt, get a laundry service in the hotel. They've probably got several pairs of flannels. You know, it's a 4-day game, isn't it?
I don't know.
I'm sure they do. They'll be hygienic.
Do you think you have to pay for them yourself, or do you think the club supply?
I hope they don't have to.
In comes Zafar, bowls, Lamb drives to mid-off, and there is, fielding extra cover, there is no run. Actually, I can remember, back in my cricketing days, if you played both days at the weekend, a Saturday and a Sunday, I used to when I was a lot younger, as in comes, and had more time, in comes Zafar and bowls, forward comes Lamb, drills it down the track, Zafar fields, there is no run. If you played on a Saturday and you got your whites filthy, you had to wear them on the Sundays. You didn't have 2 pairs.
Did you not? Your typical, was that sort of teenage boy years, probably?
Yeah, it was, but you
Smelly.
But you only had 1 pair of whites. Lamb sweeps down to deep mid wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 29. There we are, 369 for 7. No, just that you only had 1 pair.
Oh,
So I think so they, you had dirty whites on the Sunday. Unless you could persuade Mum to to wash them and get them dry for the Sunday. But that was always a bit tough, So anyway, I don't know how many pairs of flannels.
Oh, these pros will have plenty.
Reckon, yeah. Zafar in and bowls. Down on the ground by Simpson to mid-on, picks up a single. Interesting, yesterday he goes to 39, John Simpson, total to 370 for 7. At the end of Zafar's over, no, 2 more balls to come. When we were talking yesterday to Oliver, who still plays cricket, club cricket.
He's in his gap here. He's only 19 years old.
He was talking, in comes Zafar and the bowls, and Lamb is forward, plays into the offside, going to go for a quick single, and that's a well-judged single. Very well played indeed. 50 partnership up between these two, who've batted very nicely since they came together with the departure of Finn Hudson-Prentice. Oh, can you hear music in your headphones?
No, I can't. It was just sort of cutting in and out a bit.
Yes, I think there's a dodgy connection.
Is there?
Yeah, I think there is. Now and again it plays up and you can't hear anything and you think, oh goodness, we've gone off air. Zafar in bowls, Simpson back on his stumps, plays to short leg. There is no end of another Zafar over. 29 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 101, Sussex 371 for 7, Lamb 30, Simpson 39. And Oliver was saying yesterday that I think he'd recently bought a bat, and it was nothing flash. It was a couple of £100.
Really? Wow.
I mean, it really is. I mean, when there are clubs, I say when we played club cricket, there was always a club bag with bats in it. No one had their own bat, but now I think you're almost expected to turn up with your own bat, pads, gloves. I mean, it's expensive.
It's very expensive. Bats are expensive. Half the time they don't knock them in. Often the pros don't either, because they get more of a trampoline effect off them if they don't knock them in, apparently. They're quite brittle. Singdale is in and bowls. It's a streak of lightning, and that's defended by Lamb into the offside for no run. You must have seen this, Adrian, on the circuit of bats just breaking in two. A player comes forward, just plays a forward defensive, and the bat just snaps, and you think, I don't think that bat's knocked in.
but if you'd paid, say, £200 or £300 for that as a club or village player, that's
Absolutely. Well, knock your bat in and oil it. The machines do it these days. You can pay for the machines to do it, can't you?
Can you?
Well, in the old days, you spent hours knocking your bat in. Yeah. Singdale again, storming in, bowling. There will be runs here. It is cut off in the ring, only just. Again, a great piece of fielding, and they go through for 1. So Simpson goes on to 40, and the score now 372 for 7. Sorry, that was Danny Lamb. He goes on to 31. And what are they behind? 45 runs behind, I think. Currently, Sussex in this third day in the afternoon. You do wonder where this game is going. Has it got draw written all over it with a big capital D?
Possibly. Could be a sting in the tail.
Yeah, we hope so. Singdale. Tail up. Bowls and pushed into the onside by Simpson. Captain Simpson, John Simpson, the wicketkeeper, the new signing for Sussex this season from Middlesex. I think you said 16 years at Middlesex.
Yes, yeah. Who look like they might beat Yorkshire. They're 40 for 1, Middlesex. Needing another 118. They'd be disappointed not to knock those off, wouldn't they, Middlesex?
Yeah.
At HQ. Sort of thing in the press yesterday about Middlesex considering this move away from Lords.
Oh, I saw that. Yes. I mean, that's not a bad idea, is it? I mean, play your big games at Lords.
Yes.
When you can fill the ground. As Singdale, that's a lovely looking ball. It's left alone. Good judgment from Simpson and across the left-hander from Singdale, left alone.
I think they were comparing it to Harlequins who play their rugby at the Stoop, which has a capacity, I don't know, 15, 20,000, but in the really big games, they hire out Twickenham. So I think Middlesex were kind of saying the same.
Yeah, that's an interesting example.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think. See how that works. I mean, if it works for them financially, you know what counties are like these days. They'll do anything to make some money here and there to keep the club afloat. Singdale again, pumping his arms, bowls, chucks everything into it, bends his back. Full exertion from him, and it's no run.
So you probably know this, Izzy. So when Middlesex play at Lords, how much does it cost them to play there? Presumably they rent it, do they?
They do. I mean, ever since when was the club formed? In the 1860s, something like that. They have played at Lords since then. So I'm not sure. There's some sort of lease, isn't there? Some sort of leasehold that they have, and there's a deal. There's probably a different deal every year as to how many matches they play. They juggle it around. Singdale bowls. Oh, that's pulled. Didn't look quite short enough. The ball was played in a hurried fashion by Simpson. He will get a single for it, backward of square out onto the boundary. He goes through to 40 now, and the score 373 for 7. How many overs have we had? 115. So I wasn't on air, but they got that third batting point, didn't they? In the end,
They
did get that quite easily in the end. 373 for 7. And trailing by 44 runs now, Sussex in their first innings. Gloucestershire bowled out for 417. A glorious score for Gloucestershire. They were probably thinking, oh no, that the mighty Duke's ball is back. Got Ollie Robinson bowling at us and Jaden Seals, but those two were not very penetrative. And Gloucestershire managed to make hay at Hove.
They are. Just seeing Phil Salt, formerly of Sussex, playing now in the IPL, but he's earning a fortune out there, opening the batting for the Kolkata Knight Riders. I don't know too much about the IPL, but he's made 48 at the top of the order. He made 80 odd the other day. He's having a good tournament, is Phil. In comes Zephyr, swept by Simpson, reverse, swept for 4 runs. Good shot. He goes to 44. Sussex 377 for 7. Susan has been touch again. Susie. She says, bonjour. Susie's our Strasbourg French correspondent.
Oh, yeah.
So if we were on the television now, we say, let's quickly join our French cricket correspondent, Susie Griffiths.
I think you ought to say this in French, Adrian, though, to make it more authentic.
Absolutely no chance. Yeah. Forward to Simpson, slipping a short leg in place as in comes Zaffer. Bowls. Simpson drives firmly through the offside. He's going to need a couple more runs here. In fact, no, they settle for a single. Simpson goes to 45, 378 for 7. She says, I'm still on my way from Strasbourg to St Leonard's on Sea. Which I thought was a bit odd when she said, but obviously, she said, in the 1970s, I attended Hastings High School for Girls. In comes Zaffer bowls, forward comes Lamb, plays to mid-wicket, no run. My sports teacher, not my best subject in brackets, was Shirley Hodges, the then England wicketkeeper. I wondered if any of your panel knows anything about her.
Oh yeah, well I've heard of Shirley Hodges, definitely.
Oh, right, good. In comes Zaffer and bowls. Lamb drives down the ground, well fielded off his own bowling by Zaffer, who's in his 30th over, figures of 3 for 106. He's done a good job for his side. Wanders back to his mark. Just the one slip in for Lamb. Will have his eyes on this shortish leg side boundary, I'm sure. In comes Zaffa Bowles, and just as I say that, he plays the ball through the offside and picks up another single, does Danny Lamb. He goes to 32, Sussex 379 for 7, closing in on this total of 417. It occurs to me, actually, if when I go down to sort of Gloucester or that neck of the woods, you go on the A417, don't you? I think that connects the M4 to Gloucester and Cheltenham. Isn't it? What's that pub at the top of the hill? Bird Lip Hill? A pub called the Air Balloon. In comes Zaffa Bowles, and John Simpson, what a way to go to a half century. He dances down the track and hammers the ball away over long on. That's a terrific shot by John Simpson and a terrific way to go to your half century. He's 51 off 132 balls. It's been a real captain's innings by John Simpson, following on from the 205 he made at Leicester last week. He came in last night when Jack Carson, the night watchman, was out. Those 51 have come in 132 balls, 158 minutes, 5 fours and a 6. And he, together with Danny Lamb, is edging Sussex up towards this total of 417.
Yes, that was a real stand and deliver, wasn't it? And reaching that 50 in true style, very stylish. Having blocked a lot of balls, and playing a fairly defensive innings out here. And runs have been hard to come by, and there haven't been too many loose balls from the Gloucestershire bowlers.
How do you think, sorry, intruder, how do you think Susie's listening? She's in her car, so would she have...
through her phone, possibly, through the app on the phone, and she might have it through the phone, through the speakers. Which is what I do in my car if I'm listening to county cricket sometimes. Yeah.
What, so you
if
would...
I'm on the move, I can put it on the app on the phone.
Okay.
And then of course you can play your phone through your your speakers in your car.
I think got to change a ball coming up here. So she asked about Shirley Hodges. It's not a name I'm familiar with particularly.
Shirley Hodges. She played quite a few Test matches. There weren't very many Test matches in those days that were staged, but she appeared, I've looked up the number of Test matches, 11 Test matches and 26 one-day internationals for England between 1969 and 1982. And she appeared in the final of the 1982 Women's World Cup. And that might have been that was her last appearance in a one-day international. She's now 80, born in Battersea in Surrey. Debuted in 69 against Australia. That was her Test cap.
Oh, bless Brenda. She just come out with the ball. She must be absolutely frozen. She had her 80th birthday recently, and she's the first person in the ground every day, the most loyal Sussex supporter. If Sussex win a trophy again, they ought to get Brenda to come and lift the cup.
Yeah, that's a lovely thing to do.
Oh,
she suggest that.
And she absolutely loves it. And every day she always says hello, and that was a good day or a bad day or whatever. There she goes. She'll get a nice round of applause.
She's got a very long coat on and a scarf.
Yeah, well done, Brenda.
Good old Brenda.
Yeah, makes her way off. Both umpires went over then, so presumably they've changed the ball. Well, we don't know they have, but I presume they have.
I think they might have done. Adrian, I remember once, I think I might have been on air with you at Horsham. There's a game at Horsham, it was a 4-day game. And we were sort of sit next to the loos, wouldn't we?
Yes.
They were right behind us, it wasn't very pleasant. There was a lot of flushing going on. And there was a lost ball, because there's some woods, aren't there, to the left of the ground. And the ball kept getting lost. I can't remember who was hitting the ball. It might have been... It's one of the Lukes, anyway, I seem to recall. Anyway, the balls, the replacement balls were sitting in front of us on the ledge. I hadn't realised. And nobody was taking them out. So I had to sort of rip off the earphones and run out with these balls and watch the discussions and listen to the discussions going on while they chose another one. Yeah. And they use a black pen, don't they, to mark the number of overs and how old the ball is on the ball.
Do they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They did then.
Right.
Singdale. Once again, bowls. That was on leg stump, and that's turned into the leg side. They're going to take a single, so Lamb will go on to 33 with that. There are holes in the field, and he's finding the gaps, Lamb. They're keeping it ticking along nicely at the moment after lunch. Sussex, they're getting on with it.
They are.
They're not far away now. Let me have a look. 31 behind before they reach parity. And they do bat deep, don't they? When you think Ollie Robinson to come, we know that Ollie Robinson can bat.
Yes.
We've seen him with an England shirt on, batting well. Seals, no doubt, will swing the bat.
Yeah,
give it the heave-ho.
He had a big 6 here in his first game against Northampton. He went right over the pavilion.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
That'll be entertaining.
Well, I think we said never seen Jaden Seals bat before, and whoosh, away it went.
He's not going to hang around. Here he comes again. Sing Dale hurtling in and defended by the left-handed Simpson. I worry about Sing Dale's body because of the exertion and how he throws himself into it. It's great that he throws himself into it, but he probably has to be quite carefully managed. A bit like Jofra Archer is very carefully managed, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like a sort of thoroughbred. He'll do spurts of 4 or 5.
Yeah, no, I agree.
4 or 5 overs at a time at the right moments when you need that pace.
Yeah, but it's not a smooth action, is it? I mean, he gives it 110%.
Yeah, he really flings himself into it. Here he is again, right arm over to Simpson. Nice looking drive here. It should go for 4. That's come out the meat of the bat. It's a check drive out through extra cover in front of the pavilion. Beautifully placed by Simpson, who seems to be on a bit of a roll now. Having hit that 6 earlier on. He's on 55 off 134 deliveries. The score now 394-7 Sussex.
Yeah, Sussex have added 28 in the 5 overs since lunch, so they are rattling along now about sort of 5 and over. So definite upping of the tempo.
So he had a good lunch. I wonder if they had the pulled pork bap. That was very nice yesterday.
You weren't allowed the bap today,
No, I was denied the bap and the pizza. Wasn't allowed the pizza.
Oh, right.
Probably not very good for me anyway. Sing Dale, here he is. Bowls. It's a good length ball. Comes forward Simpson and just pushes it into the offside.
Jack has been in touch, Jack Roberts, and he says, been great to have the county championship return and commentary up and running. My wife and I got married last July. Oh, congratulations. And I've moved up to Wimbledon to live here after living in Worthing. Come on, Sussex. Jack and Sasha, so good afternoon to you. I would have thought Wimbledon is a bit more pricey, isn't it, than Worthing, you would think?
Oh, they're living there now, are they?
Well, it looks like it, yeah.
Well, they could always rent out their driveway if they have one. During Wimbledon, you make a lot of money, or even rent their entire house out.
Yes.
Big bucks. Sing Dale swooping in and bowling and defended by Simpson. Gingerly comes forward for no run. 390 for 7, Sussex.
That's a good idea, Jack. I'm sure he's thought of that.
I'm sure he has, yeah.
I mean, it's almost worth probably renting out, maybe living in a tent in the back garden. If you've got a tent, but I don't know, Jack, they might live in a flat, I don't know.
Yeah, but whatever. I mean, everybody wants to go to Wimbledon, don't they, from all over the world?
They do.
And you do well to rent. It's a bit of a kerfuffle, isn't it, renting your house out? You've got to lock everything away. But, you know, if you're going to earn some good dough out of it. Sing Dale again, up onto his toes. He's in and bowls, and it's kept quite low. And dropped by the keeper there, James Bracey, and wrings his hands out, but there are no extras, though. So, the end of another Sing Dale over. 1 for 77 off 24 overs with 1 maiden. It's not looking likely a wicket at the moment, is it? The ball isn't doing an awful lot out there.
Do you reckon you could rent your house? I suppose it depends how big your house is, really. Some of the tennis players themselves, don't they rent out houses there? And I know people rent out their drives and that sort of thing.
Yeah, they do for parking. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a good idea.
Andrew's been in touch. I was talking about the Air Balloon pub, and something in the back of my mind was saying it wasn't there anymore. It's been confirmed by Andrew that the Air Balloon is not there. I remember stopping there for a pint on the way to Cheltenham races on a minibus many years ago, going into the Air Balloon. In comes Zafar round the wicket bowls. Lamb is forward, plays that very pleasantly down to long off, picks up a single fielded by Goodman. Total goes to 392 for 7. The junction is on the A417. I thought it was the 417.
Well done. Good knowledge there.
At a significant congestion point, the pub was open from the 18th to 18th century to 2022, when it closed as part of road improvements and subsequently demolished. What a shame. It was a lovely old pub. In comes Zafar bowls to Simpson, who's hit, from the appeal, presumably on the pad. The ball trickles out to backward point and there is no run, so thank you for that. Pubs, I mean, they're disappearing, aren't they? At a rate of knots.
Pubs are they?
Yeah, yeah. Don't you go to the pub?
Well, actually, my local pub's just been bought because
right.
it's been dormant for months.
In comes Zafar bowls. Forward comes Simpson, played the offside there. I went to a pub called the Bat and Ball in Sussex the other day. It's not far from Billingshurst.
There's quite a few bat and ball pubs around, isn't there? The famous one being in Hampshire.
In comes Zephyr bowls to Simpson, who pulls firmly down to deep mid-wicket and picks up a single. The total goes to 392 for 7. Simpson to 56. Who's this down here with his hat on walking round? Ed Middleton.
Well, the famous bat and ball is the one in Hampshire, is the Broad Halfpenny Down.
Oh,
This is one of the oldest cricket grounds
what a lovely
in the
name
world.
for a ground.
Broad Halfpenny Down. Hambledon.
In comes Zephyr bowls. Forward comes Lamb, plays a short extra. There is no run. We had a couple of correspondents on earlier on saying they were going for Sunday lunch, didn't they, at various pubs around Gloucestershire. But they're probably on their way back. Or maybe not, you never know.
I don't know.
In comes
2:10.
Zephyr, bowls, forward comes Lamb, plays to mid-on. These two are picking up the singles here, aren't they? There's been a definite injection of urgency from Sussex. The 3 singles in the over, 393 for 7, so the arrears now are 17 plus 9, which is 26. And we have got another 58 overs left to be bowled today. Sussex setting out their stall here to get a lead, and who knows what might happen in the rest of the day and tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm just reading that Essex have beaten Lancashire convincingly by an innings and 124 runs. Lancashire bowled out for 107. Ouch.
Yes, I heard that from my friend Norman, who lives in Singapore, who's been following Essex.
Right.
He's not been listening to us, but probably listening now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
He's
He's
obviously
an Essex follower.
Is he?
Yeah. He's
Singapore.
from Essex.
Right.
Felsted.
Right. Whereabouts in Essex is that? Is that near Chelmsford or?
I'm not sure. There's Felsted College, isn't there? The
Oh,
school.
I don't know.
Singdale, here he is, pumping his arms. Bowls. Nice looking defensive shot from Lamb, and lots of chirping from the Gloucestershire fielders, who are still cold because they're wearing their long sleeve sweaters, hands in pockets. No doubt they've got the tea bag hand warmers in their pockets. Give them a shake.
Someone's doing some sort of very painful looking exercises. Who's that, Ed? Bit of stretching going on. Kneeling now.
It might be Hammond.
Oh, that was impressive.
Well, Hammond's been fielding hard, hasn't he? He's been flinging himself around the field, the outfield. Singdale once again storming in, bowling, goes onto the back foot, watches this well, showing the maker's name once again, Lamb, squaring up to Singdale, giving his heart and soul, throwing everything into it. Very good opening spell from Singdale. He took that first wicket, didn't he, of Haynes. Caught by Hammond. I think he was in gully position.
Good catch.
Sort of head height, that sort of height. It was really flying. Haynes was only on 4. That's his solitary wicket. Hoping for more, Singdale. One slip in a gully. Backward point in the ring. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, Singdale flings himself down and bowls, and defended again by Lamb.
I think I may have slightly overstayed my welcome because we agreed we were going to do
10 past. We
10
said.
past. Yeah, sorry, Ed. So I tell you what, I'm going to turn. Oh, we'll wait till the end of the over and we'll do one of those seamless headset swaps again,
see,
shall we?
we're getting good at that. So I think the end of the over is the etiquette, isn't it?
Yes, I think it
yes,
is.
yes.
Halfway through is
no,
not
no
really.
movement behind the bowler's arm, please.
No.
Well, we're not really behind the bowler's arm this time, but wrong end. We're at the C end here, the commentary box, looking up the hill. Singdale, right arm over, bowls. That was drifting down the leg and is helped on its way just in front of square from Danny Lamb, who just jogs through for 1. 3, 9, 4 for 7. Lamb onto 36. Simpson on 56 as this Singdale over continues. And look at those points now, 6 all, aren't they? Sussex and Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
With those bonus points. Right, the field just readjusting itself because of the right-hand-left-hand combination. Simpson left-handed. He's ground out his innings here, Simpson. Waves his bat around and comes forward and defends. Oohs and ahs.
I was just going to say, I mean, obviously we're very early season, we're only into the third round of matches, but I think the general feeling about this division is that, as Ed was saying, and we were discussing yesterday, every side can lay a claim to think they can win this division or be one of the top two sides and get promoted. And to do that, you're going to need to win matches. It seems an obvious thing to say. So, I'm hoping what it means with the second division this year, there's going to be some really positive cricket. And sides were thinking, we can't just sit on a draw, because that's just, draws are not going to get you out of this division. And it looks like Middlesex is going to win in this round. Looks like Leicestershire could win. So, wins, it could make it really exciting come September.
Yeah. Could have an interesting declaration if they want to win here. That was going down leg, and has just been poked into the leg side by Simpson, who scampers through for one. He goes on to 57. 395 for 7. The score is here for Sussex, and I think we're going to have a changeover.
We are. Let's see how seamlessly we can do it.
Not very. I like how Harmsy introduces even more jeopardy into this by turning his headset off first.
Yes.
So, anyway, here we are. Myself, Ed Seaborn, joining Izzy Duncan for the next little while. And Sussex closing in then on this Gloucestershire first innings score of 417. Just 22 runs behind now. Zafar Gohar continuing. And the C end is plugged away. Hasn't really got one to grip like he did when he got rid of Hudson-Prentice earlier on. As forward goes Simpson and pokes this one down towards a fairly deep mid-off. 1 run taken, 396 for 7. I'm just going to move, Izzy.
Sorry, my coffee
here, because I will
more
knock it over.
Jeopardy for you. More Jeopardy. It's got a lid on it, thank God, and it's gone a bit cold now, but never mind. I need the caffeine.
Just that my headphone cable is
good thinking.
Dangling dangerously. Here's Zafar round the wicket to the right-handed Lamb, pushes into the offside, looking for a single that isn't there. There's no run. Just another IPL game where a side has scored way over 200 and is looking in serious danger of losing the match.
Wow.
222 for 6 faces, 138 for 4 in the 12th over. Slog sweep from Lamb, hits it firmly, but will only find a single to deep mid-wicket, 397 for 7. Yeah, things have just got crazy over there. I mean, they're small grounds, they're terrific batting pitches. Something's got to be done about the size of these bats. At some point, surely we have to say, I mean, if not the size, at least the makeup of them. Zafar bowls, leaning forward to defend is Simpson. Who's going to want to be a bowler? That's the thing, if you're someone in the younger generation, so it's showing his age now, who's going to want to grow up wanting to be a T20 bowler, getting hammered all over the place for 6 after 6? On the back foot, driving is Simpson towards long on. Goodman fields, and Sussex to 398 for 7.
And does that make exciting cricket? I don't find it interesting if every ball is blasted for 4 or 6. There's no subtlety to it, and there's no balance either. We all want the balance between bat and ball, and a bit more balance, thank you.
I like a variety of those sorts of games. Leaning forward is Lamb, and make sure that he keeps that one out. 3 from the over, 398 for 7. 121 overs have been bowled. So I don't mind the odd game like that.
No, the odd game,
if it's,
yes.
It seems as
right
if every game out there has turned into that. And I just wonder what we're going to see in the blast later on this year. I mean, scores have gone up and up and up, and
well, boundaries and pitches come
way.
into it, don't they?
Yes.
So what are you going to prepare as a pitch? Do they bring the boundaries in, which they have been doing for T20s, haven't they? For more boundaries. Will we see more of a balance? I don't know. What do the public want? That's what it boils down to. What is entertaining? What is entertainment?
There is this feeling that the public are more entertained by seeing sixes all over the place. But whether that is actually true, it'd be interesting to do a survey, wouldn't it? Because you sort of go by the fact that there's a lot of roaring for the sixes, and they must be loving that. Lots of noise in the ground. We do it by sort of decibel level rather than actually, I don't know. Yes, that's
how
the
do you
other
measure
question.
it?
Is there going to come a point when the T20 bubble bursts? Then what do you do? Eek.
Give a chance to the bowlers maybe at that point. Sort of change the face of T20. There are some restrictions on the bat. I mean, this was done years ago.
Yes.
There's a gauge, isn't there, that the umpires
Nick
can bring
Maddinson
out.
fell foul of it.
Ooh,
at
really?
the back end
It
of
got wedged,
2022, I think
wedged
it was.
his bat in the gauge. As Tom Price is the new bowler from the Cromwell Road end. He's coming around the wicket to Simpson, who manages to keep him out. Simpson on 59. And this partnership is worth, must be 80 something now. Let's have a look. I'm so bad at maths. I only did maths A level with a calculator. Let's have a look. Partnership 84 between these two. So, moving on in leaps and bounds, Lamb and Simpson. Simpson continues to face. Here he is, leaning forward in his stance. Comes forward. Oh, it's gone down the leg side from Tom Price. Just the radar a little bit awry at that point. 3, 9, 8, 4, 7. If you have bad eyesight, like Adrian and I obviously have bad eyesight.
It's like a sort of eye clinic.
It's the 9. It is an eye clinic. It's the 9s and the 8s, Adrian, that I struggle with. The 9s and the 8s.
Actually, I mean, the overs at the moment, it's a bit like an eye test, isn't it?
Oh,
1,
overs.
2,
golly.
1, 2.
Yeah. Oh, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 121 overs. Tom Price.
Oh, good
Oh,
grief.
it's gone down the leg side again. Is this going to be extras here? It's not going to be a boundary, but they're going to come back for 2. Will that be down as buys? Yes, it will. I don't think James Bracey's too impressed by that as he flings the ball back to extra cover. The 400 is up. So a resounding round of applause from the Sussex contingent here. There's quite a few of them in the sunshine today. It is Sunday. People have come to the ground for a lovely day at the cricket. Well, I say lovely, it's a bit blustery and it's probably about 11 degrees, but bearable. Price. Then bowls and attempted drive, not timed there by Simpson. 59 for him.
I had a question on X about Tom Price and the fact that he's bowled a little less than some of the other bowlers. But I think, yeah, I mean, even the questioner themselves, message from Michelle Garland, and I think it is, he's his first game of the season, he's had this rib
Here he is
issue.
again. In bowls, defended valiantly there by Simpson. He's been economical though. He's been the most. He must be the most economical of all the bowlers in this match.
Yes, and I think it is just a case of trying to keep the overs down, let him warm up, and he does. And you'll be hearing this every ball, I think, probably wherever you're listening from as well. He does have this habit of emitting the loud grunt as he goes into sort of second, third spell.
Here he is, Grunty Price. Follows through. There'll be a run here, a single as the blade is opened by Simpson. I don't think it came out the middle because I love it when batters inspect the end of their bat. It's come off the toe with nasty vibrations, but that has gone into the offside and Simpson goes 3 for 1. 60 for him. It's the end of the over. It's 401 for 7 now, Sussex. Lamb on 37, and we've had 122 overs. It's much easier to read 401 than 398. I was struggling with earlier.
Okay, it's what's 9s and 8s are more similar, I suppose. Yeah, see what you mean. Yeah. Well, I did make sure to have my eyes tested before.
Yeah, you've got
this
some great
season,
glasses
as any assiduous cricket commentator would.
Yes,
I'm only
yes.
joking. No, but yeah, it's nice actually. I've noticed that I've not had to just. I mean, you find yourself kind of really scrunched up, and your eyes.
Oh, it's so bad for
at
you.
the end of the
No,
day.
you shouldn't be
it's not good.
straining. You shouldn't, and you're looking at screens as well.
Yes.
Are you up to date with X? Have you read out Phil O'Rourke? Read the Bish Bash Bosh.
No.
Have you read that one?
No,
T20 cricket.
no. Please do during
If
the
we've
over.
got time, well, actually, it's a spinner. Whenever the spinner's on, there's no time. Is there?
Yes. Well, I'll try and call it quickly. Zaffer bowling to the left-handed Simpson, who leans forward and defends right in front of him.
Here we go, Phil O'Rourke. I suppose the evolution of the game will be the replacement of bowlers by bowling machines. 6 after 6 after 4 after 6 ceases to be thrilling. It's a slogfest, and not a very exciting one at that. I'm in agreement there.
Zaffer bowls, Simpson drives. There's only 2 fielders really on the offside, not really counting the slip, and somehow between them they've managed to dissuade the 2 in the middle from making it 2. Just the one. It is 402 for 7. Yes, well, almost describing something like the equivalent of the home run derby which they do during the All-Star break in baseball, as the game gets more and more like baseball, except there are more sixes than there are home runs. Slog sweep from Lamb. He's connected with that one well, sailing away over mid-wicket, and it goes for 6 runs. So the first time that Lamb has really opened his shoulders. It's not a long boundary. Yes, it's against the turn, but it is still the only odd one or two that is turning. And he's a powerful man, is Danny Lamb. 43 to him. Sussex 408 for 7. Not just going to let Zafar settle in and milk him for singles here and there.
Yeah. You see, this is where I think T20 helps cricket, in that there are more innovative shots, that the display of shots now that players have. They're more 360 in the way that they play. The run rates are up per over, aren't they, as well, which I think makes for more exciting viewing for the longer game. So they're bringing these shots in, and there's an example of a sort of slog sweep, isn't it? That's gone out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a big shot.
Yes, the weaponry, particularly against spin, I think has evolved an enormous amount, especially on a surface where it's not really turning a huge amount. Spinners just can't really settle in the way that perhaps they used to be. Everyone's so quick on their feet. People are much better at using their feet, using their wrists as well to manipulate the ball. Zafar bowls. Oh, he tried to manipulate the ball there, did Lamb, and he missed it. And just a strangled shout for, I guess, a stumping, but I don't think Lamb's back feet had moved at all. But, you know, that you think of that sort of Joss Butler-esque slap through extra cover, the reverse sweeps, the sweeps, paddles, all sorts of things they have now to disrupt the spinners. Zafar is in. Lamb runs the ball through the offside and collects a single. 409 for 7, so Sussex within single figures now behind Gloucestershire's first innings score of 417. And also worth pointing out, again, for perhaps those who haven't been with us for all the match, both sides have kind of acknowledged that there was probably more going on when Gloucestershire were batting than there has been when Sussex have been. Simpson plays towards square leg, there's no run, so the danger is, as that over is at an end, 409 for 7. I suppose the danger is, if you're looking at this from afar, you think, oh gosh, here they go again. Gloucestershire, they're really struggling to take wickets, and yes, they have struggled to take wickets. I'm not sure there's really a massive amount they could have done much differently. They've got a specialist spinner in this game. Ajit Singh Dale has bowled with a lot of pace. I've never seen anybody be inside edged so much through a couple of games and not have one go onto the stumps. As I said, 7 times in Adam Lyth's century last match, he inside edged the ball and it missed. And there's already at least, well, there were 2 occasions just from Lamb in 1 over, and I'm sure there were more before as well. It just, surely he's got to be thinking, well, at some point I'm going to get kind of 3 of those going onto the stumps. So, or, you know what will happen, Gloucestershire will come out, and the first 3 inside edges they have will all go onto the stumps. But, you know,
Don't be negative.
Well, no, it's just, I kind of think, you know, the bonus points, I suppose, are 6-6, so it tells you it's been pretty even on that board, and I think for the most part it has been. What will be potentially telling is if somebody like a Robinson were to come out in the second innings and produce a wonder spell. Yeah,
it's all down to the pitch, really, isn't it? Price is back again. T. Price, he's the older brother, Ollie Price being the younger. That's defended there by Danny Lamb, formerly of Lancashire. Another good signing for Sussex. In fact, there are 2 new signings for Sussex out there currently batting. I think Danny Lamb joined this season, didn't he? It's his first season.
Yes, and both Lancastrians.
Oh, Simpson originally from Lancashire.
Born in Bury.
Okay. 409 for 7 as Tom Price, shirt untucked. Here he is, pumping his arms, tidy run up, bowls, and good looking defensive shot from Lamb for no run.
Sort of one of those counties, Lancashire, where it feels as though Gloucestershire don't have one, but it does feel as though almost every other county has a Lancastrian.
Yeah.
You know, same sort of thing with Middlesex. It seemed as though everybody had a a former Middlesex player at one point. Just a couple of those sort of
travel
counties.
well.
Yes.
Tom Price onto his toes, bowls. That's played into the leg side, but no run taken as mid-wicket pounces onto that one. 409 for 7 here. Sussex in the sunshine at home. Day 3 in the County Championship, Division 2. Do keep tweeting us. Sorry, I'm not allowed to say tweet, am I? Xing us? What's the verb? To X?
Posting, I think
Posting
it's called
us.
now, isn't it?
Post
you
us
post.
on
Well, I
X.
don't know. I didn't post
Well,
to
you used
somebody.
to tweet, didn't you? Do you now X? Anyway, we'll give you those handles in just a moment. Price. Bowls, and that's defended. Gets the bat down on that Lamb for no run. Yes, I'm at Fine Glance. Isabel Duncan. There's at Ed Cricket 6, and that is the digit 6 for Ed Seaborn to my right. And at BBC Sussex Sport for Adrian Harms.
Perhaps if you're incredibly bored, you could come up with a Lancashire 11 playing for other counties and see where you get to. I bet you'd still come up with I don't know, maybe it's not quite like it was, but I bet you'd still be able to come up with some sort of a side.
Oh, you would. I'm sure. Price, once again, bowls. No. You can hear that roaring no. They don't want another run out, Sussex. They've had a real problem earlier on with Pujara. It was a terrible run out, comedy of errors going on. This time the run is not taken by Lamb. He remains on 44, 409, 47.
I was thinking of that run out as well in terms of going back for the third run. That famous Michael Atherton run out when he was run out for 99 going for the third.
Yeah.
And you can
Greedy.
hear one of those calls that you can hear. Will he go for the third? Oh, tragedy, tragedy.
Oh, some terrible...
As he slips over.
Yes. Tom, he's pulled out of his run-up. I think he hasn't quite got his... Oh, no, hang on, there's a change in the field, isn't there? I can see down here. Is it Goodman who's doing an awful lot of signalling to Tom Price?
Yes.
Or was it his brother?
No, it's Goodman is
Goodman,
asking, I think, whether he should go a bit finer.
Right.
He's pointing desperately to somebody. Wants his coverer mid-off to go a bit further round to the, well, I suppose as we look at it, clockwise direction.
Yeah, well, Van Buren has gone wider, hasn't he? As Tom is in, Price, and there's an attempted hook at that one from Danny Lamb as the ball glides over his head. He's unscathed. That's the end of an over. 209 for 7. I don't think that was a... Was it Johnny? It was Johnny.
It was a maiden.
It was a maiden. It was a maiden from Tom Price. Again, he's being miserly and economical with his bowling. Let's have a look at his figures. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 30.
Yeah, and I think that probably more like what he would do a couple of years back. He didn't, with the ball, probably didn't take the number of wickets that he might have liked last season. I mean, he was hampered a lot in terms of injuries, I think, last year. There was a sort of ongoing... Yes, there was a sort of ongoing back issue, I think, which was plaguing him. There was also something to do with his ankle, I think, as well. As I said, often, almost every ball, it seemed to be kind of stare down at where he was landing and not seem particularly happy with things. But the previous year, even if there were spells where he wasn't taking wickets, he would do the sort of Anderson thing of, you'd only be able to score at about 2 and over off him. So that if he grabs 1 wicket at the end here, he finishes with 1 for 30, which, that's, if you average 30 at the end of the season, it's all right.
Yeah,
so,
and also containing.
Yes.
He's one of these bowlers who will contain an end. He's not necessarily a wicket taker, as you say, but I think the whole containing part is really important.
Yeah, and then you also make sure that when conditions are in your favour and you do end up with a sort of 3 for 30 type spell, then it's it's actually the 0 for 30s that can make your figures look so good at the end of the season. Change of bowling, Dom Goodman into the attack, replacing Zafar Gohar, so pace from both ends, at least for now, as ducking underneath that one is Simpson, and Mark Newell he was thinking about walking towards point rather than square leg, but now he's decided, probably better not hold things up and go into the trot to the other side.
Tom Price must have come through Durham University MCCU. I know it's been taken over by the ECB now, but he's come through that school.
Round the wicket goes Goodman. And he bowls another short delivery to Simpson, and Simpson has nothing to do with it again. Really leg side dominant field. So we've almost basically got 4 fielders either out on the boundary or actually in most cases a little way off the boundary, a mid wicket and a mid on as well. So it is a 6-3 field, leg side for Goodman, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Yes, both Tom and Ollie going to Durham. And we had Ash Thorpe on commentary with us up at Durham, who knew them very well and done some coaching with them. And really, I don't think you'll find anybody who has anything bad to say about the Price brothers. They are fantastic in terms of attitude, and that was so clear from the moment they put on a Gloucestershire shirt, from the moment they walked out there. And in terms of work ethic as well, speaking to Mark Elaine about Ollie Price after that career best last week, let's come back to that as Goodman is ready to race in again from round the wickets, back of a length, but Simpson plays it with some degree of comfort onto his toes to work the ball through square leg, and takes 410 for 7, as Sussex now just trailed by 7. But he was mentioning in terms of Ollie's work ethic, and he thought this is a great, he said it was a great example to almost like the rest of the team actually, in terms of, you know, the incredible hard work that he puts in. I think that is the case of both of them. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Ash himself. Somebody has almost once said they almost love cricket too much. If you can.
They're in the cricket bubble. You can love it too much. It could be the only thing in your life, and it is for some people, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's definitely the case for them, but I'm sure I have heard somebody
say that.
There's almost they could almost love it too much, but no, huge parts of the future for Gloucestershire. It was excellent to hear that Ollie Price had added another year onto the end of his contract, so he'll be with Gloucestershire until at least the end of 2026. Goodman runs in, bowls, and Lamb heaves this one into the leg side. Could be a catch. No, it falls just short. He's hit it so badly that even with that tiny leg side boundary, Miles Hammond couldn't get in from deep square leg, and they will manage a single.
Yes, that wasn't pretty, was it?
It wasn't. I'm afraid that really was a slog.
For those people watching on the stream, and those people here in the crowd as well, it wasn't pretty, but he got away with it. As you say, it didn't come out the middle of the bat, and just didn't carry to the fielder at deep square leg.
I didn't think we'd see a single catch on that boundary, to be honest. For the first time I turned up here and saw the dimensions. Goodman in, bowls, edged, no first slip, that'll go for 4. So, well, what can you do? You set the sort of short ball ploy, and then you get the full one up there, find the edge at last, and there's nobody there to take it. 100-run partnership is brought up with that boundary, so Simpson moving to 66, and Sussex now just 3 runs behind. It was a real waft from Simpson, wasn't it? But there we go, we're reaching that sort of stage. I mean, there has been very, from my point of view anyway, there's been very little jeopardy on Sussex for the last, well, 40 minutes even.
Yeah.
Even if they fell a few runs short, I just don't really see how that really bothers them. They should think, even if they're put under a little bit of pressure on the final day, okay, we won't be batting for long. Goodman bowls, Simpson stands tall in defence, and there's no run. 6 runs from the over, 415 for 7. So all they really seem to be doing is just trying to grind Gloucestershire down at the moment. They don't seem to be particularly interested in, well, I mean, there's been some attacking shots, but this is not a full-on assault here by any means. They're not charging to a declaration. So it seems as though they've decided our best way of winning this game, keep Gloucestershire in the field for perhaps most of this session, if not all of it, have those tired bodies and tired minds, and then try and take advantage at the end of the day.
Yeah, but you just feel that time is rapidly running out. And also, if you look at the weather tomorrow, I know you shouldn't look at the weather, should you? You shouldn't plan your tactics around the weather, but it's looking a bit gloomy and possibly a bit of rain around tomorrow afternoon. And they They'll start to run out of time here. Just wondering what the mindset is, if they're thinking of winning or whether they're just thinking this is going to be a draw. But
you might as well get bowling then, mightn't you?
Exactly. Because now, I mean, we've had 110 overs, so there are no more bonus points to be had here, batting or bowling. Right, Tom Price continues his 0 for 30. He bowls, and that's pitched up and driven. That was very much in the slot there for Danny Lamb, and he crisply drives that in the V with a flourish. It's gone out towards long off, and they'll get 4 more added. So here we go, 419 for 7.
Yes.
The scores are now equal. No, they're not. Sorry, they're ahead. They're 2 in credit now. So Sussex, 419 for 7. Plenty of runs in this pitch. Not too many demons going on out there, and a benign, placid pitch. A little bit on the slow side.
I think he's had enough of pitching it up as Tom Price, sending everybody back on the leg side boundary now.
Nice open stance here from Danny Lamb. Shuffles across, and he's gone for a big shot. Will it be caught? No, it's along the grounds. Aerial to start with, but pulls it just backward of square and brings up his 50 with that. So quite a few milestones going on in the last over or two. Overtaken Gloucestershire's score.
So how many 50s have we had in this match? We haven't had 100 yet.
No conversions.
So Gloucestershire 4 half-centurions with some unactive 45 not out as well. So again, this is sort of round number obsession. We could have gone with 40 as the milestone. And Lamb is now the 5th half-centurion for Sussex. So 9 out of 17 batters who've taken to the crease. 18 who've taken to the crease have reached 50. No, that's not right either. It's 20. Of course,
20,
I've been adding the wickets up, but it's 11 plus 9, isn't it? Still, that's quite a high percentage.
It is, isn't it? Lots of contributions, and lots of batters getting going, and the last man out for a high score was Pujara on 86, having been run out. So Price continues, right arm over to Simpson, who clips that off his hip. He'll get at least a couple for this, possibly 3. I think they're going to get 3. The ball will be dragged back in. Oh, no, they've decided against it. A bit nervy, the running between the wickets, following that run out with Pujara earlier on. And there's been some miscommunications. They have only taken 2 there. 422 for 7. And Simpson goes on to 68. And we're in the 126th over now.
Can you imagine 2 run-outs in the same innings going for the 3rd run?
Not clever. And running out your best batsman as well. I'm not sure who was to blame. It was quite difficult to sort of ascertain who was to blame in that run-out.
It was a genuine, total breakdown of communication, didn't it, between both of them?
Price, here he is, storming in, bowling. It's gone aerial to start with, but hit hard with a check drive. Will it go for 4? Has it got the legs on it out towards deep extra cover? They come back for the 2nd. Yes, they will take the 3rd. An easy 3rd in the end, before the ball is retrieved and thrown back in with a nice flat throw. So 3 more, and they will go to Simpson. He goes on to 51 now. John Simpson, he struck that hard, pierced the ring. 425 for 7 now. Sussex and continue their lead. They look like they want to stick around and grind out these runs. Now the field has spread here. Danny Lamb having a look round, thinking, oh, there are lots of holes in the pitch for him to aim at. Danny Lamb just taking guard. A lot of discussion going on between Van Buren and the bowler Tom Price. They're taking their time. Are we okay with over rates in here?
I'll say level. I assume they got through some more overs
level,
of spin, so they'll probably be told, I suspect, if they're in danger of going down 1.
Price onto his toes, pumping those arms, bowling.
Wait.
Wow, he pops in an enormous bouncer, and in fact, that's probably a no ball, isn't it? Yes, it is a no ball. That has ballooned over the batter Lamb. And they've taken a single out of it as well, so it's rather expensive there for Gloucestershire. So that's 428 for 7.
And of
Adds
course,
3 runs, doesn't it, to the total?
yes,
with 2 no balls and the single.
It's changed, hasn't it? Now it's gone back to being no ball plus bye as well, when it used to be just all no balls.
No ball plus bye, right. Which would go against the wicketkeeper. The
Yes.
plus bye. It's not good news for
No, I
wicketkeepers.
don't think it is good news.
And
for
not very
wicketkeepers.
fair, really, most of the time.
No.
Okay, so still adjustments here because we've got Simpson facing. The left-hander, 1 slip in place, and the field has come in for Simpson. As Tom Price is in and bowls us on the stumps, forcing a shot out of Simpson, who just defends there solidly. 4-2-8 for 7 now, leading by 11 runs.
Having lauded Tom Price's economy rate, I mean, it's still very good. This over has just damaged things a little bit.
So Simpson, he's faced 162 deliveries. He's done well. He's stuck around, built partnerships. Price down the hill bowls, gets the bat down on that, head over the ball, and a defensive shot from Simpson. He's on 71. At the other end, we've got Lamb exactly on 50. Looking at Danny Lamb's 50 off 88 balls, 116 minutes, 4 fours and 1 6. That's Danny Lamb for you.
Yep. The ground announcer has been very busy with those 50 announcements, balls and boundaries, etc. I don't think they do the minutes now. Nobody really cares about the number of minutes too much, do they? Adrian Harms is back with me.
I was just thinking what a good partnership this is between Simpson and Lamb, and it totally vindicates the decision by Paul Farbrace to bring in some experience to this Sussex side. I suspect were this last season, with those wickets going down this morning, Pujara getting out, but maybe Sussex wouldn't find themselves in this position. But the experience of Simpson, he took his time. He's now on 71. This morning he just made sure that they saw that new ball off, and now there's been a definite acceleration since lunch. Sussex going on about 4 and over.
Yeah.
I mean, after this is obviously Ollie Robinson who can bat and Jaden Sills, but these two will be very keen to keep going. And look at the field now. I mean, it's spread far and wide. Graham Van Buren has been taking an age to set his fields recently. I mean, the score, the over 8 is still level, but it's going to be Goodman who's going to bowl, and Danny Lamb says, can you wait? But Danny Lamb before this season hadn't played an awful lot of first-class cricket. I think he'd only scored 727 first-class runs. As in comes Goodman bowls to Lamb, who turns this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He'd primarily been a one-day player, hadn't he, at Lancashire?
Yes, and I think when you think about his skill set, because he's not particularly quick with the ball, but actually, give him the Duke's ball, you get that to go all over the place potentially. Whereas in white ball cricket, you sort of felt, yes, he's got a very good Yorker, he's got the knuckle ball that he likes to bowl, but you are still kind of limited in T20 cricket. It's all about pace now, isn't it? They're quite good at hitting medium paces.
Goodman in bowl, short, hammered away by Lamb. More runs here. That's racing down towards the third man boundary, and it is 4 to Danny Lamb. Lamb goes to 54, Sussex 432 for 7. Well, Sussex have vowed to be positive this season, and I think now these two are, having got themselves in, are really looking to cash in. There's still 50 overs to go tonight. If Sussex could get themselves a lead, and put Gloucestershire, well, they've got a lead, but put Gloucestershire under pressure later in the day, that's probably the tactic. As Goodman is in again, bowls, and Lamb covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
I still do wonder, though, and again, I'm always loath to... I criticised Yorkshire a little bit last week for the way that they bowled and the plans that they went to, and, you're criticising, it was a bit tentative to criticise when you've got somebody like Joe Root out there in the middle, and Shan Masood, and, who are you to say that they've got things wrong?
Coming in again, bowls, Lamb hammers that one away down towards Farley. He's completely bisected the two fielders at fine leg and deep backward square for another boundary. Danny Lamb goes to 58. Sussex went to lunch on
362 for 7 it is.
Okay.
So they've added 76 runs.
Yeah, and there was
Since...
there was 112 overs bowled at lunch.
74.
in the 14 overs since lunch. So they really have stepped on it. Now they're in the lead. These two will just feel they're wrestling the initiative back. In comes Goodman, bowls, and Lamb up on his toes, plays out into the offside. A well taken single throw comes in, well backed up. And a single to Lamb. He goes to 59. Sussex 437 for 7.
I don't know. It's always you feel like you end up saying this sitting here, because you're not the ones who are engaging in any risk or anything. But I think Sussex probably could have done this even earlier in terms of the real acceleration. I mean, it may be that they take these coming 10 Gloucestershire wickets when they do allow Gloucestershire to bat in their second innings. Maybe they take them in plenty of time. But I just think on a pitch like this, surely you want the most number of overs to take those 10 wickets.
I suppose the counter argument to that is you've got to have enough runs in the bank, haven't you?
But do you though? Because the runs, you can score very quickly if you need to chase 30 or 40 or something at the end of...
No, point taken.
At the end of play. You can score the 40 runs that you'll spend maybe 45 minutes scoring now versus scoring them in, 4 overs later.
Here comes Goodman, bowls, good delivery, and Simpson sways out of the way, watches the ball go past the end of his nose, taken by Bracey, and there is no run. 437 for 7. Simpson 59. So it's not. Simpson 71. Lamb 15. Live cricket here. BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. If you're just joining us, a very good afternoon. If you want to email us, we'd love to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You want to hear from some of those people who are going out for their Sunday lunch. Where have they been? What was it like? Ed Seaborn, Adrian Harms and Izzy Duncan, your commentary team. Just reading here that a couple of wickets for Ben Coe down at Lords, or up at Lords rather from here. Middlesex 77 for 3, still leading 81 to win.
You have to say, and don't be too disparaging, but if there is one team that you might think might not chase 150, it might be Middlesex.
Yeah. Elsewhere, Derbyshire 48 without loss in their second innings, following on their way behind Leicestershire by 359. The game at Wantage Road, Northants 545 for 5, leading Glamorgan by 278. A result already at Chelmsford, where Essex won their second game of the season by an innings and 124. Hampshire 266 for 5 along the south coast against Warwickshire, still trailing by 189. Surrey 418 for 4 at Canterbury against Kent, leading by 174. A century there from Dan Lawrence, who's making quite an impression at the Oval since his move from Essex.
You make a high-profile move like that, and I think you really want to get off to a good start, don't you?
And he has. Notts 225 for 2. A century there for Joe Clark, trailing Somerset by 36. And at Kidderminster, very much like Durham, who Ed was saying at the beginning of the week, he quite fancied in Division 1 of the Championship. Worcestershire 131 for 5. Still needing an unlikely more 327 to win. In comes Zafar from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Lamb, who's forward, plays the ball down the onside of the track. There is no run. 2 wicket there for Matty Potts. I said this before, I just think he's a tremendous bowler. I watched him at Durham last year, and I just love the way he runs in hard for every ball. I know it's not what he's meant, he's in the side to take wickets, but scoring 100 last week won't do him any harm at all. I think he's a terrific cricketer. Zafar is in, bowls, swept by Danny Lamb. He's going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 60, Sussex 438 for 7.
So we could have more results within one day than we've had in the first 2 entire rounds
yes, we could.
of action, with Essex winning, and Durham could wrap that up today.
Yeah, and Middlesex,
yes, of course, yes.
So we could have 3 results, which will get those who were anti-Kookaburra ball saying, well, there you go. 3 results. And there was a lot of bad weather around as well, we know.
Yes, that is a massive thing to put in there that we've almost been playing uninterrupted around the country this round.
Zaffarin bowls to Simpson, who works the ball down the track on the onside. There is no run. There's a slip, a backward point, a deepish cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-on looks like he's about 3/4 of the way to the boundary at the far end. Straightish mid-wicket. Zaffarin bowls, and Simpson heaves this one away on the leg side, and that's a really good shot for 2 reasons. Hey, he picked it up nicely, but secondly, there are 2 fielders on that leg side boundary. and Simpson completely bisected them. He goes to 75, 442 for 7.
Adrian Thomas has been in touch, by the way. This is now the highest 8th wicket stand for Sussex versus Gloucestershire.
Thank you, Adrian.
Anywhere.
And these two are making a bit of a habit of this, having put on 255 last week. Zaffer in again, bowls. Simpson. They thought about a single, and Danny Lamb was quite right to send John Simpson back there. He was backward a square on the offside, and Goodwin was closing in and prevented that single.
You might have to help me out on the names of these people that they've beaten at the moment.
Oh dear. In comes Zaffer and bowls, and Simpson hammers that one out into the covers, picks up a single. There is a sweeper there. One more to the total. End of the over. Simpson has 76. Lamb has 60. Sussex 443 for 7. Takes 17 off of that. And the lead is what, 25?
26.
26.
So the names G. Bran with 2 N's and W.H. Andrews at the Spa Ground in Gloucester in 1892.
Right. Yeah, even someone of my age I don't quite remember.
No, I wasn't trying to say that, you know, don't make any aspersions like that. Careful with doing that. No.
Roger's been in touch. He says, hearing Ed and Izzy talking about run-outs going for a third reminds me of the occasion at the Oval in 1923 when Gloucestershire number 10 batsman Jack Besant was run out for 5. His only scoring shot going for a 6th.
Great stuff.
And Claire Lynch has been in touch. Hello, Claire. She says, you had a man called Simon from Austria contact you this morning saying he used to play for St Andrew's Cricket Club in Burgess Hill. Can you let Simon know we heard it? Hope he's doing well out in Austria, and there's always a game for him whenever he decides to pop back and see us, says Claire.
Zaman Akhtar is bowling now from the C end. This is turned to mid-on by Simpson, but he cannot get a run, however much he wants one.
Can you give a mention to the ladies' division of St Andrew's Cricket Club in Burgess Hill? We're always welcoming new players, and we have the best coach in Charlotte Burton, who works for Sussex Cricket Club. Thank you so much for getting in touch, Claire. Would you be happy for me to pass that on to the club? Perhaps you could just drop me a line. It's nice to hear it when Charlotte, who works so hard for Sussex, gets a listener writing in. So thank you so much. You never know who's listening.
No. Akhtar round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who drives just for a single to deep cover point, and it is now quadruple Nelson for 7. Nerves jangling everywhere, I'm sure. Simpson has 77, Lamb has 60. But yeah, I'm always willing to give a shout out to clubs with women and girls division. To be honest, now it's more, if you don't have one, then why not, rather than how things perhaps were not even that long ago. Akhtar's sorting out his field for Lamb. 2 fielders deep on the offside and 2 deep on the onside. Akhtar over the wicket, bowls to Lamb, full, and Lamb decides to play a defensive shot. Just thought it'd be fun, go back and have a look at the full scorecard from that game in 1892. So Mr. Bran made 147, so same score as Ollie Price last week, the maximum in another sport. 482 Sussex made in 199 overs. Gloucester certainly hope they're not in the field for that long this time. Akhtar bowls turned through the leg side. Oh, poor misfield, I'm afraid, from Zafar Gohar. That's going to allow 2 runs. The ball did bobble a bit on him, but he's offering a hand of apology for Zaman Akhtar there. He just took his eye off it. 446 for 7. Lamb up to 62. J.J. Ferris bowled 78.1 overs for Gloucestershire. 32 maidens, 6 for 149. J.J. Ferris was one of the first cricketers to play for both Australia and England. This is short, pulled in the air by Lamb dismissively, 1 bounce and for 4 wide of long on, and that brings up the 450 for Sussex. It's not maximum batting points because they're 18.5 overs too late for that, but it is a big score, and Lamb looks like he's in the mood. 66, that's the one he's got, and it's 450 for 7. WG got through 62 overs. I'm not sure how many balls per over that would have been in that game, 1892. Back to bowls. This is driven by Lamb uppishly, but into a gap, and 1 run taken through the offside. Gloucestershire were then bowled out for 200 in 101.1 overs. Thrilling stuff. EM Grace outscored WG Grace 62 to 24, and then Gloucestershire then had to bat for another 116 overs to save the game. WG made 99 and was caught and bowled. How dare whoever Mr. Bean was hold on to the catch, he probably said. But Gloucestershire saved the game.
Well, these two, fresh from their partnership, were 255 last week. As I say, that's the 3rd highest 7th wicket partnership for Sussex. They need to go some to break the all-time record for Sussex for the 8th wicket, which is 291 in recent history. 2002, Robin Martin Jenkins and Mark Davis at Taunton. This is the 2nd highest 8th wicket partnership in England. 291 they put on. However, they're edging towards getting on the chart, as in comes Zafar bowls to Simpson. He's into the offside, and there is no run. The statistics are apart, and Bruce Talbot, I was talking about earlier, is very instrumental in this really excellent Sussex handbook that gets produced every year. Partnerships 175 or more for the 8th wicket. If they can get over to 176, they'll make their way into the handbook for next year. In comes Zafar, bowls, and Simpson is back cutting, and Sussex picking up the ones, picking up the odd boundary, and just starting to get themselves a decent lead here. 53 for 7, Simpson to 78, Lamb on 68.
Izzy's just taken my lunch debris out.
Yes, I saw that.
Very nice of her.
Yes, I saw all that. There was a clattering of...
Didn't expect her to have to clear up after me. Oh dear.
Just a slip in place. Then comes Zafar bowls, and Lamb is forward, plays it down the offside, and there is no run. There's still 47 overs to be bowled today. And the Sussex tactic is clear here. They're just wanting to... I mean, I'd take what Ed was saying, but they'll be wanting to put some pressure on Gloucestershire, I'm sure, later in the day. In comes Zafar bowls to Danny Lamb, who sweeps hard, and he's going to get another boundary. Swept around the corner, backward or square. Danny Lamb is going like a train since lunch. He's on to 72 of just 102 balls. Sussex 457 for 7, so the lead is 40. Danny Lamb went to lunch on 22, so he's added 50 since lunch in 17 overs. He just looks at where that leg side field is. Waits again as Zafar is in. Bowls, Lamb is solidly forward, plays into the onside, there is no run.
Oh, you see how much the game has changed. When you've got somebody coming in at... Yes, OK, we had Carson up the order, so it's a little bit different. When you've got somebody coming in this innings at number 9, who's averaging 33.5 now in first-class cricket.
Zafar in bowls, Lamb plays onto the onside, there is no run yet at Lancashire. He only scored, at the beginning of the season, he'd only scored 727 first-class runs. And I spoke to him last week and said, had he, you know, I think I said earlier, has he come to Sussex to play red ball cricket? And he said, I've come to play any cricket. You know, he was just desperate to play cricket. And it's quite a bold move, isn't it? You're moving from one end of the country to the other. I mean, I think that about some of these cricketers. It shows a determination. And I think of Ollie Robinson going from Kent to Durham. I mean, that is a move. That's not like moving from, you know, Sussex to Surrey or something. It's just up the road. You probably don't have to move house or anything like that. But I think it shows commitment is probably the word I'm looking for.
Yes, and it also shows that there is this rare thing of a cricketer actually wanting to play cricket nowadays. As Zaman Akhtar continues, round the wicket, wide of the crease. Simpson plays this one off the back foot, just runs it to backward point, there's no run. Because it seems to me that a lot of cricketers are quite happy to play for the bigger counties, and there doesn't seem to be much incentive for them, actually, to go off and seek more cricket elsewhere. sort of think, well, you know, if I play 4 or 5 championship matches, just a few T20s a year, then you know what, that's fine. Actually, I'm happy with that. Actor leaps in, bowls. Simpson stands tall to defend, played back to the bowler. And of course the bigger counties themselves will be quite happy to have them around, because they can then have the luxury of the bigger squads. People aren't stretched so much. They can play across all 3 formats. And it's, you know, sort of win-win for everybody. But actually somebody who wants to play day in, day out, move to a different county, there's pressure on that, of course, but it's nice to see that still exists with some cricketers. This is short, pulled away in the air, and
good catch.
Caught. Well caught. Hammond at deep square leg. He almost threw himself off his feet catching that one. Zaman Akhtar has a wicket at last, and Simpson perishes for 78. The short ball strategy working. And Simpson 78 from 173 deliveries, 8 fours and a 6. He was watchful early on this morning because he had to be. Gloucestershire had that second new ball in hand. He had to make sure that it wasn't going to do all sorts, and Sussex was still a lot of runs behind at that stage. They were staring, if a couple of wickets fell in quick succession, they were staring at potentially a first innings deficit of 3 figures still. So he saw them through that. He's seen them to a lead, and already a pretty handy one of 40 runs, but he's gone, caught by Hammond on the boundary off Zaman Akhtar.
He was annoyed with himself there, John Simpson, wasn't he? I mean, Sussex were just getting to that acceleration stage, and he pulled the ball, you could just see swished his bat. But John Simpson has done more than enough, both in this game and the game at Leicestershire last week, to show that he's going to be a very good signing. I think a very shrewd signing by Paul Farbrace. I thought he's kept wicket really well. When you've got someone coming in at 6, scoring the volume of runs, that takes him over 205, 78. He's the best part of 300 runs for the season. So, Ollie Robinson is the new man in. Now, we know Ollie can bat. I think we've seen not as much with the bat of Ollie Robinson as we'd like, to be honest. But an opportunity here with Danny Lamb. I mean, I don't think he'll hang around here, Ollie Robinson. So this could be quite entertaining.
Yes. Well, he made a vital half-century in that one test match that he did play in that India series. And at that stage, it looked as though he'd helped to see England through to actually what was a pretty handy position, and then they got absolutely rolled over the second time that they batted, after I think things were fairly level after first innings in that 4th test match.
So partnership between the two of 130, just what were in the scoreboard, 457. I'll tell you in a minute.
I didn't write down the previous wickets.
143, thank you. Yes, 143 between Simpson and Lamb.
So Robinson has a slip and a gully for company. The field in much tighter now. Akhtar bowls to Robinson, and this is worked away with consummate ease for a single to deep square leg. Right, Robinson so underway straight away, 458 for 8. Didn't look like somebody facing their first ball there, it has to be said. Gloucestershire's attack, well, they will be tiring. This is, it has been, and as much as I think they have bowled, I don't think they've actually bowled that badly here.
They bowled very well yesterday.
But, you know, they have once again found themselves in the field for an incredibly long amount of time. And I don't really know how you go about changing that. Akhtar is in bowls, and this has been angled for the thick outer half of the bat by Lamb, down to deep third for a single, 459 for 8. Lamb has 73.
This could be an interesting last 46 overs of the day, isn't it? Because, you know, I very much doubt that these famous last words will bat through the next 46 overs. So it may well be that naturally an innings comes to an end.
It almost looks like that might be the plan.
You know, if Gloucestershire get to the close of play and haven't lost any wickets, then you might think, well, we're destined to draw. But
Akhtar in bowl, short ball from Robinson. He's pulled this one in the air, and it was not particularly close in the end to deep square leg. He fields it on a couple of bounces, 460 for 8. So Robinson will keep the strike. The lead is 43.
But if Sussex were, you know, I mean, say Sussex got a lead of 70 or 80 here, and Gloucestershire might clear those off, but if they lost 2 or 3 wickets in so doing, we could have a really good game of cricket tomorrow, because don't forget, Sussex would have to bat last as well, so you never quite know. Still a lot of cricket to be played in this game. We've got another, 46 overs today, 96 tomorrow. So Danny Lamb and Ollie Robinson having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. And it's going to be Goodman who's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Who's this wandering around with cups of coffee?
The Gloucestershire physio staff, so
Right.
Ollie Hunt and Chris Powell.
Right. They're walking around. I think one of them's got shorts on, which is pretty brave. They've both got a big sort of jacket. Well, one with shorts has got a big sort of puffer jacket on. Because it is chilly. The flag's not blowing quite as much as they were earlier in the day. So maybe if you are out the sun, it may not be too bad, actually. If you're out the wind, I should say. Is that Miles? Who's that practising his sort of left-handed batting?
I think that is Ben Charlesworth.
Okay, well, he's
starting to think about his innings opening the batting.
He is. Yeah, he's down here at third man. In comes Goodman to bowl to Ollie Robinson, and Robinson stepped away to the leg side and was looking to heave that one towards the Spenkarma pit. As I say, I don't think we'll see Ollie Robinson sort of pit-patting the ball around. We're going to see the quick runs or out.
Oh, here we go. We're going to have a long stop
Yes.
as well.
So this is the same tactic that Gloucestershire employed last year in the 50-over competition, literally a long stop for that top edge. Ollie Robinson just peers over his shoulder and has a little look as to where the long stop is going to be.
Yes, James Bracey pointing out you have to be on the offside of me because we've already got 2 back there. We've already had that once.
Yes, indeed we have. Good minute again, bowls to... Oh, Robinson ducked underneath that. It wasn't really duckable. Well, I think they hit him on the backside.
I thought it hit him, but then it doesn't seem to have. It's like a sort of pea being shot at Goliath.
Yes, I think it hit a fleshy part of the body. I'm fairly certain that hit his backside. He ducked and he didn't need to really. Goodman back to his mark. Robinson on 2, 460 for 8, a lead of 43. Goodman races in, bowls short again. This time Robinson ducks underneath it, and there is no room. So there are 4 men out on the leg side. So the tactic looks pretty obvious from Gloucestershire. But,
Yes.
but if you could just step in, if you're able to step inside the line, you can just nudge it into the onside and take a single. Ollie Robinson surveys that leg side. Maybe he's thinking exactly that. I don't have to try and hit this out the ground. Robinson waits. Actually, there's five men on the leg side. Goodman in bowls again down the leg side, and again Robinson ducks out the way. The ball goes through to Bracey, no run.
Of course, these are absolutely nowhere near being shoulder height either. So
No.
Goodman's going to have to keep on running in and bowling these bumpers all the time. It's going to be taxing. I mean, he's in his 24th over of the innings. He's had to bowl a fair bit yesterday and decent amount today as well. But I suppose at the moment it's keeping the runs down, so he's got to keep doing it.
It's coming around the wicket now. Bowls. Robinson takes a step down the wicket, and well, I don't know how to describe that shot really. I mean, he sort of cuts the ball away down to third man, but he was way outside his leg stump. Ollie Robinson, but he picks up a single. He goes to 3, 461 for 8, brings Danny Lamb on strike for the final ball of the over. You feel if Sussex are going to quickly get a lead of 100, 120, that Danny Lamb is the man who might do it. He's on 73 of just 105 balls. He surveys that leg side field, and now one or two of the Gloucester fielders are pointing, saying I think we should have someone in saving the one here and keep Ollie Robinson on strike. In comes Goodman bowls, and Lamb is going to get 4 runs. I think it's just fielded down in front of us. There were 2 fielders converging on the ball, the backstop, for want of a better word, and the fine leg, who managed to prevent the ball between them from going over the ropes. What it has done, though, is given Danny Lamb a single. He goes to 74, and he will retain the strike. Sussex 462 for 8, lead by 45.
Wasn't far off working, having the 2 right behind the
No,
keeper.
I agree.
Ollie Price, the one who stopped it.
Yeah.
And it was almost one moment, actually, where I thought there was going to be one of those weird sort of contact things. So Ollie Price touching the ball, touching Cameron Bancroft, who was touching the rope. Is it 4 runs? I'll let Adrian answer that, and then it'll be Izzy Duncan.
Claire's been back in touch. Hello, Claire. And she says, thank you for reading out my email. Oh, it's a pleasure. and please pass my message on, which I will do. I'll pass it on to the chair of Sussex, John Philby. He'll be very pleased to receive it, and thank Charlotte, I'm sure, for all her work that she does for Sussex Cricket Club. Akhtar is running away from us over the wicket, bowls, and Lamb drills that down the ground and picks up a single to mid-on, fielded by Goodman. Lamb goes to 75, 458 for 7. Izzy Duncan rejoins the commentary. Danny Lamb acknowledges the dressing room. Have I missed a stat there for Danny Lamb? He goes to 75. Well, he's not beaten his best score because that came last week. It could be 1,000 runs in first-class cricket, I'm guessing. Because he started the season, I think, on 774.
No, you're right. So what have we got here? 900. No, hang on. We're up to 976 runs now.
Akhtar in bowls to Robinson, who slams that but doesn't time it to mid on. He picks up a single, does Robinson. He goes to 464 for 8. Roger Gibbons has been in touch.
Yeah, you were asking about Danny Lamb, weren't you?
Well, they all seemed to applaud, and I wasn't
Yeah.
entirely sure why. And I thought, you always think, oh, crumbs, I've missed a landmark there. But
Well, in his first-class career, 976 runs.
I mean, that may
This
be
is
slight-
updated as we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, something.
Akhtar runs away from us. Comes in and bowls, slammed away by Lamb, and he's going to pick up. That's a good bit of fielding by Goodman. I have been really impressed by the Gloucestershire ground fielding. I think it's been excellent in this game. Epitomised by the stop in the previous over just down below us, with 2 fielders converging on the ball,
Yes.
preventing a boundary, because they have been out there a long time. I don't know if you two were talking about 5 ball overs a bit earlier, but Roger's been in touch to say 5 balls per over in 1892. J.J. Ferris was the second Gloucestershire cricketer to play for both Australia and England. The first was Gloucestershire-born Billy Midwinter, who played for Australia in the first ever Test match in 1877, the first of 8 tests for Australia. He also played 4 tests for England against Australia. Thank you.
And he played 5 ball overs.
There we go.
They've experimented. They've had 4 ball overs as well, I think. And 8? Have we
They
had
used,
8?
they used to have 8 ball,
Yeah.
8 ball overs in Australia.
Yeah.
In fairly recent history, I think. In comes Akhtar, bowls to... Had absolutely no idea where they'd have gone, Ollie Robinson. He's getting a bit of a move on here. The throw comes in, it misses the stumps on the striker's end, and Robinson goes through for a single. He is not going to hang around, Ollie Robinson. He was looking to club that down the ground. His favourite shot is probably that step away and belting the ball down over mid-on, but he's picked up a single. A bit of a streaky single, really. He goes to 5, 466 for 8.
Well, he might as well just get on with it. He's playing his natural game.
Yes,
isn't
he is,
Ollie
and-
Robinson. He's
well-
not going to die wondering.
Well, a quick 20 or 30 here. If Sussex can sort of ease that lead somewhere up near 100, then perhaps put a bit of pressure on Gloucester. We shall see. Still, it's a good track to bat on, but a whole day to go tomorrow, and the rest of the day. Akhtar in bowls, or now tries the ramp shot. It goes through to Bracey, and there is no run. He played that to great effect last week, Danny Lamb, up at Leicester. You've got to have some courage to play that shot, you know. Would you fancy playing that shot? I mean, you're...
Well, in the days of not wearing a helmet, I mean, it would almost be suicidal, wouldn't
Yes,
it?
it would.
But now, of course, they're much braver. It's still going to hurt, though, if you
Well, it
miss
is.
hit it and it goes straight into the grill.
Well, totally, 'cause
It rattles you.
Akhtar is, he's not slow, is he? Comes in, that's a full toss. And that hit Danny Lamb, and I think we're going to get a... No, we're not. It clearly was not high enough to force any sort of rebuke from Neil Bainton, the umpire. It is the end of the over. 468 for 8, is that right, is he?
Well, it says 466 there, but maybe it's catching up the scoreboard.
No, I think you're right.
466 for 8, Sussex.
Okay, take 17
Yeah.
off of that, you get 49.
It's interesting, that full toss, wasn't it? The last ball. I think it was because Danny Lamb tried to ramp him. So you just think that Akhtar was feeling a little bit hard done by that. And it does upset the bowlers, and it upsets their line and length. And it's another reason why players do play these risky shots. So, Goodman from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowling, and that's a bouncer, a bumper, and just gets out of the way of that one. Robinson is not tempted. I mean, I like the way that Van Buren is getting his bowlers to bowl from both ends as well, because sometimes they get more luck at one end, particularly if they don't know the ground particularly well. They're feeling around some of these bowlers. And coming down the hill with those long legs, he's got to be careful he doesn't overstep the mark here, Goodman. Here he is again, right arm over, bowls, and Robinson just plays that under his chin around the corner, backward of square, and goes through for an easy single. He gets on to 6 now, 467 for 8 now, Sussex.
I just wonder, we were talking about there's almost certainly to be 3 results in the championship. There could be a 4th. Derbyshire 72 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Leicestershire by 335. So if the weather doesn't intervene, Leicestershire will fancy their chances of picking up a win in this round of matches, as will either Middlesex or Yorkshire.
No slips here, as he's in and bowls Goodman, and that is hooked around the corner by Danny Lamb. It's a controlled shot. Again, rolls his wrist over it, and it's along the ground, along the carpet, where it's fielded. Gets a single for it. He goes to 77 now off 111 deliveries, and Sussex on to 468. I think they're 51 ahead now. The lead for Sussex here in their first innings. Gloucestershire all out for 417. Yeah, look at this field. So Ollie Robinson is at the business end, and it's a very spread field, a bit like blancmange. The fielders have been spread around, most of them deep. As once again, Goodman is in, and Ollie Robinson shuffles out very wide of his leg stump, almost as if he was taking evasive action, but manages to get a quick single because there's nobody on the single on the leg side. It's the wicketkeeper James Bracey who has to clear up there, scoop the ball up. That's a cheeky run, but strange. He went darting off to his left.
I don't know why he
Ollie
keeps going
Robinson
to the leg side. He's a perfectly good batsman, Ollie. Perhaps it's his new tactic. I don't know.
It was strange because Goodman hasn't got huge pace. He's got great height, and he can get a bit of bounce, and he has been bouncing him, but it's not huge pace. Okay, Goodman once again, 2 for 75. Here he is, racing in, bowling. Oh, it's a very slow pull shot there, almost in slow motion by Lamb, and well played. He knows exactly where the gaps are. With most of the fielders, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary on the leg side. That was for Danny Lamb. He gets a single, 78, and Robinson. So there's nobody in on the single on the leg side because even mid-on has dropped out and giving the single to Ollie Robinson. There were 2 fielders on the single on the offside. That's at point and mid-off. Even mid-off has dropped back. And we've got a very fine third man. In fact, a backstop. Whoa, that's gone down the leg side. That was wild from Goodman. And was left alone by Robinson. So at the end of the over, Robinson's on 7, Lamb on 78. The score is 474-8. And the lead is 53 now for Sussex. You just get the feeling they're going to carry on batting until they're all out and try and get as much of a lead as possible and hope that the pitch deteriorates to the extent that there's a collapse for Gloucestershire and that the spinners can take bite. This will be their hope. They'll have to bat again, of course, but they need a good strong lead to feel secure about batting last, Sussex.
Well, that's what happened here in the last game against Northamptonshire, because it looked as if the game was drifting towards a draw, and suddenly the Sussex spinners got cracking. James Coles took 3, Jack Carson took 2, and when the rain came, Northampton were 170 for 9, only leading by 63. But then first of all the light went, and then it absolutely hosed it down. Sussex will be hoping that doesn't happen again, but they will be hoping there's a bit in it in the pitch for the spinners. We'll have to see. Akhtar is running away from us, coming into bowl to Danny Lamb. He's in, and Lamb is right in behind that, plays into the offside, and there is no run. A very defensive field. There's a third man, a deep backward point, orthodox point and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 3 men sat back on the leg side. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a mid-wicket, all those fielders on the boundary. So in effect there are 4, almost 5 fielders on the boundary. Gloucestershire will make Sussex work hard here. Akhtar in bowls, driven by Danny Lamb. Well, that's a super shot by Danny Lamb. There may be fielders back, but he's absolutely belted that away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot by Danny Lamb, who's endearing himself to the Sussex public here. He goes to 82. Super shot. I gather he's very popular in the dressing room as well, Danny Lamb, having come down from Lancashire in the winter, and he'll be even more popular if he carries on playing like this. 474 for 8. And he's waiting now as Akhtar is in and bowls. And Lamb drills that one down the ground. He calls Ollie Robinson through. It's a comfortable single. Or at the bottom of the bat, didn't quite time it. Nonetheless, he goes to 83, 475 for 8.
Yes, and that run rate just creeping up slowly. It's now up to 3.5 and over. And of course, these two are getting on with it, particularly with Robinson out there. He's a bit of a slogger, isn't he? And it's somewhat contagious as well. I mean, Lamb has gone up a couple of gears. We saw that with the ramp shot, the attempted ramp.
Well, since lunch, they've added 113. As in comes bowls and Robinson. Now that was a solid full defensive shot. Played into the offside there is now. And so they've added 113. It was at lunch. It was 112 overs. So what have we had? 23 overs since lunch. Is that right?
Lunch was 112. You're right.
Yeah. So it's 23 overs since lunch, and Sussex have added 113. So about 5 and over. Hector in bowls. Robinson pulls that away, but he rolled his wrists and it kept the ball down. But Robinson picks up a single. He goes to 8. 476 for 8.
Yes, but with Cricinfo, because I look at Cricinfo quite a bit, at the score, they used to put the partnership up, and that's been taken away.
Ooh, that's frustrating.
Which is quite annoying. And they also used to put last 10 run rate for the last 10 overs, which has always made it more interesting as well, to give it context.
Hector in bowls. Oh, and Lamb loses his leg stump. Well, in fact, he loses 2 stumps. He was trying the ramp shot, was Danny Lamb. It's always a risky shot, and there is just 1 stump remaining. Well, you can't criticise somebody who's made 83, but I wonder if he had his time again, whether he might think, no, I should have played an authentic shot at that. But he's done very well, Danny Lamb. So there's another player out in his 80s. He's out for 83, and Sussex are 476 for 9. So he is the 3rd Sussex player out in his 80s. And he makes his way off, and it's a good innings by Danny Lamb. And as I say, he gets a warm hand from the Sussex public. So we are going to get a natural 83 and 116 balls in 157 minutes, 9 fours and a 6 for Danny Lamb.
Yeah, a little bit over-ambitious there from Danny Lamb, going for the ramp shot. He didn't put it off the first time, and second time ends up being bowled. And the wicket then picked up by Goodman. His figure's now 2 for 76 off 25. He's finally getting his rewards now, Goodman, having bowled beautifully. Yeah, that run rate shooting up. The lead now is 59. That brings Jayden Seales to the crease. This could be entertaining, or it could be short-lived. Let's wait and see.
Well, we would lose 2 overs, wouldn't we, for a change in innings if that happens now. T will be taken with 32 overs remaining. So Sussex, if they lose, well, these two may survive the next 10 overs. I don't know, but yeah, Sussex might fancy having a bit of a crack here, and then sort of 2 dips with the new ball, sort of, half a dozen overs before tea. I don't think we'll see these two hanging around, but the field is spread far and wide. 5 men back on the leg side, well, 4.5. The mid-on is about halfway back to the boundary.
And Goodman, once again, in bowls to Ollie Robinson, who just turns that around the corner backward of square. Will scamper through for 1. We'll now have a look at Jayden Seales. Both of these players probably bat in quite a similar way. We have got the left hand and the right hand combination, but we know they're swingers. They like to swing the bat, play through the ball, and get on with it, really. So we'll just see if they can blast some runs for Sussex here.
Well, so he had a big 6 here in the last game. He finished 11 not out from my records. So the lead is 60, is that right?
Yeah, 60, you're right.
Yeah. So,
60 exactly.
It's not a huge lead, but it's a lead with Sussex. Well, Sussex will feel they're going to attack here, aren't they, for the rest of the day?
Oh, yes.
New ball, Robinson and Seales.
Here he is, Goodman, back again, bowls. It's a nice looking shot there from Jayden Seales, a proper cricket shot.
Nothing wrong with that.
backward of square
Oh.
from the left-hander, goes through for a single. He's off the mark with that, and the score now 478 for 9, with a lead of 61, Sussex.
Yeah.
Have you got something to say?
No.
Oh, no, I thought you had.
No.
I thought you'd found an interesting X post.
No.
Oh.
I was going to say Middlesex are edging towards victory at Lord's, 93 for 3. They need another 65 to win. Lewis Deploy, I think he's going to be a good signing for Middlesex. Good player, played for Derbyshire last year. And Ryan Higgins together.
Quite a bit of tinkering of the field going on here. So Point has been taken out, who was on the single and has moved. I think that's Akhtar, who's now moved to square leg on the single. There's also a mid-wicket and a mid-on, all on the single. Everybody else has spread. He's in and bowls and has a huge heave-ho at that one, Robinson, and looks to the heavens in disbelief that he didn't make contact. It was shortish, and probably rather missed out on that one, as Goodman stalks back to his mark.
I was saying that Ollie Robinson could easily drop one into the leg side here and just run, but there are now 2 men up on the single, just to prevent that happening.
You're right, and they've just made that fielding change, having taken out Point. Goodman, right arm around, bowls, and there will be a single here. Nicely played by Robinson. He saw the gap as there's nobody backward of square leg, and he took that single. Working in singletons here. That's 3 off the over so far. Seals now to face. These two surviving well. We haven't seen anything too explosive from Seals yet, but let's wait and see. 479 for 9 now. Sussex, lead of 62. 1 slip in place now. It's more like a second slip position. Goodman running towards us, darting towards us. Hurtles in, bowls. Oh, it's gone in the air, and yes, it's been caught. That was almost like catching practice. That was steered off the blade of the bat of Seals, Jaden Seals, straight into the hands of a second slip, a solitary slip, but a second slip. It was just like batting practice in, that was Cameron Bancroft who was standing there, the Aussie at second slip, and nicely taken by him. It was a bit like training, wasn't it? Let's do some catching practice.
Sort of looped to him, didn't it?
So Sussex all out for 479 with a lead of 62. I think they'll be happy with that, just to get a lead. And they'll be out there with the new ball, being a very aggressive Sussex and trying to curtail Gloucestershire if they possibly can. Just be interesting to see how the pitch does deteriorate, if it does, over the next session and tomorrow, and whether it takes a little bit more spin as well, if the spinners will make hay.
Well, there's life in the game, isn't there? I think we're going to learn a lot about the outcome of this game over the next. What are we going to have? We're going to lose 2 overs now. I think we'll probably be 39 overs to be bowled in the day. 7 before tea. If Sussex were over to pick up 2 or 3 wickets in the rest of the day, and Gloucestershire aren't too far ahead, it could really be game on for tomorrow. If over Gloucestershire, bat through and go to the close, maybe 1 down, and with a lead of 30 or 40, they'll feel that they're in a good position. So we can have a little breather, I think, for 10 minutes and go and make a cup of tea. Sussex leading by 62, having been bowled out for 479 here at Hove. for 479, 86 for Pujara, 84 for Tom Alsop, 83 for Danny Lamb. So plenty of people into the 80s. No one's gone on to score 100 yet in this match. The top scorer for Gloucestershire was James Bracey, who made 69. I've completely lost track of who's commentating. I think it might be Izzy and Ed.
It's definitely me,
Yes,
whichever it is,
I
because
think
I've
it's-
just had
Yeah,
half an hour off.
I think it's Izzy. So I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea, and I'm going to leave you with Izzy and Ed as the players make their way out. We have got 41 overs remaining in the day, so a good lot of cricket left. So let's see where this game goes. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to send your emails in. It'd be good to hear from you. Or you can tweet at edcricket6, that's the digit 6, or at Fine Glance. And I'm going to leave you with, with Izzy and Ed.
Thanks, Adrian. Back in, well, I don't know when he'll be back, but he'll definitely be back. That's for sure. Can't keep him away. Izzy Duncan has donned the headset.
Yeah, I've got Adrian's headset. Exactly. Oh, Adrian's still talking.
Adrian, so you'd like to say
Three things.
Okay.
Free entry from 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
And half price tomorrow, a tenner for adults.
Half
tenner
price
for
tomorrow, a
adults.
tenner for... So free for kids.
Would it be?
Would it be? Ooh, a tenner for
they've
adults.
stumped him now.
Well, kids should be at school tomorrow, shouldn't they, really?
Yeah.
So it's a sort
True,
of
but
full...
they might want to come in free.
It's a school
as soon
day,
as it's
isn't it?
over.
It's
Anyway,
a school day.
we're about to get underway with the Gloucestershire second innings. Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth, the Gloucestershire openers, are out there, and it's Ollie Robinson to bowl the first ball of Gloucestershire's second innings, and there's runs straight away for Bancroft, at least a couple of runs, and that's what it will be as Hudson-Prentice tracks around the boundary, fine on the offside, picks it up at deep backward point, 2 without loss. Bancroft underway, so the deficit sits at 60 runs. Now for Gloucestershire, there are still 40.5 overs remaining in the day.
I was just thinking that. This is a mammoth session.
Yes,
40 overs
we
after
haven't
tea.
lost any overs because of the tea interval. Robinson bowls wide of off and Bancroft lets it go. So yes, I mean it is only 10 to 4. I've only said 10 to 6 then. It feels a bit like 10 to 6, but yeah, 10 to 4. So you know we should still be doing okay. I would imagine Jack Carson would be doing a fair amount of bowling, unless of course Sussex are absolutely rattling through Gloucestershire's top order with the seamers. So actually Gloucestershire will be hoping that Jack Carson does do a fair bit of the bowling. There are 3 slips in place as Robinson into Bancroft, straying onto leg stump. Robinson is the only person on the ground that thinks there might be a chance that's out LBW, and it's a leg by to fine leg. Gloucestershire 3 without loss. He couldn't get away. The fine leg glance. The fine glance.
I'm the fine glance.
You're the fine glance.
Yeah. That's a sort of cricket term I've made up, really.
Yes. Well, I've noticed there's
a fine glance.
There's a
Here we
real
go.
trend amongst.
Okay.
I mean, you know, Churchy's at back and across, isn't he? You've got leg side Lizzie Ammon.
That's right.
I couldn't think of. I
It's
couldn't
gotta
think
be
of something
memorable.
nice and neat like that. Yeah. Robinson in over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who flicks that one away. It was on leg stump, and he's clipped. Oh, he's gone all the way for 6. How about that? First ball of his innings, and Ben Charlesworth's off the mark with a 6. And it's that same advertising board again. They've got something against that particular financial service company, I think.
I think they have to charge them
They've
extra,
diddled out of-
Sussex.
Diddled out of some money by them. I'm not going to say which.
Well,
it
they're
is.
getting a lot of exposure as the camera will home
That's
in
true.
on that particular advertising board as it struck. That was very much a new ball racing away, wasn't it? That hard ball came out the middle of the bat.
He's strong there, is Charlesworth. That pick-up shot, a lot of left-handers like it there. Robinson bowls to Charlesworth, more runs through the leg side. 2 at least. It's the shorter side of the ground, but one of the longer boundaries. Now, come back for the 3rd run, which they will make actually fairly comfortably. The boundary does get quite a bit longer as you go straighter towards the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Charlesworth has 9 from 2. He's back to batting in the T20 again. Gloucestershire are 12 without loss, and we only had 5 balls. But yes, it was a slight heart-in-mouth moment for one moment as they turned back for that 3rd run after what we've seen earlier. Do not want to return the favour, Gloucestershire. Last ball of the first over, Robinson to Bancroft, who offers no shot, and that is that for Robinson's first 11 runs from that over. He went wicketless in Gloucestershire's first innings of 417. Didn't get much luck, it's fair to say, a dropped catch, and did beat the bat several times, but 0 for 83, his figures in the first innings.
Yes, just it's about utilising the new ball. And I know, Ed, you were talking about that in that first innings when Ollie Robinson had the ball. Not quite pitching it up enough and allowing it to swing. A little bit too short and a little bit too wide. Well, certainly as far as Jaden Seals was concerned, it was a little bit too wide. Let's just see if they change their mentality in this innings. An expensive one for Sussex, though. 12 for no loss, Gloucestershire, in that first over from Ollie Robinson. Playing with a great deal of intent, those two. Charlesworth on 9, Bancroft on 2. Charlesworth facing, and it's Jaden Seals with the ball in hand as he pounds in from the sea end and bowls, and that's just comes across the left-hander there, Charlesworth. He just leaves it alone and does a tiny bit of gardening as well. So 12 for no loss. Yes, the announcement on the gate for tomorrow: half price for adults at £10 and kids £2.50. I'm assuming they're under 16s. For kids, so well worth it. But perhaps after school.
What can you get for
an
£2.50?
after-school activity?
I mean, you can't get anything for £2.50 nowadays, can you? So get some cricket.
No. Seals 14 on his back. Soles of his shoes flashing orange as he runs away from us and bowls and pops in a shorter one. Left alone there, Charles was just not forcing the batter to play here at the moment. Jaden Seals. Charlesworth certainly knows where his off stump is. 3 slips in place. Everybody G'd up in the field for this second innings for Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire trailing now by 50 runs. I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Jaden Seals will continue. So we've got a backward point, a mid-off, and then we've got a mid-on and a mid-wicket. Extra cover, and also a fine leg down there. Hands on hips. Seals searing in. Bowls, it's in the air and it's caught! That was a nonchalant shot. Didn't move his feet much there, Charlesworth. That's gone straight to the fielder at backward point. And a great catch. It was Carson who took that catch. At backward point, it was straight to him. It was in the basket, wasn't it, Ed?
Yes, it was. I mean, it was almost, I mean, it wasn't quite slow motion, but the way that he played that shot, I must say, I just thought that's along the ground, you know, no run sort of thing, but he's just planted it straight into the fielder's hands, and maybe that is just the kind of potential lapse that has been bought by the fact that Sussex have ground Gloucestershire down the way that they have.
It just seemed rather a sort of nonchalant shot. There wasn't much foot movement, and just straight up in the air, not really getting the weight behind it. And sort of easy pickings, really, in the end for Carson there at backward point. So they've made inroads already here, Gloucestershire. Sorry, rather Sussex. And Ollie Price is the new man in, the batting all-rounder, 22 years old, the younger brother of Tom Price.
Yep, and more work for him to do. There was a lot of work last week when he pretty much had to bat for the entire day against Yorkshire. I mean, he was out to what turned out to be the last ball before tea, but defied Yorkshire for 2 sessions and a bit the previous evening as well, and he's finding himself in another situation where Gloucestershire have their backs to the wall.
So Jaden Seals tail up. He's rocketing in now and bowling, and it's on the stumps, and there's a play and a miss, a genuine play and a miss. Comes forward to that Ollie Price, but looking wobbly out there. A certain amount of movement this time. Off the seam, beating the outside edge, rather reaching for it there, Ollie Price.
Yeah, I mean, it was a shot trying to make a statement, wasn't it? Trying to transfer some pressure back onto Sussex after the wicket. Certainly plenty going on. We only had 10 balls, 12 runs and a wicket, having kind of petered along for quite a lot of today.
Here he is again, Jaden Seales bowls. This is left alone outside the off stump. Plenty of drama behind the stumps. That's quite far away from the off stump. You wouldn't think so from the U's and the R's and the histrionics behind the stumps. Very chirpy out there at the moment, Sussex.
There did seem to be some movement through the air though there, didn't there? Which there was absolutely none this morning with the new ball that Gloucestershire had. I didn't see any ball move off the straight, certainly through the air, and very little off the pitch either.
Here he is running away from us once again. Seales pumping and bowling and left alone. It's a good reach forward there from Price, but doesn't play a shot. End of the over. So that was a wicket maiden from Jaden Seales, and a very tasty looking bowling. Yes, the Duke's ball is interesting, isn't it? Because they're handmade. Every ball, I always think every ball's got its own personality, rather as opposed to a machine-made ball. The kookaburra is sort of stuck in a machine, isn't it? Now it pops the other end, but when you think they're all hand-stitched as well, they will behave a little bit differently, the Dukes. That's why if they're not doing anything, they're so keen to change them, just to see if another ball will have a different personality. So 12 for 1, Gloucestershire, and they trail by 50 runs still.
Perhaps this one's just a bit mischievous.
Oh, I meant to say that Archie Lennon is on the field.
Of Tom Haynes, says Mr. Harms. Sun's gone behind a cloud as Robinson runs in now to bowl to Bancroft, who is forward and guiding this one into a vacant area on the offside through point, and he will pick up 1. Gloucestershire 13 for 1, trailing by 49 runs. I mean, talking about the context of a high-scoring match, that this lead, it was difficult to know how significant it would be, and it didn't potentially feel massively significant until Gloucestershire lost a wicket, of course, and now you're feeling as though 49 runs just even to get into the credit, as it were. Robinson is in, bowls to Price, who drives, but that one is ticketed for mid-off. There is no run. Price certainly looked like he wants to get on with it, playing these drives earlier. He's a very patient individual normally, but it does look as though whether he just wants to get off the mark, or whether there has been some sort of discussion about we are going to bat positively this innings.
Well, he was out for 8, wasn't he, in that first innings?
Here comes Robinson, bowls to Price, and that one maybe just stays down a fraction on him, not a huge amount, but definitely looked to be more the bottom part of the bat that he defended that with rather than the middle. And Sussex are going to be looking for any little glimmer of weakness out there. Pounce on the weakness of the opposition. Just even a defensive shot that doesn't come out of the absolute centre of the bat. And to be honest, some sides will still give a yelp even if it does in a situation like this, hungry for wickets. Robinson runs in, he bowls to Price, who has to get onto his toes to defend that one down into the ground, and the ball just trickles wide of the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Better over this time from Robinson. There's a feeling he's tightened up his line a bit here, particularly to Ollie Price. Charlesworth was swinging the bat in that first over. 12 off Ollie Robinson's first over. It was a little bit out of control.
Tom Clark seemed to be celebrating something there at second slipper. It's probably just a warm-up. I don't know, but you're warming up his celebration. Robinson runs in, bowls, and Price drives, and it's mid-off, called into action again. Not really timed. Also, slightly on the up, that drive as well. So again, interesting, the Sussex close fielders. I think we might be the only... Oh no, there's one other Division 2 game playing at the moment. Everybody else is having their tea. We've already had ours, apparently.
Well, we didn't. We're lacking in cake, aren't we, on this particular trip to Hove? Has been noted.
Yes, lacking in cake, and then your lunch options are a pie, a sausage roll, or a pie. Robinson bowls. That's not a pie. That's a good delivery. That's been blocked by Price. Back to the bowler. So Robinson certainly tightened things up in that over, just conceding the 1 run. 13 for 1. Gloucestershire, and I'm sure there'll be some fans of the Shire, as people like to call them, who will be rather nervous at this point, wondering, Gloucestershire going to have... I mean, they were looking pretty good with 417 on the board. They were certainly happy with those runs when they had them. In fact, they were happy when they had 300 on the board. They felt that those were good runs, and Sussex also acknowledged they felt the ball was doing quite a lot on that first day, but Sussex have taken control since then.
Seals of the West Indies. He's in and bowls, and it's down quite late on that. Play with an open blade. It's on the ground as the ball spills out towards gully. It's a good stop down there. That ball was racing along the grass. This new ball, we're only into the 4th over, of course. And that was Bancroft. He's on 3, 13 for 1. Charlesworth out on 9. Caught by Carson at backward point. Just hit it straight into the basket, into his hands. Easy catch in the end, bowled by Seals. So, Jayden Seals once more just running away from us here. Up the hill from the sea end. 3 slips in place. He bowls. It's on leg stump. It's going to go round the corner. Whipped away. Just get a single for it, Bancroft. He ticks on to 4. 14 for 1. We've had more reports. So we talked about Sunday lunch, weren't we, earlier on, and crispy Yorkshire puddings and potatoes and things. James Marshall has sent us a beautiful photograph of, I think it's roast chicken. I think, Ed, you mentioned roast chicken, didn't you? As requested by Adrian Harms. Here's an update on my Sunday lunch. I went for the roast chicken, which was very tasty indeed. My mouth is watering here. Controversially, it came, I think he meant with a Yorkshire pudding, yes. Seals, rocketing in, bowling, pops in the bouncer, and Price just bobs out of the way there. He's yet to get off the mark. 14 for 1. I'm just admiring this. There's some lovely green beans. There's a bit of stuffing as well. You see the stuffing? And a crispy skin. Vegetables, cabbage, roast potatoes. It's an enormous Yorkshire pudding. It's probably the largest Yorkshire pudding I've ever seen in my life.
Sizable. You pour the sauce into the Yorkshire pudding.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Put the gravy. Do you like gravy? I'm all for it personally, but I expect some wouldn't be, he says. Well, I'm all for that as well. Jayden Seals bounding in, bowling. Whoa, he's bowled him. He left it there, Ollie Price. He left it and it came back in off the seam. And as a ripped out, I think it was the off stump, difficult to tell here. I think it was the off stump. The off stump has cartwheeled quite a long way back. Wow, what a misjudgment there from Ollie Price, who is out for a duck, having faced 10 deliveries. We're going to see a replay in just a moment, but really quite spectacular from Jayden Seals. Here it comes, the replay on the stream. Oh, it does. It really jags back in, takes out that off stump. And Ollie Price can't believe it as he drags his bat back to the pavilion. Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble here. 14 for 2. And struggling at Hove. And the deficit... What's the deficit? 48? 49? Something 48. Like that. 48.
Huge loss for Gloucestershire there. Ollie Price, somebody who's used to batting for very long periods of time. The ball swung, we have to say, the ball swung, which we've not been seeing a great deal. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be ruining the fact that he didn't see that one coming. But yeah, the ball did do something, which, to be honest, we haven't seen much in the way of that sort of movement through the air. That was spectacular, the way that off stump went cartwheeling off. I mean, I of course couldn't really see the stump because Price's body was in the way, and then you just saw the stump shoot out the other side of him. It went off at some angle as well, which I guess also shows you the amount that the ball came back in, for the fact that the stump didn't go anywhere near backwards. It went off to almost like a 45-degree angle.
It was really ripped out the ground, wasn't it? So the new bat here is Hammond. He's busy taking guard. Another left-hander. There we are for Gloucestershire. That's right. So Miles Hammond, no relation to Wally. Here he is, patiently in his crease as Seals bushy-tailed. He's in, bowls, it's outside the off-stump, is left alone there by Hammond. Bancroft at the other end on 4. Gloucestershire 14 for 2, still trailing by 48 runs.
And you really get the sense Seals here, he's not just putting the ball there, is he? This is, I know it may not be 90 miles an hour, but it's really coming down with venom, isn't it? Even if it's just, you know, even if it's not a short ball, but it just looks as if he could take a wicket any delivery now.
Here he is, full of beans, Jayden Seals. Bowls, right arm over. Whoa, that's gone along the ground. It's come off a thickish edge. And it's stopped there by third slip. And it's the end of the over, 14 for 2. Just one off that over from Jayden Seals. The replay is just coming up now onto the big screen. And the ground, I'm having another look at the cartwheeling stump. Vicious.
That is going to be doing the rounds on social media, I suspect. I don't imagine Ollie Price is going to want to log into his social media account this evening.
I think that's a 3 a.m. wake up, isn't it? In a cold sweat for poor old Ollie Price.
There are some. We've seen a couple of horrible ways to get out. I mean, run out coming back for the third's got to be one of the worst ways to go. But leaving a ball that crashes into your off stump's got to be another one. In comes Robinson, starting his third over, bowling to Bancroft, who's guided this one wide of the cordon, and Hudson-Prentice comes off the boundary to field. Another run is taken, so Bancroft seems to be doing quite a good job of just getting himself up the other end at the moment. That's now 3 overs in a row where he's got off strike either the first ball or in the last over the second ball. It's just basically saying over to you everyone else, which I think is quite a good way of doing it. 15 for 2 as Bancroft moves on to 5. Gloucestershire in dire need of a partnership. I mean, you lose another one here, and well, I mean, it's one of those things, you know, your number 5 bat brace has only just come off keeping for session after session. You need to give him a break. And he's got his pads on now, probably. Forward goes Robinson, playing Hammond, sorry, to a full delivery from Robinson, and it's defended out into the covers. So, do get that kind of shot through the dressing room, everyone's scrambling for pads and helmet, gear, that kind of thing. You don't really have too much time to think about exactly what is facing you out there, and all of a sudden, bang, you're there out in the middle.
Horrible.
And it's not a pleasant situation. Hammond waits. Robinson bowls to him. Hammond across his stumps, looking to turn this one through the onside. But doesn't get a great deal of bat on it, and Pujara fields from square leg. It's such a long session to come as well. There's no sort of obvious end point here for Gloucestershire. I suppose they might feel slightly better when they're into the lead, but they're going to have to bat for a considerable amount of time tomorrow before the game is even close to being safe. Over the wicket comes Robinson, lopes in and bowls to Hammond, and this is squeezed away behind square on the onside. They'll think about a second run here, which they should take, as Pujara goes into the slide, back from square leg, and Hammond is underway. Gloucestershire are 17 for 2. I suppose one of the only crumbs of comfort from Gloucestershire's point of view is that they did not get off to a good start when they scored that 405 for 6 in the second innings against Yorkshire last week. Bancroft fell for 8, Dent went for 5, although they were 48 for 2 at that stage. Hammond had scored quickly at the other end. Robinson bowls, shout for leg before wicket here. Robinson quite likes this, but I'm not sure that that's pitched in line, would be my initial thought, but that could be way off because we're watching Robinson come towards us. Either way, I sort of got the impression that Robinson sold it, and then Sussex, who'd gone up but hadn't really gone up fully, then thought, oh, he likes this, we better shout a bit louder here. And Neil Bainton, who's at the... Yes, exactly. Neil Bainton, who's at the Cromwell Road end now, I think showed much signs of real interest. In comes Robinson, last ball of the over, tight to the stumps he bowls, on leg stump, Hammond tries to flick it away but doesn't time it. Pujara fields at square leg again, and kept busy in the over. 17 for 2 Gloucestershire after 5 overs. In fact, there were 94 for 4 in that innings of 405 for 6, but you do need some massive partnerships, and nobody in this game has yet scored 100. I fancy that if Gloucestershire are to get out of this, that one of their number, probably one of the two at the crease, might have to be the first in the match to do that.
To make the conversion, yeah. Sussex here really turning on the screws, and now is the time to apply the pressure with this new ball. And Gloucestershire really struggling at 17 for 2. And Seals is the man with the wickets. He's in and bowls. It's on the stumps. Bit of extra pace there. Comes forward Bancroft and plays that stoically. Very chirpy out there, as they should be, really, Sussex. Plenty of clapping and chirping from the slip cordon. You can hear it on the effects mic. That's all the players. The Sussex crowd glued to this now. A very important passage of play here. This could turn the game around. Gloucestershire deficit of 45 runs. Jaden Seals, here he is, strong young man, 22 years old, bounds in and bowls. It's on the stumps, really squares up to it. Bancroft just making doubly sure that he gets good contact with that, showing us the maker's name. Defended well. I think the job now for these two, for Bancroft and Hammond, is to see off the shine, tire out the bowlers a bit, and see if they can make hay later on, to see how this pitch turns out, whether it does deteriorate a little bit. Has it changed in character? The feeling it has done in the last couple of hours or so. There's no green on it anymore. We started out on day one with a smattering of green as Jaden is in. Jaden Seals, that kept low this time, is taken by the shins of Simpson. 17 for 2. Bancroft on 5. Continues to face. 3 dots in a row here for Seals. He is the man of the moment in this second innings.
It is amazing what happens when you get a rested bowling attack out there versus one that had already been in the field for a decent amount the previous day.
Yeah.
And so often you can just see them start to extract more out of a surface than you've seen for a couple of sessions. It can be deceptive.
Here he is again, Seals, pounding in and bowling. He's played with an open blade there by Bancroft. He's got the feeling he's just trying to steer it backwards towards third man. There's no third man in place. There is a fine leg, or rather a long leg, because he's not very fine. But those 3 slips are going to stay put, that's for sure. An attacking field. There's 3 fielders on the offside in the ring, 2 on the leg side in the ring. There isn't a square leg, that's where the gap is. And only 1 man on the boundary. Seals. Here he is again. He picks up his heels, Seals, and he's in. Bowls, and that was on the leg stump, trying to work that into the leg side, Bancroft, but fails to pick up a run where it's cut off. 17 for 2. No run scored yet off this over.
Yes, he's not succeeded in managing to get off strike this over, so he's been in the firing line for a full over for the first time. I mean, go back to that first innings that Bancroft played in the Yorkshire match, where 70 off 196 balls, and it was a little bit stodgy, but Gloucestershire would take a stodgy innings like that now.
Seals is in and bowls again, really squaring up to it and holding the pose as well, Bancroft, but keeps the ball out. It's aggressive and fairly vicious with his bowling, and so he should be, Jaden Seals, at the moment all over Gloucestershire, who are unable to score off him, keeping it tight with a bit of pace thrown in as well. So 17 for 2, it's a maiden over, and still trailing by 45 runs, but an awfully long way to go. Of course, we've got the 4th day tomorrow. A little bit of weather around, but it keeps changing, doesn't it? Possibly a bit of rain in the afternoon, but nothing too alarming on the weather front. I'm having another check now. BBC
my one looks...
Oh, it's brightened up.
Pretty much fine,
no, it's
yeah.
fine now. Last time I looked, it was rain at 2 o'clock. Well, nothing actually, 0%.
Yeah.
No rain around tomorrow.
Looks like it's going to be another sunny morning. And then cloud over a bit, but pretty decent. Robinson bowls to Hammond, who turns this one firmly, but picks out Pujara. Once again, he's fielding just in front of square on the onside. Robinson bowling straight. Wanted to give Hammond some width. It's as if he's going to be turned through leg rather than driven through off at the moment. If he's one thing or the other. Allsop at first slip, Clark at second slip, Coles with the sun hat on at third. As Robinson is in and bowls, angling across Hammond, who doesn't have anything to do with that, and then sort of flops the bat to the floor. And goes for not quite a Simpson-esque wander, but just a few steps across to leg. You do just wonder what's... always wonder every time Hammond bats, I feel I say this, but what is going through Hammond's mind, because he can just decide, okay, I'm just going to play my shots here. I actually feel like the best way to combat this situation is to score quickly and to get these runs flowing, but he's leaving again. Robinson temptingly dangles one across outside his off stump, left alone.
Yeah, I mean that's the culture these days, to counter attack, isn't it? And to be aggressive. And at some point they've got to do that, Gloucestershire. Otherwise they are going to. You've used the word crumbling. You've used the word crumbs quite a lot, which I rather like. But otherwise they are going to crumble. I mean they need to score and they need to wrestle some of that initiative back.
Two fielders in very close now on the onside. Robinson bowls to Hammond, straight delivery, which is come down upon by Hammond in defence. The ball just trickles not even a couple of pitch widths away. Pujara, and I assume is that Carson at mid-wicket. Two fielders in tight on that offside. I was thinking about the loose clipping into the leg side from Hammond. I've already seen one which has gone slightly uppishly. Tense moments for Gloucestershire as Robinson bowls now to Hammond, who drives. He will go for a single. Seals shies at the stumps and misses them, and there's going to be 5 as it eludes the fielder backing up, and that is a bonus for Gloucestershire. Neil Bainton signals 4, as you should do, before then indicating to the scorers that 5 runs have been scored. So that is the second 5 of the day, I think, is it not? Had one earlier when Zaffa was bowling.
22 for 2 is the score on the board.
Was that
very
meant
poor
to be Richie?
Benno. 22. I have to do it with a sideways on action.
That was stealth,
22
Richie.
for 2.
So stealthy, I barely picked it up. Gloucestershire trail by 40. Robinson moves in, bowls to Bancroft. Maybe a hint of movement into the right-hander, but Bancroft covers up and defends it. So over complete at just the 5 runs from the over. There should probably have only been a single, but I don't know. Maybe it was just one of those ones where I did have to watch it again, where actually it all happened so quickly that a fielder couldn't really get there to back up, and he certainly had to shy at the stumps because it was a tight run that from Hammond. So he has 7, and he will also have the strike for the next over. Bancroft has 5, and Gloucestershire are 22 for 2.
You haven't attempted it. You haven't attempted it, I know.
You can't do it every time.
You can't do it every time, of course you can't. It's too obvious as well. I mean, 22 for 2 is the Richie Benno score. So 3 slips, and Jayden Seals has plenty of momentum as he comes in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. Gets his foot to the pitch of the ball there and leaves it alone. Miles Hammond, who's currently on 7. Bit of sunshine here at Hove today. And Phil O'Rourke is watching from behind the sofa, Ed, he says. Nerves jangling, a distinctly uncomfortable session for Gloucestershire cricket.
I see, I couldn't do that. There's no way I can... Listen, when I listen to radio commentary, I get so much more nervous than when I can actually see the pictures.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Do you feel more in control?
Yes, exactly. It's the uncertainty of not knowing when the next ball exactly is going to be bowled.
Well, here he is, Seals. At full pelt, he's in and bowls. That's a defensive shot there from Hammond, who comes down the pitch tentatively. Well, Phil O'Rourke, that's how I used to watch Doctor Who as a kid, behind the sofa.
All those Daleks. Just don't give them a flight of stairs.
No, exactly. How to kill a Dalek. Push it down the stairs.
Yes.
Seems a bit too simple, really, doesn't it? Spiral staircase would be even better.
They made them float eventually, did they not?
Did they float?
I'm not a
I'm not so
doctor
into the
who
modern. I'm
aficionado
afraid I was a
at all.
Tom Baker.
But I think eventually they worked this out and gave them the ability to sort of rise up into the air. I think something like that.
Something like that. A bit more modern. Jaden Seales pounding in, bowling. 3 slips still there, all chirpy and perky behind the batsman. The batter, it's Hammond.
I see that would have made me very nervous. The way that you sort of gave a rise in intonation of what's happening, and then it's a leave. But
well, that's
that would have got me
because
up.
every ball is an event at the moment, isn't it?
It is.
The way that
exactly.
Jaden Seales is bowling.
He's only gone for 1 run in his 3.5 overs. He's taken more wickets and he's gone for runs. It's usually a fairly good recipe for success.
Here he is, all muscle, as he sprints in and bowls to Hammond, who gets up and plays that off the back foot there, just under the eyes. The score is still 22 for 2 as the dots continue for Jaden Seales. His very, very tasty figures of 2 for 1, as Ed just pointed out. Into his 4th over, 2 maidens. He struts back to his mark. Here at the C end, he's coming up the hill. He seems to definitely prefer this end. Has he bowled from the other end? I don't think he has.
Not much, certainly not much. Anyway, yeah.
He's got his preferred end. Pounding uphill goes Jaden Seales and bowls. Just pops it just short of a length, but again gets on to the back foot. Still a new ball. You can hear the hard crack of that new ball onto the bat. You know it's a new ball just from the sound of it.
I'd imagine you make yourself quite popular as an overseas player, coming to a ground like this and saying, I'd like to bowl uphill, actually. You're sort of expecting the overseas player to, even if he's only a youngster like Seales is, kind of walk in and go, I'm an overseas player, I'll run down the hill, thanks. But no.
No, he's not an Imran Khan who just would choose exactly, thank you very much, when I'm going to bowl. Give me the ball. So, Jaden Seales. Oh, he leaves that alone at the last minute. Quite a dramatic shoulder arms there from Hammond as the ball thuds into the gloves of John Simpson as they jog to the other end. It's the end of the over and it's another maiden there for Jaden Seales. The score is still on 22 for 2. And the deficit is 40, isn't it, for 22? Yeah, 40 runs the deficit.
Yep, so from one end they've managed to find some runs, but from the other end they're still very much looking. Robinson, I mean, 5 runs in the last over, but 4 of them certainly were nothing to do with him, and actually since his first over, which was an expensive one, he has kept the pressure on as well. Seales is still putting his jumper on as Robinson bowls to Bancroft, who lets that go through to the wicket keeper. Let's see whether we've had any further developments since tea elsewhere. Well, Surrey have had enough at 543 for 7 at Canterbury. Centuries for Sibley and Lawrence, which you mentioned. I mean, it's pretty much just some cameos and contributions elsewhere. Jordan Clark smashed a 25 ball 40. Kent batting again there, 9 without loss after 4 balls. Robinson bowls, Bancroft edges, but it's well short of the slip cordon in the end. Played with soft hands by the Western Australian and fielded by Clark in the slips. So Zach Crawley has a chance to score some more runs. Harry Finch is opening the batting for Kent, so that's potentially a little bit worrying. Why has Ben Compton not opened the batting for them? It's looking rather a tall order with that Surrey attack, and if Ben Compton can't bat, have to scroll down the pages of the live text service to find out what's happened there. Robinson runs in, he bowls. Bancroft is forward, nudging into the offside, and a positive move forward, thinking about a single, but Sussex are not just allowing Bancroft to tap and run with Pujara in the covers. Hampshire have collapsed actually out of nowhere. They're 325 for 7. They were 235 for 2 when, in fact, they were 229 for 1 with Gubbins and Middleton scoring hundreds, but Warwickshire have made some inroads. Whether it's enough with the time remaining in the game, we'll see. Robinson bowls, comes in towards Bancroft, but he's playing a sturdy looking defence, fielded at mid-off. So Hampshire trail by 128 runs, 327 for 7 in reply to Warwickshire's 455. Nottinghamshire, well, that is quite some fight back from them. 301 for 2 at Taunton, leading by 40. Now Will Young, who hasn't had to leave right now,
I knew you were going to say that.
95, not that well.
I think I'm going to leave right now.
Come on. You got to try it, haven't you? Clark, 155 not out as well. Huge partnership. Robinson bowls, lifting delivery, but judged well by Bancroft. He didn't have to play at it, and it thuds into the gloves of Simpson. So a partnership of 253 between Young and Clark. Still a lot more work for them to do, though, only leading by 40. Worcestershire 6 down against Durham. Kidderminster, they still need 254 to win, but despite some resistance from Matthew Waite and Nathan Smith, who seems to be a fantastic signing for Worcestershire, Nathan Smith, I must admit I did not know very much about him. Robinson bowls wide outside the off stump, no shot from Bancroft, and that completes Robinson's first maiden over. The score remains 22 for 2, and it looks as if it's time for a change, with Izzy Duncan making way and Adrian Harms coming in. It's not actually, it sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet here, but I do spend far too much time looking at scores from elsewhere. I really didn't know who Nathan Smith was.
No, he's been very good.
Wickets, runs.
It's just what you need, isn't it?
But I don't know if he's going to be able to save Worcestershire there. 6 down now. 3 wickets for Paul Coghlan, a couple for Matthew Potts, and 1 for Ben Rain. That's what's happening in Division 1.
Well, Jaden Seals is going to carry on from this. The C end of the ground. Gloucestershire 22 for 2. In comes Seals bowls, and forward comes Hammond, who plays to Robinson at mid-on. I just get the feeling here with Ollie Robinson, just watching that previous over, I just felt he was getting back into rhythm. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get a couple more over. Well, actually, I'm just looking down at the far end. A couple of the Sussex lads are warming up, so we'll have to see. But that was just a much better over. It was far more like the old Ollie Robinson. They could really do with a couple of Robinson wickets here, because that would really put the cat amongst the pigeons if he could find some form. Seals runs around the wicket, in and bowls. Forward comes Hammond, plays into the offside, and there is no run. We've had a very nice email in, Izzy and Ed, from Oliver Shukesmith, who was with us yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Thanking us for an amazing day that will live long in the memory. And he goes on to say, having a go on air was my childhood dream come true.
I know the feeling.
He says, thank you to all of us for being so welcoming and supportive. He's enjoying the stream, as always, over a roast pork lunch. There you go. Hoping Seals can continue the charge for Sussex. All the best, Oliver. Thank you, Oliver. Very kind of you. It was a pleasure to have you here. In comes Seals, bowls to Hammond, who plays to mid-on, footed by Robinson. There is no run.
And the key question from all that is crackling.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
I would have thought so as well. But some people, for some absolutely incomprehensible reason, don't incomprehensible, one of those two. Let's fudge the two, as I just did there. Some people don't seem to like it.
Don't like crackling.
How could you not?
Yeah. It's not great for your teeth. It's too...
it strengthens them, doesn't it, surely? I don't know.
Seals, 3 slips go down, running in around the wicket. The sun has gone in, bowls Hammond up on his toes and plays a nice-looking shot through the covers for 4 runs. That was a fine shot, up on his toes, and punched the ball away for a boundary. He goes to 11, and Gloucestershire to 26 for 2. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester, Sussex bowled out today for 479. 83 from Danny Lamb, 78 from John Simpson. A lead of 62. And Sussex have picked up a couple of early wickets. Ben Charlesworth for 9, Ollie Price without scoring. Both wickets. This man who's bowling now, Jaden Seals, who's racing in around the wicket, bowls and let go by Hammond, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. It was good to see John Simpson's dad, Jack, who came and pays a visit at tea time. Over here for a few days to watch his son playing, and it was really good to see you, Jack. So if you're listening maybe around the ground, it was always come and feel welcome to visit us here in the commentary box at Hove. The sun is making a welcome reappearance. Lots of blue sky around, equally lots of cloud. It's about half and half at the moment, but the forecast for the rest of the day is dry at least, if not ridiculously cold for this time of year. Seals in and bowls. That was outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. Ollie Robinson is going to bowl another over. Having bowled 5 overs, 1 made 0 for 20. Be interesting to see when John Simpson... He just had a quick word to Jayden Seals then. I don't know whether that was... thanks for the time being, Jayden, or whether he may switch things around, whether Danny Lamb's going... Let's have a look. Yes, and he's just made a signal there towards Danny Lamb, who's now warming up. So it was indeed a thank you, Jayden, for the time being. And I think we're going to see Danny Lamb is going to be bowling from this... C end of the ground the next over. But Robinson's going to carry on. He always bowls better, Robinson, when he's in a bit of rhythm. John Simpson now just waving towards the pavilion. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Here comes Robinson, and he bowls now, and Bancroft is forward carefully to push this one to mid-off.
He's just sort of pitching the ball around middle and off, Robinson, here. He was a little wayward, wasn't he, earlier on, but it's been much more controlled over the last couple of overs.
Yeah, he's building pressure, at least, if nothing else. I think you would imagine the swing, what swing there is, would probably go at some point, so maybe using it as the surprise ball. Robinson bowls, Bancroft once again forward, and neatly Robinson flicks it with his boot up into his hand as it's played back to him. In Division 2, Derbyshire 102 for 4, still over 300 runs behind Scott Curry, who is on another one of these ridiculous season-long loan business jobs with Leicestershire. He's taken 3 wickets, and Travaskis has the other one.
I think he's a very good signing for Leicestershire, Liam Travaskis. I think he's a good cricketer.
Well, they needed somebody, didn't they, with Callum Parkinson moving to Durham. Robinson bowls, that one cuts back on Bancroft. He's going to be given out LBW. Bancroft has got to go. Robinson now strikes, and Gloucestershire lose another enormous wicket. Not even 11 overs into the piece, they are 3 down with just 26 runs on the board, 36 behind. He did go across, did Bancroft. I must say, my initial reaction was I thought that might have been heading down, but then Neil Bainton's got a much better view than I have, so the finger is raised. Bancroft goes for 5, and that will be a wicket that I'm sure will please Ollie Robinson, not just because it's his first wicket of the match, but also he's got the Aussie overseas player Bancroft.
I just felt with Ollie that he was just bowling himself into form. That previous over, it was just far more like the Ollie Robinson we know. He was running in, he was pitching the ball around middle and off. He looked really in control of what he was doing. And John Simpson might well have been thinking about, he's had 5 overs, do I take him off? But I noticed Ollie for that over, he sort of had his jumper stripped off as soon as over was called, and he was marching up to the far end. So 3 wickets down, and Sussex will be absolutely thrilled with the way this is going. Yeah, talking about Scott Curry, brother of Brad Curry, who is on Sussex's books here. Both of whom, well, certainly Brad Curry will be hoping to play in the World Cup over in the Caribbean. I think England's first match is against Scotland in Barbados. Mm-hmm. So we may or may not see too much of Brad in the T20s this year. But this is Championship cricket, and just looking at those games around the country, you'd have to say Leicestershire in a good... Oh, we talked about Liam Travaskis, weren't he? He batted last week at 6 for Leicestershire, made 80-odd. He's just a very good cricketer. And Leicestershire will be all the better for having him in the side.
Yeah, somebody who can lengthen your batting lineup as well as providing the spin option.
Definitely,
in the same way as Callum Parkinson would have done. Yeah, so I had another look at that LBW shot. I mean, you can see some of leg stump behind Bancroft. There's absolutely no question you would be sending it upstairs if you could, but you can't. A brave decision from Neil Bainton, but he's clearly felt that is hitting some of leg stump. So Bancroft has been given his marching orders. James Bracey comes out with Gloucestershire having lost 3 of their top batters. Round the wicket is the angle of attack for Robinson to Bracey, who works that one into the onside, and there is no run. Not really going anywhere in terms of runs, and 36 behind. Feels like a really tall order, this, for Gloucestershire, and it's amazing how quickly this has happened. There just didn't seem to be a huge amount left in terms of life in the pitch, and you know, it wasn't just Gloucestershire, it wasn't just us that felt maybe things were flattening out, but Seals and Robinson. I mean, we did say also that it would only take a really good spell from one of these two quality opening bowlers for things to change. Chapelet before wicket. Now that one did look stone dead. Robinson strikes again. Gloucestershire in absolute disarray, tumbling towards defeat at 26 for 4. Bracey goes for a second bowler, and that one, Neil Bainton's finger was up almost the moment that hit James Bracey's pad.
Well, as I say, Ollie Robinson is a rhythm bowler, and he just looked as he was getting himself in decent rhythm at the over before last, and he's picked up a couple of wickets. And Sussex, well, it's more than they could have dreamed of. We've still got 30.
I don't think we'll be coming back tomorrow.
Well, we've still got 30 overs to be bowled tonight. Someone else who's missed out is Zach Crawley again for Kent. Kent 20 for 1 against Surrey, but it's really all about this game at Hove. And Ollie Robinson, and the other thing about Ollie Robinson, and we've watched him a lot, we all know Ollie really well. When he's fired up,
yep,
he's a real handful. And I tell you what, John Simpson will have trouble getting the ball out of his hand now, certainly for the next 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, well, as you know, as he should be wanting to keep bowling after you've produced this over, which spells ooh wow.
Could be a double wicket maiden. ...
wicket, wicket. Ooh, wow.
Well, you were saying there could be some rapid padding up going on in the Gloucestershire dressing room. Danny Lamb is definitely going to bowl the next over from this end.
What choice do Gloucestershire have now? They're not going to survive.
Well, they have to be positive.
That's what I mean. I think it almost makes it even clearer now. They might as well be positive. I mean, they're going down if they don't score some runs. And I'm not saying you start clearing your left leg out of the way and swinging for the boundaries, but in a situation like this, their only hope is to post something to bowl at, which even at this point does not look likely at all. Graham van Buren is in the middle, and he's the stress of trying to captain through another long stretch in the field, and now here he is out in the middle. Bowling is Robinson to Van Buren, who taps that one on the head, and it's fielded out in the cordon. Carson at 4th slip picks the ball up. That is a double wicket maiden for Ollie Robinson. He has taken his time to get in this match with the ball, but now that he has, he's done it in pretty typical Robinson fashion with that double wicket maiden. Gloucestershire 26 for 4. They haven't even knocked off half of that deficit that stood at 62 at the start of the innings. And to be honest, things have gone from bad to worse at Gloucestershire over the last few seasons. But I must say, Harmsy, I did not see 26 for 4 coming.
No, I think Sussex would have, we were saying all the way through, Sussex would have hoped for a lead. At least they could put a bit of pressure on Gloucestershire. But we said this session would tell us an awful lot about where the game was going. If Gloucestershire could get through to the close with a lead of 50-60, 1 wicket down, they'd felt fairly confident of saving the game tomorrow. But now 4 down, as you say, Sussex will scent victory here, particularly with Ollie Robinson picking up his first 2 wickets. In comes Danny Lamb running around the wicket. He's in and bowls and driven into the offside by Miles Hammond, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. So Bancroft for 5, Charlesworth for 9, Ollie Price and James Bracey both without scoring. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, Bristol and Gloucestershire. If you're just joining us, it's been a really entertaining day's cricket. Simpson and Lamb really setting up Sussex today. Now the bowlers are doing their bit. Gloucestershire with the mountain to climb, but you never know. Miles Hammond is 11 not out. Batted very nicely in the first innings as in comes Lamb over the wicket, bowls and hits at the pad. No, that's going down the leg side. That isn't out. But Sussex will appeal for everything at the moment. Danny Lamb making 83, John Simpson 78. Partnership between the pair of 143. Added to their partnership of 255 last week at Leicester, the two new recruits for Sussex this season. As Lamb wheels around, 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls and driven nicely by Hammond, but straight to James Coles, who's in there as short extra cover. And there is no run. 2 slips, a backward point almost come gully, short extra cover, orthodox cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Lamb. As Izzy was saying earlier, plenty of chatter out there from the Sussex lads, and understandably as Lamb is in. Bowls. Oh, well, that kept a bit low, and had he not got a bit of bat on that, he'd have been absolutely plumb LBW.
I mean, if that's 5 mpHs faster, he's got no chance of getting down on that one. Where has that come from?
Well, that's he comes down, does a bit of gardening. Does Miles Hammond. John Simpson claps his gloves together. Very pleasant at home with the sun out, but it's still very breezy. You need to get out of the wind if you're coming down. It's free entry. In comes Lamb bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Miles Hammond. Beautifully played. Slightly overpitched by Danny Lamb, but John Simpson won't mind that too much. Tempting Hammond into the drive, but he played it beautifully. It's the second lovely extra cover drive that he's played. He goes to 15. And Gloucestershire to 30 for 4.
I have to say, as much as he gets a lot of criticism, Miles Hammond, and you know he's only got 15 here, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, but there have been several times in the last couple of years where he has got runs when nobody else has. That must be pointed out.
Lamb in bowls, and Hammond is forward with his bat and pad close together, played into the offside. And there is no run, and Ollie Robinson is immediately walking up the other end, removing the jumper and the cap. Figures of 2 for 20, 2 wickets for Jayden Seals. Robinson with a double wicket maiden under his belt. We'll be looking to add to that in the next over. The lead after the first innings was 62 for Sussex, so the lead is still 32. Very quickly in the second division, Derbyshire 123 for 4, still trailing by 284. Middlesex have beaten Yorkshire by 6 wickets at Lords. So Yorkshire are the favourites, yeah? Well, maybe not. Glamorgan 31 without loss, trailing Northamptonshire by 303.
4 slips. Robinson. How can he follow up his double wicket maiden? He can bowl another ball that just stays down. Not quite as much as the one that seemed to on Hammond the previous over, but again, just not a great deal of bounce there as Van Buren comes forward. I've seen it too many times over the last couple of years. The pitch, which is doing absolutely nothing whatsoever, suddenly turns into a minefield when the teams switch around. Yeah, I mean, just going back to Hammond, I mean, you point to a couple of occasions last year. I mean, there was that game between these two sides at Bristol, when Hammond stood up in the first innings there. Forward goes Van Buren and plays a defensive shot, just running the ball out into the offside. It's fielded at extra cover by Tom Haynes. Second innings at Durham as well, when they were heading towards defeat. I mean, you can point to, I'm not going to list all of them because it's boring, but you can point to several occasions actually where Hammond has been the one that seemingly has managed to stay, not necessarily stay calm, because that's not the right way of putting it, but there's been an awful lot happening around him. Robinson bowls to Van Buren. That's wide outside the off stump. He's cut it and mistimed it as Van Buren, and it stopped at backward point. That was the one to put away. You're not going to get too many of those at this stage.
He looked a good shot, didn't he? And I expected to see that racing to the boundary, but you're quite right. He didn't quite time it right.
Just early on in his innings, there's a bit of uncertainty with the bounce, and you know, you especially with the cut shot, just kind of feel there's the danger of dragging the ball on all the time if it just doesn't come on right. I think it was Tom Alsop last night talking about the pitch maybe being a bit too paced at times. Robinson bowls to Van Buren, steered to backward point to safety. There's no run.
Just interested in John Simpson, and this is really what Sussex have lacked in the last 2 or 3 seasons. You can see him there, he's behind the stumps, he's skippering the side, he's talking there to Danny Lamb, who's fine leg, about maybe some tactics for the next over. He's obviously thinking a lot, and just that experience is just what Sussex just haven't had. You know, he's skippering the side, he's leading from the front.
Robinson bounds in. There now to bowl to Van Buren, who drives. He'll get off the mark here, probably not with a boundary, and in fact it will just be a single. Sprightly fielding from, is that Haynes?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Mid-off, yeah. I thought that was going to be at least 2 off the bat, but instead it's just the 1. 31 for 4. The field switches round for the left-handed Hammond, but Van Buren is underway, and Gloucestershire are halfway to knocking off their deficit. Let's build this up. Trail by 31. 31 for 4. Got to keep yourself amused somehow. I hope you'll excuse me. Leg gully going in to position. Well, it probably is more leg slip, isn't it? Where does leg slip start and leg gully begin? It's a bit of a, it's like long leg, fine leg. Where exactly is the boundary? Anyway, Carson's in there, and Hammond is forward, and the ball's rolling towards where a mid-off would be, but there wasn't one. With Sussex on the attack, 4 in the cordon, and then that leg, what's it? A defensive shot ends the over. 31 for 4 remains the score. We've had 13 overs. Robinson 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 20, and he went for, was it 12 off the bat in his first over as well? So
yeah,
since then, immaculate. Fair to say, Ollie Robinson seems to be back, and you reckon he's going to get an 8th over?
Well, I was just looking there at the end of the over. I was just watching John Simpson and Ollie Robinson to see whether they had, was any sort of indication that he wouldn't bowl. As I say, Robinson is a rhythm bowler, and I just think that the thing with Ollie Robinson, he knows that he needs to take wickets. If he's going to get himself back into the Test reckoning, because he's slipping down the pecking order, he needs to take wickets. The only way he's going to do that is by playing and bowling overs, and having picked up a couple of wickets, I think he'll be pretty keen to stay on. I mean, he can't bowl all afternoon, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has another over. In the meantime, it's Danny Lamb. And there is a change in the field, which I'll explain in a minute. He's in and bowls to Van Buren, who drives down the onside of the track, fielded by Coles, and there is no runs. There are 2 slips in place, cover point, cover mid-off. The leg side field is interesting. There's a very short, close mid-on. James Coles in there with his sun hat on, but he's probably about half a track away from Van Buren. And next to him, Finn Hudson-Prentice, then an orthodox mid-on, who is Chetishwar Pujara. So 3 players in catching positions. In comes Lamb, bowls to Van Buren, who's right behind this. If ever a skipper's innings was needed, this is it from Graham Van Buren. He gets his foot right to the pitch of the ball, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. I can actually see Tom Haynes warming up. Actually, it is so cold, it could just be people are just twirling their arms around and just trying to keep warm, to be honest. And I mean that because it is bitterly cold outside. Lamb in again, bowls, Van Buren again forward. Good bowling this by Danny Lamb. He's pitching the ball up. If Van Buren misses, Lamb hits.
Have we said Middlesex have won?
Yes.
Yes, we have. Yes, sorry. I
That's
wasn't quite sure whether they were on the verge of or whether they
No.
had when we...
Good start to the season for Middlesex.
Well, yes, I mean, they've certainly
Is
scored
that's
plenty of runs in their first couple of games, and now they've managed to take the wickets.
That's the first result in the whole of Division 2 so far
Yes.
this season. In comes Lamb, bowls, and again pitched up. That was hitting middle and off, and Van Buren has to play and plays it to mid-off, and there is no run.
And of course, it's still the case that Essex have twice as many wins as every other side
They do.
in the entire county championship, even with that
They do.
win for Middlesex. Having wrapped up that victory by an innings and 124 runs over Lancashire, 146 and 107 all out. Not the first side to have that happen to them at Chelmsford, that's for sure.
Lamb in bowl to Van Buren. Van Buren steers that into the offside, fielded by Haynes. And there is no run.
Dale Benkenstein having moved from Gloucestershire to Lancashire, and well, we're looking at his phone now and seeing Gloucestershire 31 for 4 possibly on the trip back to Manchester.
Interesting comments from Jonathan Doyle, the BBC Radio Leeds commentator. In comes Lamb bowls, up on his toes is Van Buren. That's a good tidy maiden over from Danny Lamb. 2 overs for 4. Gloucestershire 37 for 4. Van Buren on 1, Hammond on 15. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire. Jonathan, who's our colleague who covers Yorkshire, says Yorkshire were not good enough and they have to accept that for this match. They have to redouble their efforts for Derbyshire at home next week. Overall, significant disappointment. So there are interesting words from Jonathan, because Middlesex have been beaten, it was by 5 wickets in the end. Either way, good win.
6 wickets.
6 wickets. They didn't lose another one. And Robertson will get another over.
So he's going to get an 8th.
Yeah.
Sending a deep point back by the looks of things. Still those 2 fielders close on the onside. As Robinson runs in, he bowls to Hammond, who's forward, and has played it to the 1 fielder, saving the single in front of square on the offside. It's Tom Haynes who picks up. The leg slip is still there as well, so I guess I should have said 3 fielders are close on the leg side, but 2 in front of square, and then Carson at leg slip. So it looks as though, I mean, we could still have a full slate of positive results for teams in Division 2 if Northamptonshire can start taking some Glamorgan wickets. Robinson bowls full and straight. Hammond covers up and plays to mid-off. It'd be really intriguing to see how Middlesex come out in their next match at Bristol against Gloucestershire. It'll be Ryan Higgins's first championship match back at his old stomping grounds. I'm sure he'll be wanting to make a really positive impression. I think it's also especially interesting because he played in a T20 match at Merchant Taylor's school, and to be honest, it sort of looked as though playing against so many of his old friends was almost in his head. As Hammond drives, takes a hand off the bat and squirts it to mid-on, the old cover drive to mid-on business, and there's no run. But yeah, they got themselves into a situation where they should have won that game, Middlesex, and then they didn't, and Higgins dropped a catch on the boundary in Gloucestershire's innings and just looked really scratchy with the bat, and you just wondered whether it was going through his mind a little bit about playing so many people he knew so well, but I'm sure there'll not be that for that next game. But how Middlesex look to attack things as Hammond comes forward, blocks that one to mid-off. Playing at Lords, you always feel Middlesex are a different side when they've got, especially when they've got a Lords pitch that's assisting them. And
definitely.
then take them away from Lords, and you do feel that they can sometimes be a different proposition. But the question is, are Gloucestershire going to be coming into that game off the back of a crushing defeat, and Middlesex off the back of an enormous victory? Robinson bowls to Hammond, who sways out the way of that one. It doesn't get up masses, but the key thing was he got into a nice low position to evade it.
You were talking earlier on about this game in the IPL. I don't follow the IPL particularly, but I'm interested in Phil Salt, who's doing very well for the Kolkata Knight Riders. He made 222 for 6 in their game. Phil Salt scoring 48. He also keeping wicket in that as well. And Royal Challengers finished 1 run short. They made 221. That's a lot of runs in a T20 game.
Crazy game. It's low scoring compared with some of the recent ones. Robinson tries a Yorker, but Hammond is equal to it. He's kept that out well. Dug it out to mid-off. Maiden over again from Robinson, but maybe Gloucestershire might have seen off Robinson for now at some cost. 31 for 4 remains the score. A half century for Will Jacks as well in that game, RCB's innings. You have to say Salt is in prime position to be opening the batting for England
he
come
is.
the
He made
T20 World Cup,
yeah.
especially after his form in the West Indies over
Yeah.
the winter. Those back-to-back centuries on those pitches.
Yeah, so he's come in on commentary with us in the past as Phil. He's a good lad. Danny Lamb is going to come in from the sea end of the ground in bright sunshine, coming into bowl to the Gloucester skipper Van Buren, who's right in behind that, steers into the offside. There is no run. I just saw John Simpson run across and had a very long chat with Finn Hudson-Prentice, who I suspect is going to replace Ollie Robinson. Robinson having bowled 8 overs, 2 for 21 with 3 maidens. Someone's enjoying a joke or two inside the ground, near the laughter. Lamb with 2 slips. I think it's slightly different for Van Buren now as Lamb is in and bowls. And the change in the field was Tom Haynes, who's fielding there at short extra cover. He's in very close, as is Coles at a very straight mid-on. In fact, full enough. We certainly was speaking to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Lamb wanders back. Yes, some lads in the southwest stand who are just enjoying a joke or two. In comes Lamb, bowls forward, comes Van Buren. Good, tight, accurate stuff. Lamb is giving nothing away here for Sussex in his 3rd over. He just conceded the 1 boundary.
I mean, you talk about crowding the bat a lot when there's a spinner bowling, but
yeah,
this is exactly what Sussex are doing with Danny Lamb here. Everybody in so tight. Van Buren must feel as if he's got to hit the ball immensely hard just to get any sort of runs.
Yes. Derbyshire 125 for 5. In comes Lamb, played into the offside by Haynes. There is no run. A very good cricketer, young cricketer for Leicestershire is Tom Scriven as well.
Yes,
I really like him.
He's been another former Hampshire.
Yeah, well, I was going to say
Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent cricketer. I mean, he batted beautifully down here last year for Leicestershire, coming in sort of 8-9.
Yeah.
Fine player.
He's just one of those really useful cricketers to have,
Very
especially
good.
in these conditions when you give him the new ball, he gets swing, bowls accurately.
In comes Lamb, and that's a loose delivery. It's clipped away towards the boundary. A rare loose delivery from Danny Lamb. It was a nice juicy half volley on about Midland leg, and Van Buren wasn't going to miss out on that. He clips it through mid-wicket. Lovely controlled shot. He goes to 5, and Gloucestershire to 41 for 4. I think that's going to click over to
35.
35. Sorry.
I think it also just kind of...
Nice shot. I don't know why the score hasn't gone up.
Sometimes it does get just a little bit stuck. Don't we all?
In comes Lamb, bowls. Van Buren is... That's a model forward defensive shot with his foot to the pitch of the ball, head right over the ball, and plays it into the offside. There is no... Oh, there we go. There go those ones. 35 for 4. You're quite right. Head 5 to Van Buren. And Lamb at 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8.
I think it's probably time for a change. I just want to leave with the thought I just had, though, because I'll forget it later.
That's right.
I think what it really does show, the difference that even just, I mean, never mind having 2 that they've got with Robinson and Seals, is the huge difference it makes to a bowling attack, even having 1 real test quality seamer, especially in these conditions. It just elevates your entire attack. I mean, you kind of think, how many wickets do we actually now need from all of Hudson-Prentice, Lamb, Carson, Coles, etc.? You've only got to buy a few wickets when you've got somebody as consistent as Robinson and as Seals.
He's in again, bowls to Hammond, and Hammond is forward. So Ollie Robinson is bowling 9 overs on the spin here. Well, we were saying he just needs to bowl overs. Trevor Adams has been in touch. Hello, Trevor. He says, thanks for the coverage. I got to Hove yesterday. It feels more positive than for a few years. Simpson, Lamb and Seals all feel like good additions, although Seals didn't bowl yesterday. And the presence of Robinson makes a huge difference. I feel a little sorry for Carter and hope he gets opportunities. So I'm listening to you from the relative warmth of the living room. Hailstorm here in Bexhill about an hour ago. Just down the coast.
No, I hope it's not heading this way.
In comes Robinson. Bowls, forward comes Hammond. Plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Is he Duncan back with us? I know it's from a Gloucestershire point of view, they won't want the sight of Ollie Robinson steaming in and taking wickets, but it is just really, having watched so much of Ollie's career, over 400 first-class wickets for Sussex. He's not had a great time of late, and it's just good to see him bowling with good rhythm.
Yes,
taking wickets.
You talked about his rhythm, and I can understand why he doesn't want to let go of the ball now, because he feels like he's really on song, doesn't he?
Does.
And hitting the right areas.
He's in again over the wicket, bowls to Hammond, and Hammond drives to mid on without timing, footed by Pujara. Ollie Robinson looks rueful, as if to say, I wonder if I should get Pujara in a bit closer. But there is no run. I can't believe he'll bowl an awful lot more than 9 on the spin. I noticed John Simpson in the previous over going and having a word to Finn Hudson-Prentice. I don't know if that was a sort of a warm-up Finn or whatever, but all the time he's got his strike bowler taking wickets, John Simpson. He'll want to keep going.
No need for any spin so far anyway, because those opening bowlers have done the business.
Robinson around the wicket, bowls. Oh, and he beats Hammond. All ends up outside the off stump. Well, that was probably another coat of linseed oil on the bat away from a nick through to John Simpson. That was a terrific delivery.
Yeah, leading a precarious life out there is Hammond and Van Buren at the moment. And runs very hard to come by. It really has dried up. There was one boundary in that last over. It was a bit of a release shot, but apart from that, we had plenty of dots scattered around.
Yeah, Sussex have bowled really well with this new ball. They've made the batsman play, which is the most important thing. In comes Robinson again, bowls. Oh, and Hammond has another dalliance with that one outside of the off stump. All goes past. I mean, I think he did play it. In the end, I think he was sort of trying to kid Robinson that he'd taken the bat out of the way, but I'm not entirely sure that he did. It doesn't matter because Miles Hammond is still there, and he's played a couple of lovely extra cover drives for 4.
It just sows a few seeds of doubt, though, into the batter's mind. Looking a bit shaky out there at the moment, Hammond.
3 slips and a leg slip of the close fielders, and Robinson is on his way. Bowls, and Hammond is forward, plays it to mid-on. There is no run. It's another maiden over from Ollie Robinson. I suspect John Simpson is running up to talk to his strike bowler, and he gives him a pat on the back, and I think that might be the end of Ollie Robinson for a little while, maybe for today. There's 24 overs left. You never know, if Sussex get a couple more wickets, they might bring him back, but they're more like the Ollie Robinson figures that we know. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 21. Gloucestershire 35 for 4. And Sussex probably couldn't have dreamt about a better position at the start of play today.
No, you look at that run rate as well, just hovering above 2. Very sticky batting out there for Gloucestershire, just not scoring any runs, getting bogged down, pressure building, and still a deficit here of 27 runs as well. Danny Lamb, formerly of Lancashire, running away from us from this sea end. Right arm over, bowls, it's on the stumps and defended well there by Van Buren. He's certainly looking a lot more solid, I would say, than Hammond at the moment, Van Buren. But unable to score, though. There's quite a lot of nervous gardening going on as well. Up the pitch from Van Buren. 2 slips. We've got a backward point on the single and a shortish point. Just coming in, I think that's Haynes, isn't it, at shortish point. Hands on knees there, and also a shortish mid-wicket, symmetry. As again, there's clapping going on as he comes in, Danny Lamb. There'll be runs here as that's punched into the offside. That's a lovely looking shot. Has it got the legs on it to go for 4 runs? Yes, it has, as it trickles over the rope. Good looking shot from Van Buren, just a little bit too short there from Danny Lamb, and he pounces onto it, Van Buren. Crisply timed off the back foot. 39 for 4, and much needed sought after runs for Gloucestershire. Van Buren goes on to 9 as Lamb continues, hasn't picked up a wicket yet, 0 for 12 into his 4th over, Danny Lamb. Let's see how he replies here. Sussex all out for 479 earlier with a lead of 62. Gloucestershire now trailing by 24 runs. Danny Lamb motoring in, bowling. Oh, that slapped away. And it has gone for 4. Yes, it has. That was hit very hard. It was short, it was wide. It deserved to be punished. And has been put away by Van Buren. That was a bit of a gift. He certainly took advantage of it. Van Buren, 4 runs backward of point down towards the players' pavilion. So 43 for 4 here, Gloucestershire. Suddenly scoring some runs. That's 2 boundaries in this over so far from Danny Lamb. So Danny Lamb needs to rein it in a bit here. Just find his line and length again, tighten it up. He bowled so well in that first innings. He was pick of the bowlers, really. Certainly in his first couple of spells. Lamb, once again, arrow-like. Bowls, that's better bowling. Where it's fielded, it just comes off silly mid-on, who's just there by the cut strip. And the ball is deflected out towards mid-on, but no run. 43 for 4. The wind has dropped, much to the relief, I should think, of the players out there, because it's pretty
So
chilly.
cold. Yeah.
Chilly. We're so lucky being inside with an electric fire. Did you bring that yourself, Adrian?
No, I found it
So
in
you
here,
found
actually.
it here?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a blessing.
Yeah.
You can hear the wind outside. Danny Lamb storming in, bowling. That's a nice looking shot. In fact, silly mid-on has got a hand to it, so it won't go for 4. Took the pace of it. Pujara is on the charge, puts the slide on right in front of us here in front of the commentary box, as it was a punch shot in the V. And they will come back for the second by Van Buren. He goes on to 15, and the score now 45 for 4. 10 off this over so far from Danny Lamb. So the most expensive over so far has been the first over in this innings. Gloucestershire scored 12 off Ollie Robinson, but that soon all changed with wickets falling 4 down in quick succession. Danny Lamb up to the crease, bowls. That's going down the leg side, has helped on its way. Will it go for 4? No, it won't. I think this will be cut off with a valiant dive. Yes, it has been cut off with 2 fielders working together out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary there. A little bit loose from Danny Lamb. It's another 2 runs, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 off the over. Expensive looking in the grand scheme of things here in this innings. 47 for 4 now, Gloucestershire. You've had very much a release of pressure, breaking the shackles over there. Danny Lamb won't be happy with that performance. I'm sure they'll keep him on so he can just try and get that line back. Just a little bit too loose from Danny Lamb there. So the deficit now with 47 for 4 up is 15. Gloucestershire trail by 15 runs.
And we are going to get a change of bowling, and it's not the change of bowling that I predicted. It's going to be Jaden Seals who's going to get the opportunity to bowl down the slope. 5 overs, 3 maidens. He's taken a couple of wickets so far as Jaden Seals. John Simpson shuffling the pack. Yeah, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5 for Jaden Seals. Picked up the wickets of Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price. Subsequently 2 wickets for Ollie Robinson, but Van Buren and Hammond trying to steady the Gloucestershire ship. There's a couple of pigeons make their way onto the outfield just down below us. They're not interested in the cricket. We are. In comes Seals. You can probably hear the wind, which is whistling away in our effects microphone, but there's plenty of... There is some heavier cloud drifting in, well, sort of to the north of the ground. I'm not entirely sure where the weather's coming from today, but that does look pretty threatening. Let's hope that stays away. 3 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Finn Hudson-Prentice down to our right. A very cold-looking photographer down here with Jamie, the Sussex press officer, who's sitting down there with a fleece on as well. It's that sort of a day. Seals comes in and bowls, and Hammond is squared up there by Jaden Seals. The ball ends up at backward point, fielded by Danny Lamb, and there is no run. So these two are put on 21 for this 5th wicket, as Gloucestershire edge towards making Sussex bat again. They're still in arrears by 15.
We haven't seen much of Seals coming down the hill. I was just saying that to Ed earlier on, that we felt that perhaps his preferred end was the sea end, but let's see what he can do, hurtling down the hill.
Yes. Around the wicket to the left-handed. Hammond, that's right on the stumps. Pitching around middle and off. Hammond had to play it, plays into the offside, no run. I mean, Ed is absolutely right. I think when one of Sussex's issues has been bowling sides out over the last couple of seasons, runs haven't been such a problem with Pujara in the side particularly. But they've really struggled to bowl sides out, and they haven't seen enough of Robinson. He's been away on England duty, but to have someone like Jayden Seales, it just gives you that sort of extra bit of oomph in the attack. He's not here all summer, Jayden. Nathan McAndrew will be coming back for a second spell. But he's certainly impressed here as Jayden Seales. He's in and bowls. Hammond is forward, plays back to Seales, and there is no run. I love his celebrations when he gets a wicket as well. He goes running off, doesn't he? And everyone's chasing after him. He's a wholehearted cricketer.
Well, more like a footballer.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sort of opposite of someone like Derek Underwood.
Yes.
It's all understated in those days, wasn't it? There was barely an acknowledgement.
No, that's right.
Of a wicket, played in a sort of gentlemanly fashion.
Yes,
Didn't express their emotions, though, did they?
No, I saw some highlights on the BBC website earlier on this week. In comes Jayden Seales. In and bowls, and Hammond is forward, plays down the track. There is no run. It was following the sad death of Derek Underwood, and it referred to a match in 1968 that I remember listening to on the radio at the Oval, where on the last day it tipped it down with rain, and there were huge puddles all the way around the outfield, and the spectators came on and were brushing the water off. I mean, it's an extraordinary sight. And then Underwood came on, deadly Derek Underwood, and bowled England to victory in that wonderful game. So it was an exciting game of cricket, but even when the wickets were taken, it was just sort of shaking hands and well done, not sort of running around. But it was, amazing sight to see people clearing the water off. Seales in, bowls to Hammond, who's right behind this. This is a terrific contest, good over from Jayden Seales back into the attack and straight on the money, bowling line and length. A maiden over, no respite here for the Gloucestershire bats. 6 overs, Jayden Seales has bowled 4 maidens, and he's taken 2 for 5. Gloucestershire 47 for 4, still trailing by 15. And I think we're getting some... Well, we're going to get a change at this end. I think Hudson-Prentice is going to come on and replace Danny Lamb. So he's juggling his bowlers around here. Is John Simpson, whose dad came in and had a chat to us at tea time, which was very nice to see. Jack. Yeah.
Yeah, he spends most of the time in Spain, he was saying. Plays a lot of golf. I think he might play golf if he's out there in Spain. But
why not? Yeah.
Comes over and watches his lad. He said he's never been this far south before, apart from Spain, of course, but he means in England.
I bet with this weather, he wishes he was back in Spain, to be honest.
It is chilly.
At least we're playing, which is the good news. A quick rattle around those other games, particularly in the second division. Nice to keep an eye on who's doing what. We already know that Middlesex have won. Glamorgan 51 for 1 at Wantage Road, still trailing by 283. Derbyshire 144 for 5, hanging on against Leicester. I think if there is any rain around, it is likely to be in the Midlands and sort of to the west tomorrow. So, gosh, listen to that wind.
Right, Hudson-Prentice.
Yes.
Into the attack now. Right arm over, he comes to Van Buren. An attempted cut shot there, just gets up onto his toes, tries to get on top of it, but comes off a thickish bottom edge from Van Buren and is picked up at gully. 47 for 4. Just having a look at the popping crease there. Hudson-Prentice as he goes back to his mark. So he took 5 for 50 against Leicestershire, Finn Hudson-Prentice. And I'm wondering, was that his career best, 5 for 50 against Leicestershire?
Yes, it was.
We can see that here,
yes, it was.
Can't we, from his figures.
Yep, it was.
There he is, 33 on his back, running away from us to the sea end, up the hill, bowls, and it's a good length ball. It's in the air to start with. They're not going to take a single here, as the ball is just pushed into the offside, no run by Van Buren.
Yeah, cleaned up last year at the sort of end of seasons awards, a mixture of James Coles and Finn Hudson-Prentice, leading scorer in the championship last year with, I'm going to guess, I think it was 873 runs. Let's have a little look. 879 runs. Took 20 wickets, but a little disappointed in his bowling, but he's developing into a final rounder, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
And another MCC young cricketer as well as Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that's just turned into the onside by Van Buren, the skipper for Gloucestershire. Got a big job on his hands out there, the skipper. He's got to be a brave man, he's got to stick around, he's got to be patient, he's got to concentrate, and he's got to try and take on the bowling at some point. 47 for 4. But that over delivered by Lamb was an expensive one, 12. It's a bit of a release of pressure for Gloucestershire. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls, and again, just a defensive shot, trying to work it into the offside and get a quick single, but not finding the gaps at the moment, Van Buren. Still a deficit of 15 runs here for Gloucestershire in their second innings, 47 for 4. Sussex roll out for 479 with a lead of 62 earlier on. And tea was taken, wasn't it, at that point, I think?
It was, yes. We were a little surprised, weren't we? But, you know, them's are the rules, as they say.
It does mean a mammoth session here of
It does.
40-odd overs as Hudson-Prentice is in. It's a little bit loose down the leg side. They'll get a single out of it, an easy single, just backward of square. And Van Buren scurries through for 1. He goes to 18, and the score now 48 for 4. As Neil Bainton crosses over to the other side. Now that we have Hammond facing. Hammond, the left-hander, gives Neil Bainton a bit of exercise, going from square leg to square leg as the field just readjusts to the left-hander.
Our list of countries has sort of slowed a bit today, hasn't it? But I've just we've got a list of Patrick over in Barbados.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely Barbados.
We'd all like to be there, wouldn't we?
We would. We'd certainly like some Barbados weather.
Much too chilly for my liking here. Hudson-Prentice coming around the wicket to the left-hander as Hammond comes forward and doesn't score anything, goes backward of point for no run, 48 for 4. We've had 20 overs now, 21 remaining in this mammoth session. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say the other, I'm not sort of the chair of the John Simpson fan club, but it's difficult not to be impressed with his contribution with the bat last week at Leicester, here today. I think his captaincy is excellent. He's switching the field around, but also his wicket keeping. I was interested there that he was very keen to stand up to the stumps for Finn Hudson-Prentice, putting pressure on the batsman. You know, meaning he can't get out of his ground. I think everything we've seen from Simpson so far shows he's just been a really excellent acquisition for Sussex, and long may that continue.
Well, as you were saying, Adrian, earlier on to Jack, the Sussex were in need of a wise old head.
They were.
He's not that
totally
old, is he? But I mean, somebody with plenty of experience. What was he, sort of 15 years at Middlesex, and they just needed someone like that, just to steer the ship. Very reassuring with the gloves and with the bat in that top 6.
Yeah, he'll be 36 in July, John Simpson. So he's been around the block, isn't he? Knows the game. Listen to that wind, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, well so done. Inside.
Oh, well done. The spectators have toughed it out. They're tougher than I am, I have to say.
You want to be a member, don't you, so you can sit in the pavilion?
No, absolutely. Is it you or is it me?
It's you.
Oh, thank you. Jaden Seals is in over the wicket, bowl to Van Buren, another ball that would have hit the stumps. That was the reason for the howl. Van Buren played that quite late to mid-on, and there is no run. 2 slips in place, James Coles and his son hat, and Tom Clark. That looks like third man, I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice. Jack Carson with his hands in his pockets at point. Tom Haynes at mid-off. Ollie Robinson at mid-on. Cheteshwar Pujara is making a suggestion of a fielding change, and in fact players swap over, so Carson has gone to mid-on. Where's Ollie Robinson? In comes Seals, bowls, Van Buren defends down the ground. There is no, yeah, Jack Carson's come into that shortish mid-on position. I think Archie Lenham is back on the field. I think Ollie Robinson's gone off. Yeah, Archie, number 41, and he's practicing some of his leg breaks behind umpire Newell. Who's
son of Neil Lenham, isn't he?
Son of Neil, grandson of Les.
Uh-huh.
Hasn't played much championship cricket in the last 2 or 3 seasons. Primarily he's been playing limited overs, T20 cricket, and not a lot of that last season, but he'll be keen to get back into the side as Seals is in. Bowls, he struck on the bat. That looks very tight. Oh my word. That cut back into the right-handed Van Buren. They were all up for that, but umpire Baton's finger stayed firmly in his pocket, but it cut back to Van Buren. And this is a really good spell of bowling by Jaden Seals. We're just going to watch the replay. Crumbs, yeah,
Look out to me.
Yeah, that was a really
Any
good
chance
shout.
of an inside edge onto pads?
Possibly. Ed was saying earlier on about reviews. I think if we did have reviews in county cricket, that Seals would certainly have reviewed that. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and Van Buren's right in behind this. He's well, he's the skipper of the side, and he's trying to lead from the front here. Jack Carson is warming up at mid-on. As we've said a couple of times today, it could be because he's frozen, or it could be that we're going to get some spin. I think that's a I'm going to bowl soon exercise, don't you?
I think that's a serious warm-up.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot of side stretches and whirling both his arms around. We haven't seen any spin yet from Sussex in this second innings. It'd be interesting to see what the pitch is doing.
Yes. In comes Seals, bowls, and well, I'm not entirely sure he meant that to go there. It was a slightly desperate shot by Van Buren, I felt. He put a foot down the wicket. He's played it through mid-on, but it was a very un-Buren-like shot. He's played technically, he's been excellent, but I just thought that was just born of a little bit of frustration. Might be just trying to upset Jaden Seals in terms of trying to knock him off his line a little bit.
Yeah, so Jaden Seals looking remarkably settled, isn't he, with the figures that he's got there. Incredibly miserly, Jaden Seals. What's he going at? 0.76 and over at the moment.
Seals again. 3 men in an arc on the leg side. Seals comes in. Oh, crumb. I think that was a full toss. Yeah. And Seals, I don't quite know how Van Buren managed to work that down to fine leg. But he's straining every sinew here, is Jaden Seals. It's another fine over. He's bowled 7 overs, 4 maidens, and has taken 2 for 8. Gloucestershire are inching their way towards wiping out these arrears. They need another 11. 51 for 4. Oh.
There's a countdown going on.
Yes. I think.
The Mexican wave. Are they trying that? Or is it something
no,
else?
I think someone might have had to have drunk a drink in a certain amount of time. I think. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on over there, but anyway.
You'd have a bit of trouble with the Mexican wave, wouldn't you?
We were right with Carson. He's going to come on to bowl.
Yes.
With 20 overs left in the day, so we can have another late night. You know, we're probably looking at another sort of 6:45 finish.
Oof.
So we'll be putting in the overtime sheets again. And told that they'll be torn up.
They'll be ignored.
Yeah, they will be ignored. Yeah, but it's
part and parcel of the job.
Yep, absolutely. So just a reminder, Middlesex have won in the second division. Derbyshire now won 44 for 6 against Leicestershire. So that could well finish tonight. Glamorgan 61 for 1 at Northamptonshire.
So Carson, here he is, our man from Northern Ireland, from Warringstown. Here he is, tall off spinner. Shades on, I think. He bowls, and that's floated up, and that's caressed away through the covers. Good looking shot from Graham Van Buren. They'll come back for the second. Very quick between the wickets as Jack Carson busily dries his hand in the dust out there, as spinners often do. He's bowling his off breaks. Came over for a trial at Sussex as a 12-year-old, and then moved to England at 16 and signed for the Sussex Academy then. So I think we'll call him a local boy, really. He's come up through the ranks. Short leg in place, 1 slip, and a shortish mid-wicket as well. He's in and bowls again, a better length. Just trying to play with the spin there, Van Buren, but doesn't manage to gain anything from it. 53 for 4. Gloucestershire finally have the 50 up. Here he comes, Carson with a hop, skip and a jump, and bowls, and just comes and meets the pitch of the ball there. Stifles the spin. Van Buren on 23, Hammond on the other end at 15, and trailing now by 9 runs. Van Buren facing, Carson in and bowls, and almost backing onto his stumps there. Plays it late, Van Buren, getting a little bit of bite and turn from the tall spinner here, Jack Carson. Jack Carson only 23 years old. 16 on his back and ambling away from us. Past the umpire. Bowls it short.
That's out.
A big shout. It should be out. Yes, an attempted pull. It looked like the sort of ball that you should pull, but didn't really rise and kept low. And Van Buren is out. That's talk about throwing your wicket away there. Van Buren 23 off 41 deliveries. It's 53 for 5 now. Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble. It was short, didn't really get up. I think that was the problem for Van Buren. He thought, right, there's a tasty pull shot to be played here, runs to be had, doesn't make contact and is hit flush, I would say pretty straight.
Interesting, because we were talking about the way Gloucestershire would play this, and they can't just afford to go into their shell. And Van Buren, I felt in the previous over, took a bit of a chance against Jaden Seals. I just wondered there, was thinking, I'm not going to be bowled to here. I don't know if you're a football fan, Izzy.
Afraid not.
Right, okay, but I've got to mention this, because I must admit, I haven't had my eyes on the football at all. But it's the semi-finals of the FA Cup, and Manchester United
yes,
are
did hear that, yeah.
leading 3-0, and it's now 3-all.
Ooh.
Against Coventry,
Ooh.
who scored. Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? So we're concentrating on the cricket, but we have to mention that. That's amazing. Anyway, amazing stuff here as well, because Sussex have picked up 5 wickets since tea, and there are still 19 overs to be bowled tonight. So you never quite know. But that was plum, wasn't it? I mean.
Looked it. Haven't seen the replay, but looked it from here.
But it was yeah. I think Graham Van Buren, you could tell by his reaction as he walked off that he knew that was a really poor shot for the skipper to play, because he played very well.
So that brings Tom Price out to the middle, the older brother of Ollie Price.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Tom, 24 years old, Durham University. We talked about his hat-trick and scoring a century on the same day. The only man in first-class cricket to do so, as Carson is in and bowls and kind of backs away from that, Tom Price, but keeps it out all the same. 53 for 5 and a great change of bowling from the CN there, as Carson takes the wicket of Van Buren for 23. So I didn't read out his figures, did I? Oh, it's gone now. Sorry, Van Buren, how many fours? 3 fours, faced 40 balls, 3 fours, in 48 minutes.
Well, I was just going to say, at the moment, everything John Simpson touches is turning to gold, isn't it? You know, you change the bowling, you bring your off-spinner on, and in his first over he takes a wicket.
They've been short spurts from bowlers from the sea end, haven't they? He's been chopping and changing them. We didn't see much of Danny Lamb. He had an expensive over, he was taken off. Hudson-Prentice came on, followed by Carson. So just juggling the bowlers, not allowing the batters to settle.
So, Jaden Seals is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Gloucestershire 53 for 5. They need another 9 to get into positive territory. Seals is on his way. Bowls. Forward comes Hammond. Well, the last thing Gloucestershire need here is a run out. A good bit of fielding there by Tom Haynes, chasing back. And just for a moment, I thought there was some indecision between Hammond and Price. I think he's getting a bit of stick, is Tom Haynes out there. It was a good
He was a jack in the box there, wasn't he? He went splat onto the cut strip. I thought, gosh, that's probably a little bit harder, that cut strip, than the rest of the square. I'm not sure he landed well.
I will make room for Ed at the end of this Jaden Seals over. As in he comes round the wicket, bowls and turned by Hammond to mid-wicket, fielded there by James Coles, and there is no run. Coles works furiously on the ball, rubbing the ball on his thigh.
Still plenty of chirping out there from Sussex, particularly the wicket-keeper there. Skipper John Simpson geeing everybody up. They're all geed up anyway, with Gloucestershire 5 down.
Yeah, here comes Seals. Round the wicket, bowls, driven by Hammond without timing to the covers, and there is no run.
Those pigeons have vanished.
Yeah, they have.
Talking of pigeons, you haven't got a stuffed pigeon in the museum. Have you had any birds that have been struck? Because I'm thinking of the sparrow at Lord's that was struck, and that was a long time ago, something like the 1900s, wasn't it? I think that poor old sparrow bit the dust, was then stuffed and is in the museum.
Wasn't there a case over in Australia when the seagull was hit in Perth?
Oh.
In comes Seals around the wicket, bowls, and Hammond is forward and punches this nicely through the covers. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2. Tom Haynes is there, gets in the throw, and Tom Price scampers back to the far end. 2 more to Hammond, who's batting very nicely. 17 off 54 balls, 55 for 5. There is some pretty angry cloud around, is he actually, hanging over the ground and to the west of the ground as well. There are some patches of blue sky. Sussex will be hoping that doesn't intervene in the next, well, we could be here for another hour or so with 18 overs left. Seals is on his way. Bowls. Oh, nice shot by Hammond. He's going to get 2 more runs here. Carson is quickly round from a wide-ish third man. But he can't do anything about preventing the second run. John Simpson holds his hand up to protect himself from the glare of the sun. 2 more to Hammond. He goes to 19, 57 for 5. So effectively, Gloucestershire are -5 for 5. It's true, isn't it?
Does it? It is true.
Gloucestershire will just be hoping that they can somehow get themselves to tomorrow, and you never know what's going to happen. Weather and everything else. Seals in, bowls, and Hammond turns this to Coles at mid-wicket. There is no run. By contrast, Sussex will be thinking, blimey, who knows, we might even wrap this up tonight. You never know. 57 for 5. Hammond on 19. Price is yet to score. Time that I handed over the microphone. Izzy is going to stay for the next half an hour, and Ed Seaborn is going to join us.
Yes, we'll try and make a seamless move in just a moment. I will hand... I think what we have to do is Adrian has to stay on for 2 seconds.
Okay.
Then I hand over to
You
Ed.
go off. Well done. And then I will come off in a couple of moments' time and leave you with Ed and Izzy.
Wow, I think we managed it. Jack Carson is bowling. Tom Price is facing. Carson moves in to Price, back on his stumps, playing defensively into the offside. I don't think Graham Van Buren is going to comprehend how he missed that ball. It was sitting
kept
up.
A little bit, it kept a little bit low. I was trying to give him some sort of excuse.
But it was so slow, wasn't it? It just seemed to happen so slowly. Carson bowls and worked to short leg by Price into the ground.
Well, it was definitely the right shot to play.
Well, that's the thing.
Back and
you couldn't
across,
say it was
back
the
and
wrong
across,
shot.
Pull it, but just failed to make
You
contact.
just missed it. You missed it. Carson bowls, and Price goes back and blocks it away. The only negative from Sussex's point of view at the moment is that their over rate is -3, so they'll be losing 3 of the points they've worked so hard to gain, which is one of the reasons why Carson's come on. The only danger is they're going to take these wickets so quickly they can't do anything about their over rate. Carson bowls to Price in quicker delivery, and goodness me, that looked as if it was going to squirt through the defences of Tom Price. It just seemed to fox him, and it was maybe on with the arm a little bit as well, but just fired past Price's groping defence. Carson to Price on the back foot, plays defensively back to the bowler. And it's a sort of stick or twist decision to be made for Tom Price as well, as it was with Van Buren, as it is with Hammond. Compound the situation or just risk the situation getting worse anyway. Carson to Tom Price, who's flicking this one to short mid-wicket, and that's a maiden over from Carson, so that works out very nicely for Sussex. They can charge through that over. Perhaps the over rate's already at -2 rather than -3, and no runs conceded. Carson could just do a holding roll, and to be honest, it doesn't matter too much who they bowl at the other end.
I feel that this mammoth session of, I don't know what it was, 41, 42
41
overs,
overs,
after we took tea early because Sussex were all out, just saving a bit of time. But it's going in Sussex's direction because they've got the momentum. They want to stay out there and try and get through.
The other way.
Exactly. And this pitch perhaps playing a little bit differently now. I think it's taking a bit more turn. Quite interesting to see what James Coles can do on it with his slow left arm. Seals continues, here he is. The fast, racy bowler from the West Indies. He bowls, and that's defended there by Hammond. And still plenty of perky, chirpy chat out there from Sussex. There's just one slip. We've got a fine leg. It's fairly fine down here to our right. A mid-wicket. Square legs on the boundary rider. And we've got a wideish mid-on, a mid-off, which they're mucking about a bit, the fielders on the offside. Straightish mid-off. Looks like Ollie Robinson out there. And a couple of mid-wickets in a stationary position, hands on knees, as Seals sails in and bowls, and that's gone straight to one of those mid-wickets. Hands no longer on knees, as the ball is busily polished and fielded. Prevents the single. Hammond remains on 19 and the score 57 for 5. 5 runs behind Gloucestershire, but they are 5 wickets down. They have gone bang, 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 bang very quickly.
Was that the right number of bangs? I wasn't counting.
I think so. Bang, 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 bang. Okay, Seals again swooping in from that Cromwell Road end. Bowls, it's full, it's driven and very well fielded there at a shortish mid wicket. Who's that with 27 on his back for Sussex? It is Clark, Tom Clark, who cuts that off, because that would have gone for 4 runs had he not cut it off.
That was sort of a slip catcher's pair of, I mean, he's been fielding in the slips all the time, hasn't he? It was kind of a slip catcher's pair of hands in terms of the sharpness of the reactions. Yeah.
Exactly, because that was struck solidly there by Hammond. Continues to face the left-hander. 1 slip still there. Here is Seals, tail up, bowling, and that's a slightly slower ball, and attempting to play that into the offside. Finding the fielders, there are 3 fielders on the single on the offside. There's no point. There's a wideish third man down there on the boundary. I think that's Danny Lamb with his hands in his pockets, looking a little bit chilly, as Seals goes back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end. Plenty of scaffolding at the Cromwell Road end. A lot of building works, although no builders out today. I was watching them all on Friday, they were busy. Right arm over comes Seals, and that's reared up towards the ribs of Hammond, but he keeps it out. He's thinking about a pull shot there, a sort of stunted pull shot, but pulls out of it. So he remains on 19.
Are they getting it all pristine for summer, do you think? Height of summer, everything needs to look its best.
Yeah, I wonder
whether they're renting them out or what. Or I don't know. Perhaps this is just the time of year for it, just before the height of the season starts. But usually, when it's not so cold, that's what I've done in February this year.
A convergence of the umpires here.
Conversation about the ball.
It's either the ball or the light, but I think it's the ball, because I think a gauge, I haven't got my binoculars, but it looks like a gauge has come out of the pocket of Mark Newell, and I think they're just popping the ball through the gauge. I think do they look happy with it? Yes, they do. So, get on with it. Ball's fine. It's been tossed back to Jaden Seals. I'm not sure why they want to questioning the ball when Gloucestershire are 5 down.
Who initiated that?
I wonder. Yeah.
Well, I don't know, because I didn't see somebody sort of come up to the umpires, but yeah, I was too busy thinking about the scaffolding at that point.
As Jaden Seals bowls and squares up to that one out. End of another Seals over. 2 for 12 off 9 with 4 maidens from Jaden Seals. He can do nothing wrong in this second innings. Has picked up those 2 wickets of the first 2 wickets to fall, in fact. Charlesworth for 9, caught by Carson, bowled Seals. Ollie Price, bowled by Seals. Ollie Price went for a duck, Charlesworth for 9.
He does live up to his name, doesn't he? At least in terms of this innings, he is keeping a lid on the scoring rate. Seals 5 maidens out of 9 overs. I mean,
so I keep thinking of this type of seal.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course, we're into the flappy seals again. Yes, but I count on the fingers of one hand, I suspect, the number of scoring shots that we've had against Seals. Here's Carson starting a new over to Price, who strokes off the back foot back to the bowler, and there's no run. I feel sort of obliged to mention this, although I realise it must be sort of getting a bit dull now, because this is probably never going to have a day like that day a year and a day ago is Price ever again, as this is turned to short leg, as cruel as it is to say. I mean, you can't expect something that's never happened in goodness knows how many thousands and thousands of first-class matches to happen twice in your career. But the score was 45 for 7 when he walked to the crease then. As this is worked away, behind square on the onside to gasps from the Sussex fielders, but Tom Price gets his first run to deep backward square, 58 for 5. He can be a nervous starter, can Tom Price, so you're just sort of thinking, well, maybe if he could just get through that first sort of 15-20 ball period. I did promise also a trivia question, which I never got to. And we're kind of running out of time to do it, so I'd probably better throw it now to the
15 overs left.
The all Sussex listenership. we've got at the moment. Round the wicket comes Carson, bowling to the left-handed Hammond. It's just tickled round the corner by Hammond, thinking about 2 runs. They will not take the fielder on. And it is 59 for 5, in fact, with that single. Hammond to 20, and the deficit is 3. So, do you know who at least until 2016, the first person and, as I say, the only person to do it in the county championship, as he's got a bit of a leading edge to that one, as Price, I think, has flapped that one back to the bowler. There didn't seem to be actually that much interest there, so perhaps it was a more secure shot than I thought it was, but I wasn't expecting the ball to go back to the bowler there. We'll get to it after this delivery because the over will be completed. Carson to Tom Price, and again played off the back foot, fielded by short leg, so 2 runs from the over. 59 for 5. So the first person to score 100 and take 4 wickets in 4 balls in the same match in first-class cricket. The first person to do that. And you may not know the answer, but you certainly know the person.
Sabres.
It's not. I mean, as in you know the person.
I know them personally.
Probably. I suspect. I mean, you've been commentating. I shan't say any more. Just completely give it away for you, but
Completely given away. Yeah.
I expect almost
Well,
everyone's
not both of them.
sort of worked it out by now. In terms of the word I just mentioned.
Oh, sorry.
You commentated
I mean-
with Ian Botham.
No. I haven't commentated in both of them. So, change of bowling. Who's that bowling? Is it
Hudson-Prentice,
Hudson-Prentice? It
yes.
is Hudson-Prentice from that Cromwell Road end. There'll be runs here. There's Hammond. We'll take 2. They won't come back for the 3rd. That is played into the offside.
I mean, obviously I can't say for certain, but I suspect it will be the case that you know this person on a better degree than a name on a piece of paper
Okay.
terms.
Hammond 22, the left-hander. You're slightly throwing me. I need to.
Well, I have put you on the spot, I'm sorry.
As Hudson-Prentice continues. Here he is, coming around the wicket to Hammond, who plays that well down towards 3rd man, steers it down there all along the ground, goes through for a single, 3 off the over so far. Hammond on to 23, the score now 62 for 5, and I think the scores are level. Yes, they are. The scores are level for Gloucestershire.
So
They've
they will
reached
not lose by an
parity.
innings.
But they are 5 down. We do have to focus on the wickets column here.
Yes.
The more important column in the context of the game. Gloucestershire have got their knickers in a twist. It's going to be Tom Price who's facing. He's on 1. Can Tom Price save the game and be a hero? 2 slips in place and a shortish mid-wicket as well. Shortish extra cover as he hurls himself in, Hudson-Prentice. And that is just defended there by Tom Price.
Just had a message saying not all Sussex listenership, but they
Oh.
may be the only ones enjoying what's happening.
Come on,
Thank you to
Gloucestershire.
our colleague Ian Randall for that one.
Needs some help. Right, right-handed Tom Price, the older of the 2 brothers, at the crease, keeping warm with his sweater on. There's a deep backward square leg on the ropes as Hudson-Prentice lumbers in and bowls, and that's a forward defensive shot, comes forward to that positively Price, keeps it out. 62 for 5, Gloucestershire.
So have you had any more
No,
thoughts about
my
somebody
mind's gone blank.
you might have shared a commentary box
I
with?
might have shared a commentary box. Yeah, he's an all-rounder.
And there aren't many of us
No,
who've
no.
played first-class cricket.
Hudson-Prentice, right arm over, bowls. Whoa, that spat up into the ribs there of Tom Price. But he keeps it down with soft hands, manages to somehow, as he leaps into the air. 62 for 5.
One ball from Zaman Akhtar which really leapt up like that, but say it again, it just feels as though Sussex have got so much more out of this evening. I can't imagine it kind of changed that quickly. I think it is just a motivated, rested bowling attack on it now.
Hudson-Prentice again, coming down the hill. And that is played down towards second slip. A couple of bounces before it reaches second slip. End of the over. As the wind is blustering across the ground. 62 for 5. It's a long old session this. 14 overs remaining. What's the time? 10 to 6. I'm thinking possibly a 6:30. It depends if we see a lot of spin. 6:30 finish, possibly 6:45. It's a long day for us poor cricket commentators, working like slaves.
I'm not saying, by the way, just to clarify, I'm not saying Gloucestershire weren't motivated. I mean more. You've got that motivation of knowing that you're pushing for victory, that you've got some wickets in hand already. Here comes Carson starting a new over, his fourth of the innings so far. Bowling now to Hammond. Shout for leg before wicket here, but umpire Newell has already inclined his head to the side to suggest that will not be being given out.
We have a listener in the Canadian Rocky Mountains here, to the east of Banff and Lake Louise. I've been skiing there. Have you been there?
No, I haven't, but I would love to go. Absolutely gorgeous scenery.
We'll read this out in a moment. There's not much time when the spinner's on.
Here is Carson bowling. Hammond leans forward into a defence. The ball trickles back to Carson. He'll pick it up in his follow through.
Yeah, it's from Graham Williams, and he says, glad to check in as an international viewer. We are 7 hours behind you over here in Canmore, nestled in the Canadian Rocky Mountains. Beautiful day here yesterday.
Carson bowls, that's short, and Hammond drives off the back foot to the sweeper out at cover and takes a single, 63 for 5.
He's talking about he's got all the summer furniture in anticipation of a lazy, sunny Sunday morning, only to be greeted by a raging blizzard and icy winds.
Gosh, you're not the only one, although I suspect that is, we complain. I suspect it's rather different there. Carson to Tom Price, bit of bounce there, but Tom Price rides the bounce and manages to work it past short leg, and will rotate the strike again, 64 for 5. Yeah, Canmore is where they have the biathlon and cross-country skiing when that's in Canada, sort of Nordic centre for Canadian sport. This is inside edged this time by Hammond, but along the carpet past short leg. So safe in the end, but it was the inside edge that Carson's looking for. Do you kind of feel like the way that Carson's bowling, the length that he's bowling, sort of challenging sort of shoulder of the bat, really trying to bring that short leg into play. Last ball coming up of this latest over from Jack Carson. He bowls, punched off the back foot by Hammond, straight back to the bowler, and the over is at an end. 2 from it, 64 for 5. Gloucestershire lead by 2 runs. There are 13 overs remaining in the day's play. Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful scenery there. The snow always seems to be good when they go there. Perhaps we might have to have some more kind of, winter events in places like that where the temperatures do get just so much lower than the Alps, where, now has to be said, can we really expect it to be low enough temperatures all winter? Well, it's certainly a lot colder in the Rockies.
Hudson-Prentice sweeps in, bowls, and there's a mistimed drive off the back foot there off Tom Price. They've been quite lucky in the Alps because at the end of the season, the last half of April, they've had quite a lot of snow. I'm watching my friends pootling around in the powder, whooping away. Those powder skiers, those powder hunters out there.
Yeah, that's not me.
Having a lovely time, but bit jealous. Stuck here in England in the howling gales and the freezing cold. 2 slips. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that's driven. Again, not quite timed, but he'll get a single for it, Price. Oh no, it's a misfield. I missed that. I was expecting the fielder just to scoop it up. It's a misfield, so they come back for the second. And Price goes on to 4, and the score's 66 for 5. But I have to say, in search of snow, I've been rather desperate in the last couple of years. So last winter I went to Kazakhstan.
Wow.
Where they have about 4 meters of snow in Siberia, because Siberia obviously drifts into Kazakhstan in the northeast. Here comes Hudson-Prentice and squares up to that Price. No run, 66 for 5. And so direct flight out there, and we had a wonderful time. We then took a domestic flight up into the northeast to Ridder, which is a small mining town. And there aren't any resorts, but if you like to ski off piste, you can either skin, which is called ski touring. You put skins on your skis and you lift your bindings up and climb the mountain.
Okay.
It's not cross-country skiing.
Yeah.
It's very different. Hudson-Prentice bowls and driven into the offside with a big crack, but finds a fielder there at mid-off. No run for Price. And so we had some days of ski touring, climbing the mountain, and other days we were taken up in the snowcats, which are basically the piste bashers if you go to any resort.
Yes.
They prepare the piste. They're like giant tanks. You can get about 18 people in them if you put a big box on top of them, and they can go anywhere in the mountain and drop you. And then off you go. You've got a
Literally
guide.
drop you down the mountain.
Just drop you. And you pile out and off you go with your guide. Right arm over the wicket, Hudson-Prentice, and that's a nice looking defensive shot there from Price. It's actually much cheaper to go to Kazakhstan than it is to say to go to St Moritz or Verbier or something.
Well, oh gosh, I mean Switzerland, yes.
Switzerland, or almost anywhere really. I mean, it's the flight that you're paying for, but once you're there,
Yes,
cheap as chips to stay. The guide, Russian guide who'd escaped from Russia, from St. Petersburg, called Andre. We'd used him the year before in Russia, before the war, and he'd got out. He's had his letter of conscription. His mother got it. Bowls and just almost backing onto his stumps. Plays it late there, Price, and there is no run. 66 for 5 following that Hudson-Prentice over. A good over from him, keeping it tight, Hudson-Prentice. I think it was just 2 off that over, wasn't it, in the end?
Indeed.
With a lead now of 4 runs for Gloucestershire, but they are 5 wickets down.
What riches. Riches Croesus in runs lead is Gloucestershire, yes. No, well, I must say, on the bucket list, possibly more so than Kazakhstan, would be Uzbekistan. I really want to go and see Samarkand, and also Tashkent, which I think is supposed to be a
winter or
amazing
summer,
place to
would
be.
you want to go
Well,
there?
probably summer.
Probably
actually,
summer, yeah.
Here's Carson bowling to Hammond, who defends into the onside. It's that incredible mosque with the painted tiles that I always forget the name of in Samarkand, but I would love to go there. The old Silk Road.
Yes, very long road, the Silk Road.
Here comes Carson bowling, and Hammond leans forward into a stout-looking defence. He's managed to rein himself in here, Hammond. Just the 2 boundaries, and both very controlled drives through the offside. No flashing outside the off stump from Hammond in this innings. Carson bowls to him. This is very full, squeezed back to Carson. He's busy. He knows that his job is to get this over rate ticked up as well as just build that pressure. It's a dual not task as much as actually sort of just an effect of what he's doing. Carson in off the back foot. Hammond plays to short extra cover. Thought about there being a single through that gap, but not there. And we've reached that time where the shadows are lengthening. The floodlight shadows are close to encroaching on the playing area as Carson is in bowls, and Hammond again long way back into his crease, and Sussex think they're just going to sneak one through any moment. Just an inch away from the stumps. Hammond's bat comes jamming down on it, fielded at short extra again. Not much time to gather breath. That's Carson. He's in round the wicket bowling, and Hammond once again meets that with a redoubtable forward press. 66 for 5. Gloucestershire leading by 4 runs. And you sort of feel, well, there hasn't been a wicket for a while, and I suppose in the grander scheme of things there sort of hasn't. 8 overs. It feels like a long time compared with what we had before, but then you also think of the enormity of the task ahead. I mean, it's 11 overs until just the close of play, and that is far from a position of any safety at all for Gloucestershire.
Need to get through their overs as well. So they're still -3, surprisingly, because they bowled a bit of spin now with Carson. He's bowled 5 overs, one for 6. So Hudson-Prentice from the Cromwell Road end will continue as he tosses the ball from hand to hand, starts his run up. In he comes, floating in, bowling, just short of a length, gets onto the back foot, trying to drill it through the covers, but finds a fielder at mid-off there, Tom Price. Still got his sweater on, it's very cold when you think he's been out there for a while. Hasn't warmed up yet. 2 hungry slips behind him. And we've got a third man. Fine leg is pretty, well, I'll call him a long leg actually, because he's not very fine. And there's a mid-on and a mid-wicket, and a shortish extra cover, an orthodox extra cover, and a mid-off. Hudson-Prentice, here he is, lopes in and bowls, and that's drilled out to the orthodox extra cover, who gives it a jolly good polish. The ball, 66 for 5. Tom Price finding it hard to find runs here. He's 4 off 23. Strike rate of only 17, but you know, dire times out there for Gloucestershire, and Sussex are not giving them anything. And they're all jeered up, an awful lot. There's a particular amount of clapping
sort of end
going
of
on.
vote of thanks.
What's this clapping about? 66 for 5. Is this an in-joke?
I don't know.
The Sussex players were all clapping.
Applause, isn't it?
Yeah. Hudson-Prentice, here he is, leaps into action, bowls, that's played late, goes backward off point and is fielded quite deftly there by, who's that with 30 on his back? Is that Haynes? No, it's not Haynes with 30 on his back. Is it Coles?
Is Coles,
it's Coles,
yes, with
a
hat.
floppy hat on. Picks it up one-handedly. 66 for 5, as this, the dots continue for Sussex.
He does have this very stiff walk, does Price, after he's just played a shot. He'll walk in this sort of, you know, like the knees don't seem to bend.
Because how old is he? He's only about 20, isn't he?
He's 23.
Right arm over, and that is played well into the offside, but just picking out the fielder yet again, Tom Price.
Sorry, 24.
That extra cover. Who's that polishing as well? Number 16. Is it number 16? That's such
Just
bad
Carson.
eyesight. It's Carson who seems to be the chief polisher at the moment for Sussex. 66 for 5. Price remains on 4. Hammond at the other end on 24 with a lead of 4 here, Gloucestershire, in their second innings. Awful lot of work to do as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls. That's on the stumps. And oohs and ahs and great excitement with the follow through there from Hudson-Prentice. But perfectly good forward defensive from Price. 5 dots in a row so far. Runs yet again drying up for Gloucestershire. Pressure building. Someone's having a jolly time. What a laugh.
What was that?
Where's that coming from?
Was that a chicken?
Is there a hen party here? One of a chicken even, yeah.
Hen party. Very
They're much
good.
more raucous than you boys, I tell you. As Hudson-Prentice is in, and that was on middle and leg, is turned around and helped round the corner backward of square. It's fielded by long leg down there, Danny Lamb, and they do pick up a single, which rather ruins the maiden. I think we're going to have a changeover in the commentary box. It is the end of the over.
Who's
67
going?
for 5. I think it's me. I think I've done an hour.
Is it? Right.
I came on
Yes,
at
I think
5.
that's right,
I
isn't
did.
it? Yes.
So I'll hand over to Adrian Harms.
Isn't it amazing how you completely lose track of half an hour? And actually, I didn't even possibly realise that half an hour had gone by, and then it's, have I been on for half an hour or an hour? You just sit here and talk, don't you? Try and find something to amuse yourself with, especially when Gloucestershire are effectively 4 for 5.
Yes. Well, we've got about another half an hour so to go. 10 overs remaining in the day. I mean, looking around elsewhere in this second division, there are definitely going to be some results. I mean, Middlesex have already won. Derbyshire 161 for 6. So if they get play there tomorrow, you'd think Leicestershire will fancy their chances. And Northamptonshire have reduced Glamorgan to 86 for 3. Wantage Road still trailing by 248. In comes Carson around the wicket, bowls and played firmly to mid-wicket by Price, who's faced 30 balls for his 5. He won't worry a jot about that. Carson again. Slip, forward short leg. Almost like a leg slip as it comes Carson down the other side, very smartly taken by Simpson. And there is no run.
So I stumped Izzy with my Trivia question.
Yes, and I think we've had some
Oh,
emails.
no, you can't look at those.
No, yeah, go on.
Oh, you already have?
I already saw them, yes, so I
okay,
guess you...
well, it's too late then.
In comes Carson Bowles. Bowles into the offside. Yes, so just tell me the trivia question, because I think I do know the answer, because I've seen some...
Yeah, so the trivia question was, who was the first person in the history of first-class cricket to take 4 wickets in 4 balls and score 100 in the same match? It's been done once since, but
Right.
not in this country.
Yeah. In comes Carson Bowles. Forward comes Price, plays down the offside of the track. And I do know the answer, so
Yeah.
you'll tell us the
I
answer.
almost completely gave it away by saying that Izzy might have commentated with
Yes.
this person, and considering there aren't many of us
No.
in the BBC commentary, what's the word, coterie, who've played first-class cricket.
Yeah. So the answer is, as Carson Bowles, Price plays into the offside, there is no run.
It's Kevin James.
It is. Indeed, it is Kevin James. Trevor got the answer. Kevin James, who is our Hampshire commentator, works for the BBC. Comes Carson Bowles to Price, who steers on the onside. There is no run. Sussex are getting a move on here, bowling their overs. I think 'cause there's a horrible black cloud drifting in from the North Downs. We've avoided all the weather so far today, but Sussex are certainly trying to skip through their overs. He says, if your question is open to listeners... Oh, Noel's been in touch. Hello, Noel, from over in Portrush. He says Kevin James.
Yes. Well, I mean, I thought some listeners would.
Yep.
To
Roger Gibbons got it right. How about Kevin James against the Indians in 1996? He got the 100 on my birthday. So there we are.
Yes, and his victims, wickets 2 and 3, were Sachin Tendulkar and Rahul Dravid, and he had Sourav Ganguly dropped off the 5th ball. He nearly got 5 in 5. Imagine that. And if you'd listen to him, you'd believe it was all done completely by fluke. Hudson-Prentice bowls very full, starting his 5th over, and this is an on drive, just a checked one from Hammond, and it's fielded up at mid-on. Yes, you'd believe there was no skill in it whatsoever. It's just one of those things that happen, because that's Kevin for you. But I get what he was saying, because effectively, I think the way that he talks about it, you could have bowled those same 4 balls on any other day and they wouldn't have got the wickets. And I kind of get that. Hudson-Prentice is in, this is full and dug out by Hammond and played to mid-off. And actually, to be honest, that's probably similar to what Tom Price would tell you about his hat-trick against Worcestershire. And then he bowled 3 balls on exactly the right spot, on that sort of 4th stump channel, just full of a good length, and all 3 Worcestershire batters nicked the ball through to the keeper. Just one of those things that happened. Not to take anything away from how well the deliveries were bowled, but you know, someday one of those 3 just leaves the ball. As Hudson-Prentice is just going to watch as Hammond strokes this one quietly to mid-off, and picked up by Jayden Seals. Things do just get a little bit gloomier in terms of not just the Gloucestershire mood, but in terms of the light as well. That's all they need for batting conditions to get tougher after their 67 for 5. Hudson-Prentice round the wicket, bowls. Hammond with another check drive to short extra cover. Really is applying himself here, is Hammond. He's looking determined. Been there for 80 balls, 24 runs, not exactly a prototypical Miles Hammond innings. He's just, at the moment, seemingly absolutely determined to try and see this out for as long as he can. Hudson-Prentice bowls now to him, and he comes across his stump slightly to rise up onto his toes to play a defensive shot down into the ground. If I were to ask the other person who'd done that, if anybody knew that off the top of their head, sorry, then yeah, then you're clearly in need of even more help than I am.
It's getting a bit gloomy, isn't it? It's perfectly playable at the moment, but blue sky away to the east, but really some dark, threatening cloud away to the west.
Last ball of the over, Hudson-Prentice working on a maiden, and he'll get it. Again, Hammond's across his stumps, this time looking to flick through the onside. But they're in so tight, close ring fielded at mid-wicket, and that is the maiden. Hudson-Prentice is first. Not that he's been expensive in his other overs. He's gone for 7 from 5 overs. Absolute stranglehold Sussex have on this at the moment. 67 for 5.
Well, Sussex will certainly feel in their first 2 games against Northamptonshire and Leicestershire that had the weather not intervened, they'd have had a chance of certainly winning the game against Northamptonshire and possibly against Leicestershire last week as well. And they'll hope that isn't going to be the case tomorrow. The forecast is not the best day, but I think most of the rain is going to stay away from the south coast, hopefully from a Sussex perspective. As in comes Jack Carson over the wicket and bowls and played out into the offside by Price, who's going to get his 6th run. Gloucestershire to 68 for 5. Just to say to Jane in Shoreham, thank you for your email, which I have received. Carson goes back to his mark. Just a slip and a short leg in place. As Carson is in again, around the wicket. Comes in and bowls, and that kept very low, didn't it? It was dug out by Miles Hammond, who's on 24. He's faced 83 balls. It's been a terrific effort by Miles Hammond. It's been very, very difficult. Gloucestershire having lost 5 wickets. If you're just joining us, perhaps you've been busy doing something else today. But 7 overs left after this one. Carson gives that plenty of flight. Hammond is forward. There is no run. I can see Ollie Robinson warming up, and I'm not surprised about that. Robinson, who picked up a couple of wickets and really looked to be back in the groove, and I think he's going to have a little blast before the close of play here. Light permitting, I have to say. It's okay at the minute, but sort of only okay. Carson in bowls. Hammond is forward, played down the onside of the track, and there is no run. 2 wickets for Jayden Seales, 2 for Ollie Robinson. Jack Carson picking up the other. Backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Jayden Seales looks frozen down at fine leg, as in comes Carson again. Hammond plays that back down the onside of the track, and there is no run. We did wonder whether there was an outside chance this may be finished tonight, but these two have suddenly got their heads down, Price and Hammond. They're not going to give this up, as they shouldn't. Carson again in and bowls. Hammond is forward on the bounce into short leg, fielded there by, I think that's Tom Alsop in there at short leg, but Sussex have suddenly got the squeeze on, just the 1 run off the over. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7 for Jack Carson. 68 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and Bristol. If you're just joining us, the story of the day really revolving around a very good partnership of 143 between John Simpson and Danny Lamb, making 83, Simpson 78. 479 are Sussex out for a lead of 62. Bruce is just making some signs from next door. I think there's been another goal in the football, which will be...
Is that what is going on?
I think it is, yeah. I'm not sure who it's gone to, but if it's gone to Coventry City, that will be the most extraordinary. Anyway, you best carry on the commentary. The light is getting worse, there's no question about that, but there is some bluer sky drifting in, so you never know.
Again, we've played on in worse than this anyway, so I think it's going to have to get significantly worse. Here's Robinson, not the man you want to be seeing in these conditions. There's a fine glance from Tom Price, which is going to get him a boundary. He will move on to 10, 72 for 5, just a little nibble on it from Price round the corner, and that's exactly what you want to do with it. If you get too much bat on it, then it's just going to be a single. 72 for 5. I can tell you that Durham have beaten Worcestershire by 185 runs, so that has finished today. Bowled them out for 272, with Paul Coghlan 4 for 45, 2 wickets each for Rain Potts and Callum Parkinson. Robinson bowling now to Price, who lets that one go outside the off stump. Just a brief as he nearly became the second Price brother to watch as his off stump cartwheeled, having not offered a shot. That one was well judged by Price. Warwickshire have made a real go of that game against Hampshire. Hampshire were bowled out for 365, having been 229 for 1. Rob Yates, get him in the England squad as a spinner apparently, 4 for 37.
Wow.
Got wickets the other week as well. Robinson bowls, angling into the stumps, but Price's bat comes around, roll of the wrist, sends it to mid-wicket. 3 wickets for Danny Briggs as well on his old stomping ground.
Yeah.
One of his old stomping grounds, I should say.
Well, he's another who rather got away from Sussex.
Yeah, well, you know, Warwickshire, Lancashire, Nottinghamshire, Surrey, they do tend to come a-calling. Warwickshire are 20 without loss now in their second innings. That is a lead of 110 runs. Is there going to be enough trust?
As he just sneezed.
Bless you. Is there going to be enough trust maybe in that Aegeus Bowl pitch, though, for Warwickshire to set any sort of a target for Hampshire to chase? Robinson in bowls, tapped quietly to cover by Tom Price. That shallow angle bat defensive shot that he likes to play. Kenton 97 for 4 against Surrey. They've just lost Joe Denley. Another wicket for Cameron Steele. Leg spinners union.
Well, he's had a good start to the season, hasn't he?
Yep. Jack Leaning's 19 on that. Ben Compton has come in at number 6, so I guess it's probably one of those situations where he was off the field at the end of the previous innings and so couldn't come in until lower down the order. It's not a bad number 6, but a lot of work to do for Kent. Forward goes Tom Price, looking to drive. Not the most convincing drive you've ever seen, and it's fielded at mid-on for no addition to the score. Nottinghamshire are still going with this humongous third wicket partnership between Will Young and Joe Clark. God, I'm just struggling to add this up. It's now worth 370.
Extraordinary. They'll be reaching for the record books.
Oh, I'm sure Dave Bracegirdle will be.
Yes.
I'm not sure Anthony Gibson will be.
No, there are 2 commentators.
2 colleagues covering that game on the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every game, etc., etc. There's going to be runs here for Tom Price and the boundaries. Just glanced it fine down through the deep third area and 4 runs. So that over has been bookended with boundaries. 4 to Price, he moves to 14. Gloucestershire 76 for 5. So Will Young has 156. Joe Clark has 209. Nottinghamshire now lead by 157. They won't want to give that away after having done all that work. So wins for Essex and Durham in the first division, win for Middlesex in the second division. Leicestershire now have Derbyshire 6 down, 170 for 6. And Glamorgan 91 for 3, trailing Northants by 243.
Jonathan has been in touch. Says, hi Adrian, I'm very involved, just break off as Jack Carson is in around the wicket bowling to Hammond, who plays back down the onside of the track, no run. I'm involved with senior cricket in Sussex and Surrey, and I thought you and the listeners might like to hear about how active senior cricket is. I'll be happy to come and have a chat for you next time I'm down at Hove. There are 8 senior teams playing every week throughout the summer. In comes Carson bowls. Hammond is forward, placed to mid-on, fielded by Haynes, no run. 2 50s, 4 60s and 2 70s, with several players over 83. Best to also... Well, Jonathan, please get in touch and we can arrange a time maybe in the next home game here, which is against Yorkshire. And come and have a chat. It'd be good to hear more about seniors cricket as Carson bowls. Simpson takes down the leg side, and he slightly fumbles it, but it was way down the leg side, so to say it's a fumble is a little unkind. 76 for 5. In comes Carson again, round the wicket, bowls, played firmly into the offside, and there is no run. So dying embers of the day, 5 overs left. We might be done by about 6:30 today. And comes Carson again. Round the wicket bowls, gives that plenty of air. Hammond drives only as far as James Coles, who's fielding in there at short extra cover. And again there is no run. Coles around the wicket bowls and plays by Hammond into the offside. Good controlled innings this by Miles Hammond, 24 of 93 balls. Gloucestershire are 76 for 5, and that you need to take 62, which means effectively Gloucestershire are 14 for 5. But these two have really battled away. It was 53 for 5 when Graham Van Buren, the skipper, was out. A shot he won't be desperately proud of, I don't think. The skipper, trying to pull Jack Carson over mid-wicket for 6, but he was LBW for 23, having played very confidently up until that time. So, 5 overs left in the day, and the first of those to be bowled by Ollie Robinson.
Here he comes, 2 slips, leg slip, bowling to Tom Price, short ball, ducked underneath by Tom Price. It has at least been a good day for one Gloucestershire team. Gloucestershire's women have wrapped up a thumping victory over Cricket Wales at Bishopston Cricket Club today. 70-run win as Gloucestershire made a score of, he says, 217. There we go. They didn't put the total at the bottom. What website doesn't put the total at the bottom? There we go. Robinson bowls another bumper, which Tom Price has nothing to do with. So they were bowled out in 47.4 overs for 217, but then bundled out Cricket Wales for 147. So congratulations to Gloucestershire's women, up and running at the start of their season with a victory in the 50-over tournament. More county fixtures this year. Of course, we've got this revamp that we've been talking about over the last few days, but good that they've got more fixtures for this year's county competition. Down the leg side from Robinson, and a good effort from Simpson to take that one. Not only did he have to sprawl to his left, but that was on the bounce as it got through to him. And he's put the human barrier in there, and there's no run.
Looked a little tired, didn't it, that delivery by Ollie Robinson? He's just come back for this spell. Maybe got a little cold, but that was a real drag down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be asked to bend his back with this field as well, because it's clearly set for some short pitch bowling. Only mid-off in front of square on the offside. Robinson now bowls to Price. Shallow before wicket, looks close. It's not going to be given though. And
I just wonder if it was slightly high. I don't know. But it was again. It's one of those, Ed. And I think this is the great thing about county cricket. Some you get, some you don't. If that had gone upstairs, maybe he would have been given out.
My feeling is it may also have cut back a long way.
Yes,
it looked as if it came back in on Tom Price. Let's see if we can have another look there. Well, yeah, I mean, it's another one of those which I suppose, you gain that one, you lose maybe the Bancroft one.
Well, certainly, and that's it, isn't it? Over a course of a season, you win some, you lose some.
I can see why it wasn't given, I'll put it that way. Robinson is in, bowls Yorker, and it's squeezed out by Tom Price. Just waiting for those red bails to move. If he's backed away and let one of the fielders come in and pick it up, the ball has stopped basically dead, where Price just got that bat down on it in time. He's got such a good Yorker as Robinson.
Yeah,
I mean, you wouldn't necessarily, almost, given the fact that he hasn't played enormous amounts of white ball cricket, I guess, compared with how he's viewed as a red ball bowler, you wouldn't necessarily think of that Yorker as being such a devastating weapon, but it is. Comes from such a height, spears it in. Robinson bowls, again it cuts back on Price. They just about managed to scramble through for a run as it squeezed out into the offside. Now there's the danger of another set of 5, but good backing up. It's done by Jaden Seals at mid-on, because the ball was fired in at the non-striker's end by Tom Clark. Everything happening in that over apart from wickets, really. And Tom Price will keep the strike somehow, as he managed to keep that last delivery out. 77 for 5, the lead is worth 15.
And it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to bowl the next over. 4 overs remaining in the day. I might ask Izzy to take over for the last 3 overs, just so I can start my end close of play reports. It's going to be Jack Carson for the time being, who's running in to bowl to Price, who just plays this to mid-wicket. There is no run. The light isn't great, but I think we're going to get through again. Well done, the umpires.
I reckon they'll plough through it now.
I think they've been really good, the umpires, in this game. I really do. They've tried to get us on as much as possible, particularly on that first day. And comes Carson again. around the wicket bowls, and Price just defends down the track, and there is no run. Come on, Jack, they say. Carson wanders back to his mark. A slip, short leg, and that's sort of a leg slip, really. Carson in again, bowls, forward stretches. Price plays it down the offside of the pitch. There is no run. Well, we're going to be back tomorrow unless something dramatic happens here. Carson, it again, bowls, and he's going to get runs here, is Price. He runs that down to third man. He's going to pick up, well, they're thinking about coming back to see they do, actually, in the end, which is, takes Price to 17, 79 for 5. Take 62 away, he gives a lead of 17. Carson on his way around the wicket, bowls and played down the ground by Price. There is no run.
Now you feel to have any outside hope of anything tomorrow. They cannot lose one more now.
No, I would agree. Carson is in. Bowls played into the onside. There is no run. So good over by Jack Carson. So there are 3 overs remaining in the day. Gloucestershire 79 for 5. If he doesn't mind taking over for the last 3 overs, we can. I can get on with doing our sort of post-match stuff.
He's bowled with beautiful control, has Carson, in this spell so far. In fact, almost the worst ball that he's bowled in the entire spell was the one that got the wicket. It was short, and yes, it didn't get up a huge amount, but it could have been pulled away to the boundary. And other than that, there's barely been anything for the Gloucestershire batters to put away, and he's only gone for 9 runs in 9 overs. 5 maidens included in that. I think, oh no, so I've added on another maiden. That wasn't a maiden. Apologies. 4 maidens. Still not bad.
Well, that was a searing last over from Ollie Robinson, wasn't it? Wow, causing all sorts of problems.
And he's lining up Hammond this time, bowling now, and Hammond comes forward and brings an air of calm to proceedings after that last over. That was as regulation a defensive shot as you've probably seen all day. It is pretty gloomy out there now. I think it's probably just about where we were playing in on day 1. It was very dark when they stayed out there. But I suppose umpires are thinking, well, there's only one more Robinson over to go. Here is Robinson round the wicket, bowling to Hammond, who's in behind it. Firm tap of ball on batters. That trickles out to cover. And there is no run. And it's always a great sight watching a premium, I want to say fast bowler, in terms of the fact that he's not a spinner, I suppose, fast bowler, but a premium test quality bowler coming in at the end of a day, especially. If you get a full house, I think everybody doing the hand clap as he comes in every ball, you just feel something might happen. Everybody's engaged. Robinson bowls to Hammond, let go outside the off stump.
Well, Adrian was talking about his rhythm, and he certainly got his rhythm back in the second innings, hasn't he? Because his opening spell in the first innings, he'd lost his line a little bit, lost his length a little bit, wasn't so penetrative. But this time round, you just feel that he's in the swing of things, and he's got his timing right as a bowler.
Yeah, I mean, Gloucestershire did bat well in that first innings, as was credited to them by Sussex as well. And you think, actually, if everything had been on the money, then who knows where we might be done by now. Oh, that's a beauty from Robinson as it nips away from the left-handed Hammond. I mean, Hammond's on his knees there as if to sort of pray to the quality of the ball that's just been delivered by Robinson. He played the line of off stump, and that jagged, seemingly, from our angle anyway, jagged away. And some lively response off the pitch there that we haven't necessarily seen with every ball. And it whistles through to John Simpson. Not exactly high up, but it was a full ball. Yeah.
It sort of leapt off a length, didn't it? And it had plenty of shape to it as well. A corker.
2 balls left in this Robinson over. In he comes now, he bowls, and Hammond is standing tall in defence as he sends this one to Jaden Seals at mid-on.
Yeah, very much survival mode for those two at the moment, Price and Hammond. Just to see it out, we've only got 2 overs remaining after this Robinson over. Might not be his last, he might bowl one more.
Yeah, I think unless the umpire's tell him he can't, he's going to. He's put in a shift as Robinson into his 12th over. But you can put in those shifts when you're feeling good about yourself, pep in your step. Robinson, last ball of the over, bowls it fuller, and Hammond gets a big stride forward and plays a very sturdy looking forward run to mid-off. Maiden from Robinson, but it's more about the deliveries that have been seen off. So 12 deliveries maximum, should say, remaining in this day's play. That has gone from bad to worse, I'm afraid, from a Gloucestershire point of view. I mean, at the start of it, every optimism that some early wickets with that second new ball and Gloucestershire could be absolutely bossing things with a sizable first innings lead and plenty of time left in the game. But despite that run out of Pujara, it just never really felt as though one wicket would ever bring 2, even from the first thing this morning, with still a ball that had only had 1 over used with it last night. And having been in the field again for a long time,
Well, here's
Gloucestershire may be
Coles.
showing the effects of it with the 5 wickets lost now.
Here's Coles with his slow left arm. He's been busy warming up. Here he is, coming around the wicket and bowling, and hasn't managed to get any bat on that. Price comes gingerly forward, rather nervously, twiddling his bat. There's a short leg and a slip, and a backward point. As Hop's given a jump, James Coles is in and bowls, and just backs away from that and defends Price. 79 for 5, just surviving, trying to see it home, Gloucestershire, to the close of play without losing another wicket, because runs are not coming for them. A meagre lead of 17 as Coles again bowls, gives it a twirl. Left arm orthodox, and that's fielded by Short Leg, who's all suited and booted with his helmet on. And who's that under the lid?
Tom Alsop.
Tom Alsop. Big shin pads he's wearing as well, and his cap tucked into his trousers behind him. 79 for 5, Gloucestershire.
There's Carson
Change
off
to the field.
Yeah, another close catcher.
Pile on the pressure here, Sussex. Why not? Nothing to lose at all in doing that. Another field change, as is that deep point or third man has come up. I think it's Ollie Robinson, isn't it? He's come up for a single. Right, he's come up to square leg rather, not point. As again, the slow left arm whirls over of Coles, and he comes forward once again, Price, and defends. Yeah, tweaks to the field. So we've got the leg slip close in. He's got a lid on, as they do these days, for leg slips in the firing line there, and a short leg. Wide stance, there's a big shout for LBW, that should be given, yes it will. Almost backing onto his stumps, pinned, I would say, Tom Price, and they've taken that wicket just before the close of play here, Sussex. They will be 6 down overnight. I mean, there may be more because we've still got 7 balls remaining in today's play, but 79 for 6, and things looking exceedingly bleak here for Gloucestershire on the south coast. And change of bowling yet again, inspired change of bowling. It's Coles who takes the wicket. He's 1 for no runs off his 5 balls bowled so far. We'll have a look at the replay. Coming up.
I mean, he's a long way back on his stumps. It's hit him in front of leg, but I don't think it's going past leg stump because it's just got nowhere to go. And that's schoolmate to schoolmate there. I suspect that we won't overlap by a huge amount, I don't think, those two, but Magdalen College to Magdalen College as Tom Price has gone, and that is the problem with playing as Tom Price has done in this innings. Pretty much everything off that back foot, getting deep in the crease. You just need that one delivery just to skid on, change of trajectory as well with a left arm spinner rather than the off spinner, and it just takes that one delivery that you're not quite quick enough to read off the back foot, slides on, and probably with that go any hopes Gloucestershire have of some sort of miraculous recovery tomorrow.
So it should be Zafar who's coming out. Zafar Gohar of Pakistan, who's busy taking guard. And Coles still has one ball left in this over to bowl. They'll be searching about a bit of rough out there. There'll be a bit more rough now, of course, because we're at the end of day 3, and Ollie Robinson coming thundering in, and also Jaden Seals has bowled from that end as well, hasn't he? I'm thinking of the heavier, quicker bowlers coming in and producing a bit of rough.
Getting tight to the stumps as well.
That's right. So he's doing a bit of a warm-up act, quite jiggy with his warm-up act over there. Zafar Gohar, he'll be facing. Here comes Coles. His left arm over to the left-hander, who leaves that alone, well alone. Searching out the rough is James Coles. End of a very successful over, 1 for no loss. And the replay is actually coming up on the big screen for everybody to see now, as Tom Price is pinned against his stumps for 17 off 57 deliveries. 79 for 6, Gloucestershire.
That was very much the... I'm sure they used to call it celeb appeal, and now it seems to have morphed into celeb appeal, which makes it sound like it's an appeal by a celebrity.
It does sound like that.
James Coles very much did that. He ran off towards mid-wicket with his finger pointing not towards the umpire, and then looked back to see that the finger was being raised. He was utterly convinced that that was going to be given, and so it was. The appeal that convincing, but sure that wasn't influencing Mark Newell. Here's the last over of the day, and it starts with Hammond getting beaten by another beauty from Robinson, as if Sussex really need another wicket here. There's already been plenty of damage done anyway, but if they could get Hammond at the end here, then, well, they might as well go for a night on the tiles, to be honest.
Yep.
Adrian's asking about the extra half hour. I think this is apart from that, I think there isn't a danger that the match will be completed in that time, because we have to factor in the fact that there's a 10-minute change of innings that has to happen, as well as the, at the moment, 18 runs that Sussex need to knock off. So we wouldn't have that. I don't think even if Gloucestershire got bowled out, we would have to come back tomorrow, which it won't be now because they're in the last over. Here's Robinson bowling to Hammond. This is angled down wide of the slip cordon, and Sussex, they're kicking it about out there. There's a game of football going on there between Coles and Carson there. It went off one boot, then the other, and then back again. It doesn't matter because it's a single.
No, and the spirits, of course, are very high in the Sussex camp out there in the field. You can hear it from the volume, and also the slip cordon's getting longer and longer, isn't it? I mean, we've got 4 slips now. We started with 2 beginning of the over.
One.
Keep adding them on. Oh, somebody else is coming up now, perhaps into the gully position. Is that Danny Lamb? No, he's been told to stay put.
Now, you want him at what on earth is that for a fielding position? Okay. You watch the ball go there now. 4 slips. Robinson round the wicket to the left-handed Zafar, who edges that one, but it's kept down and well stopped at 4th slip. I assume that is Carson who's just stopped that. It is. 2 spinners in the slip cordon. I suppose Shane Warne used to field there. This doesn't always seem like a position that you'd always find the spinner. You want to protect those fingertips, but Carson and Coles are both in there. More encouragement for Robinson. 3 balls left in the day's play. Robinson in and bowls to Zafar, who is knocking that one on the head down into the ground. And Carson, what is he doing? The second time there, he sort of stumbled as he's gone to pick the ball up. They're enjoying their work, Sussex, and why not? A first victory of the season beckons for them. And the winless run for Gloucestershire looks set to go on. September 2022 feels a long, long time ago. And even that a win, knowing that relegation was confirmed. Robinson bowls to Zafar. This is pushed into the offside. There's that bizarre deep point fielder there, which has allowed Zafar to come through for the single. 81 for 6. So the honour will be Hammond's to try to keep out the last ball of the day. He's faced 101 balls as Hammond for his 25. Looks as though Hudson-Prentice is going to go in at short leg for the last ball of the day, so just going to put it in Hammond's mind that Robinson might try the bumper. What do you reckon? Good length, Yorker, short ball. What do you think? Last ball of the day. Short leg and long leg, 4 slips. Mid off, mid on, backward point. Last ball of the day. Robinson bowls to Hammond, who turns it into the onside. It'll be fielded by Jayden Seales at mid on. Neil Bainton puts his arms up in the air as if to say, don't shoot. And Sussex, well, they've shot their shot today and it's hit, because Gloucestershire are 81 for 6 at the end of a forgettable day's play for them that has seen Sussex not only move their innings from 267 for 5 up to 417, so adding 150 runs, right, to 479. Looking at the first innings, seen their innings move up by 222 runs. And for Sussex, having kept Gloucestershire out in the field, they were patient, and the patience has actually been rewarded. I have to say that as well, because you know the mental scarring of all that time in the field. Yes, there was the overnight break, but still in the field for 135.5 overs were Gloucestershire. They came out, they lost a wicket in the second over. That's all before it started to go horribly wrong for them in the first over. They managed 12 off it. It was all looking good after 1 over of Gloucestershire's innings, and then Charlesworth chipping a catch to point. Ollie Price letting one go onto his stumps. Really did snowball from there. Double wicket maiden from Ollie Robinson. Graham Van Buren pulling out and missing at a delivery from